2 minutes to the deadline. One minute to the deadline. Thirty seconds. Fifteen seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Diplomacy Broadcast Network's coverage of World DipCon, coming to you this year from Vermont. Carnage Diplomacy is back, everyone, and World DipCon is finally here. So, without further ado, buckle in, keep your hands and feet inside the vehicle at all times, and welcome to Carnage Diplomacy.
This. Are you ready for this? To be a champion, never to change the system. You start a revolution. This is your moment. Are you ready to fight? To reveal this? This is the time for glory, for greatness. Are you ready for this?
Alrighty, so I first want to say thank you to everyone behind the scenes for putting together everything for me, like that wonderful intro video. As much as you would love to stare at my face all day for just the next however many hours this takes, I unfortunately have to introduce a few other people to you today. So first up, I'm going to bring on DBN founder and someone you are all very, very familiar with, for better or for worse, Mr. Brandon Fogel.
For worse, definitely for worse. There's no question about that. Hey, Siobhan, I'm pumped. That was a great intro video. Thanks to Hal Schild. And we are ready to go. World Championship from Carnage. Let's do it.
Let's do it. All right. Next up, coming to us all the way from Germany, we've got Robert Schupa.
Hello.
Hi, Robert, how are you?
Hello. I'm doing great. This is exciting.
Awesome. Thank you for joining us. And last but not least, coming to us somewhere from the Southern Hemisphere, I'm going to have to kick her off the North American Diplomacy Board very soon, is Miss Tanya Gill. Welcome,
Thanks for
Tanya.
having me. Thanks for having me. That video was fantastic. If I wasn't bitter that I wasn't at Vermont this weekend, I really am now.
Yep, hands up. Who is missing being at Carnage in Vermont right now? Because I'd love to be there. Tanya, I know you've been to Carnage a few times before. Can you talk to us a little bit about the tournament? What's it like? What's its history?
Yeah, Carnage is pretty unique. I'm not too sure when it first started, but it's part of a larger board game convention that's been running since 1998. You'll have to ask the experts when the diplomacy started at Carnage, but Carnage is a super unique tournament. It's run by Dave Maletsky, who's a fantastic tournament director, and it's at a ski resort in the middle of nowhere in Vermont, which makes it a really, really unique and fun destination. It was the first tournament last year after the long pandemic pause. So you've got a great atmosphere. Everyone is staying in the same vicinity, in the same buildings. So you really get to know people. You can't really escape from them either, which, you know, pros and cons. But it's a great atmosphere. You know, there's hot tubs and saunas and whatnot. And everyone really has a great time when you go. And last year was fantastic. And I can imagine now coming back for Worlds, it's going to be, you know, even better.
Yep. I have been to Carnage, I want to say about 5 times myself. Like Tanya says, it's an amazing event. If you've never been before, get there. Any year, it's a good year to go. Maletsky puts on a fantastic tournament. Thank you, Tanya. And of course, this year is not just any Carnage. It is World dipcon, which is finally back in person. It's wonderful. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, that Carnage was supposed to be World dipcon in 2020. We all know what happened. It was canceled for obvious reasons. And we have been waiting with bated breath for Dave Maletsky to finally get to run this wonderful event. If you don't know what World dipcon is, it is a tournament that is run somewhere in the world every year, a diplomacy tournament. Usually it alternates between Europe and North America. I will get to an exception to that in just a minute, which is coming up next year. But so the last World dipcon that was run was in Marseille in 2019. I believe Brandon and Tanya were both there. And that year was won by Gwen Maggie. Maggie? Someone correct me on my pronunciation.
It's French, so the G's could be anything.
Exactly.
Like Maggie, yeah. Maybe.
Yep. And then the year before that, in 2018, was in Washington, D.C., and that was won by Andrew Goff, who is in attendance this year. I believe 2018 was his 3rd World dipcon championship. So we'll see if he manages to go for 4 this year. But we're back. It's in Vermont. We have, I believe, just over 50 unique players at this tournament. And yeah, so it's, if you ever get a chance to go to a Worlds, you meet players that you don't see in your normal theater of the world. So if you're in Europe, usually you see the same players from, you know, France, the UK, Italy, Germany. I'm very familiar with the North American players. I love getting to see everyone from all over the world. So get out to a World dipcon if you can ever afford it. And speaking of, the next one in 2023 is coming up in Bangkok, which is really, really exciting. This has been talked about for a long time. The dates are finally announced. It will be August 17th to 20th of 2023. So we can post links to the appropriate Discord channels and who to reach out to and where to get all the information on that. But have fun to everyone traveling to that. I really, really wish I could go, but circumstances being what they are,
I'm
I'm
planning to go. I believe Tanya's planning to go. We haven't heard from Robert on this. What's the story, Robert?
I probably should. I haven't made any plans yet, but it sounds tempting.
You got some time. A quick note on Worlds in Marseille in 2019. Tanya and I were both there. We even shared a room. I call it a room, but it was really like kind of a cabinet without any air conditioning. We were on this island off the coast of Marseille. There was no AC. They didn't. There was also no cold water in the showers. A very strange situation. It felt a bit like a summer camp. With, you know, bunks and stuff. But we had a good time. We sweated, you know. I don't think I slept at all. I remember lying there in the dark, very hot and sweaty. Oh, the other thing was there were no screens on the windows, and we couldn't open the windows because there were mosquitoes everywhere. So,
well, Brandon, you have to give it some credit. The location was absolutely stunning. It was an island, you know. We had tons of wine and just beautiful scenery, and played outside in beautiful weather. So there were some pros to to the location as well.
Yeah, one thing that did not impress was the diplomacy play of Tanya and me while we were there. Neither of us did particularly well. There were a couple players from the top board of that tournament who have made it here. One of them is Andrew Goff, who's a multiple-time world champion, as you mentioned. Also, Ruben Sanchez, who made the top board. Another notable who was there is Hunter Catcher, who I think finished in 8th place, came very close to making the top board at that tournament. And I think that's it, though, of overlap between Marseille and this one, just because it was a hard location to get to for a lot of North Americans.
Yeah, absolutely. It's funny, the only people I ever heard complaining about the accommodations at Marseille are the US attendees. Anyone else who's been in Europe in the summer knows it's hot, knows there's no AC, and knows the mosquitoes are a thing. Every trip I've ever taken, that's been the case. So
yeah,
we're just pampered over here.
Yeah, they were laughing at us, really, the Europeans. There was a couple German guys there, especially, who thought we were really, really weak.
Rightfully so.
Indeed.
All right. And real quick, before we start talking about more of those players, some of whom Brandon mentioned, let's talk about Carnage and what makes it sort of unique. Brandon, can you walk us through Carnage scoring for a minute?
Yeah, sure. It's one of the simpler scoring systems out there, and that is one of its great virtues. Very easy to calculate your score at any point in the game. It is mostly a rank-based system. You take the first place person gets 7,000 points, the second place player gets 6,000, the third place 5,000, and so on down the line, plus the number 1 point for every supply center they have. So, there's only 34 supply centers on the board. Most people end up with 17 or less. So that's a lot less than the 1,000 points that separates each place. So moving up a place or down a place is much more consequential than simply gaining another supply center or two. If two players tie with the same number of centers, then they split the points between those two places. So if two people tie for first place, that they each get 6,500 points. If players are eliminated, the order of elimination determines their rank as far as the scoring goes. So a player who was eliminated in 1904 will, if they're the first player eliminated, will get 1,000 points. The next player eliminated will get 2,000, and so on. If they're eliminated in the same year, then they share the points as before. There's a couple things about the scoring system. One is that its simplicity tends to simplify the games as well. The games tend to be a bit shorter. Players, so the alliances often get tracked, and players don't think they have much to gain by stabbing in that case. And so typically we see games that end in 05, 06, 07 with Carnage, unlike some other scoring systems where they'll often go much later. Now, some of that also has to do with the context. If in an ordinary year, Carnage games will be more likely to finish sooner than they will in something like Worlds, where the stakes are just higher. Players are going to be more willing to take chances, we hope, and that will cause games to go longer. In this case, it's worth talking about the structure of the tournament a little bit. There are 4 rounds total. There were 2 on Friday and 2 yesterday, and all 4 scores count for the standings rankings. So there are no drop rounds. That's the terminology we like to use for that. Every score will matter. Now, you'll notice we're broadcasting on Sunday, so all the games have completed. The winner has been crowned. We here on the broadcast do not know who won that tournament. We have looked at the scores for all of rounds 1 through 3, and we have prepared summaries for them so we can go through them relatively quickly. And then our plan is to go through round 4 as if it was live, and looking forward to seeing how that works out.
Yep. I, for one, have been ignoring messages, muting Discord channels, not opening text messages from players who want to talk to me. I thank you all for wanting to share whatever is happening, but I can't wait to see it. So before we get going and talking about some more of the players, I think we have another contribution from Hal Schild. So let's go ahead.
Hey folks, I just ran in to Zachary Moore. Zachary Moore, how are you doing here at Carnage?
Hello there, Adam Siegel. I think your round 1 game just ended.
Well, here's one of my oldest friends in the hobby, Mikey Hall. Mike, how are you doing, man?
Hey, Chris Brandt. You are just off of your round 1.
Well, I ran into Diplomat of the Year from the 2022 tournament, representing the 2021 season of DBI, it's Jason Massbaum. Jason, how's it going? Well, hello, Sarah and Quack. It is so good to see you here at Carnage. Well, look who I found hanging around on Thursday night of Carnage 2022. It's Karthik Conniff. Karthik.
Howdy.
Oh, and we all recognize DBN's own David Hood there doing some interviews for us, getting all the legwork to make sure that we have this content. Seeing a few of these players, let me toss it over to Robert for a minute. You recognize some of those faces, some of them may be new to you. I don't think you've ever been to a World DipCon. How would you feel walking into a situation like that?
It must be exciting. I mean, how cool is that generally that we have a hobby where you have a legitimate shot of becoming a world champion in something, you know? In most fields, you would have to train all life and be a professional. How cool is it to have a sort of realistic shot? I'm not saying it's easy, but it's sort of possible to become a world champion in diplomacy. And I mean, who wouldn't want to be that? And just from the players we've seen, we have caught a glimpse of how great that player field is already. I mean, every single one we saw right there is a top-notch player, I think. We've seen former world champions, as David pointed out, the reigning diplomat of the year, who's of course Siobhan's favorite player of all time, Jason Massbaum, Karthik Conniff, Saren Quark, who's one of the best players I've ever played, really kicked some ass in the virtual scene the past 2 years. So this must be pretty intimidating at the same time if you walk into a room and see all those faces and think like, okay, yeah, I'm trying to beat all of those. That can get interesting.
It really is an interesting dynamic. And Tanya, I'm going to toss to you for a minute because I believe your first ever World DipCon, you didn't really know many of the face-to-face players. And remind me, how did you do back in 2017?
Yeah, I didn't know anyone. I think I knew about 2 people. Marcus was one of them coming in. And yeah, I think there's almost a benefit to not knowing anyone and not knowing who's threatening and who's not, and just sort of playing, you know, blindly. And of course I came 3rd there, so it worked out for me. But yeah, no, it looks like a fantastic tournament. Really, they're lucky that the 4 of us aren't there, actually. So
I think that is a fair assessment. So let's take a look at who is there. We've got some players who are at World DipCon ranked by their DBNI rankings. Brandon, do you want to talk about the DBNI rankings a little bit and what they mean in this context specifically for face-to-face play?
Yeah, sure. I mean, you know, longtime viewers will know this, but maybe we'll get some new viewers who are interested in Worlds, some in-person face-to-face players who haven't played much virtual before. Over the pandemic, we got started as a network, and we also, as part of that, decided to create an invitational tournament that is intended to be the capstone of the season. And players earn points towards qualifying for that invitational through participating in all the various events. Both the virtual face-to-face events, also the in-person face-to-face events, and the extended deadline events, the major ones, we also award points, qualification points for participating in those. And we produce rankings that get updated periodically throughout the year. And Brian Pravel and Zach Moore, 2 of the co-founders of DBN, do a great show called Countdown, where they reveal the latest standings and make predictions about who's going to move up or who's going to move down. And then all of this culminates in the Invitational Tournament, which has taken place the past 2 Februaries and is slotted for this coming February. So these are the current rankings as of going into this tournament. So we didn't actually release a countdown, but we decided to update the standings anyway. So these are the latest standings, and these are the top 10 players at this tournament according to those standings. Familiar face Ed Sullivan, one of DBN's own, is right at the top here, participating here at Carnage. We also have Timothy Crosby, who is an interesting player who's kind of struggled on the circuit the last couple of years, but has really come on this year and is up there number 2. Saren Kwok, number 3, as Robert mentioned, one of the best players in the world, unquestionably. We have the inaugural DBN Diplomat of the Year, Peter McNamara. That is our title given to the winner of the Invitational Tournament. He won last year. Jason Massbaum, all the way down at the bottom of this list, is the reigning winner. He is clocking in at number 21 in those standings. The rest of these names are all familiar. Andrew Goff is appearing on this list. He has not played in an invitational yet, so maybe we'll get him in there. But there are going to be a number of very accomplished face-to-face players who are not going to be on this list because they just haven't participated in virtual or in-person tournaments this year. And we'll see those names as they come along. I will add one thing about the invitational tournament. In order to qualify for the invitational, you have to play at least 2 virtual boards in the course of the season. And so some of these players, most of these players will have. Andrew may not have. But there are some opportunities to play in virtual events coming up. There are 2 more game days for VDL, the Virtual Diplomacy League. One, I believe, is next weekend, or this coming weekend, and then the other will be in December. There is also the Virtual Diplomacy Championship, which is an open tournament taking place in December on the Virtual World Diplomacy Community Discord server. Please check our website, diplobn.com, for information on those events.
All right. Thank you, Brandon. Robert, you're next up just down the list for me. What names stand out to you here? Who are you looking out for if you were walking into this tournament? Who are you excited to play with? Who are you scared to play with? Maybe Saren, because she's one of the best players, but...
You should always be scared of Saren. She really doesn't appear scary, but if you know how she plays, you should be. No, but I mean, obviously all these names are incredible. Ed Sullivan, if you just look at the pure fact that he has played 10 boards this year and hasn't been eliminated from any of those, is pretty stunning to me. One player I find very interesting is Jason Bennett. He's sort of a similar story like Timothy Crosby. I don't think he has a ton of experience. I don't think he has played for a very long time yet, but he has done really well in some of the leagues. I think he just got narrowly edged out by Timothy Crosby for the victory of the Tour of Britain lately. And I'm not sure how much face-to-face he has played, but it should be interesting to see how he's doing this weekend.
All right. And Tanya, you're a player who you came from the online world, made a very big splash into face-to-face. So some of these names are familiar from both worlds to you. What is it like to be an online player or someone who plays predominantly online coming to a tournament like World DipCon?
Yeah, it's hard to say. Initially, you kind of struggle with the time limits and the writing down the orders and all of those basic things. But I think a lot of the sort of tactics you use online are very transferable. So that's why we see players like Saren and Katie here that are also online players that are doing really well. And I'm excited to see how they're going to do at this World DipCon. So I think the transition is not as hard as one might think once you get sort of just the basics down.
That said, though, there is this thing about just having someone directly in front of you. Like, they're right in front of you and you are scheming about them and the things that they're hoping for. Like that presence, the presence of being right in front of someone and talking to them directly. There's a power to that is, I think, hard to deny.
Yeah, I will absolutely agree with that. And the last couple of years of face-to-face diplomacy have been a really interesting coming together of these two worlds, because as we know, the COVID times really took off for the merging of the face-to-face and the virtual and online play. And watching some of these players who were traditionally face-to-face players come into contact with people who had only ever played online or virtual has been a really kind of fun mishmash of cultures. And some people are adapting very, very well. Some people are still finding a struggle just in the play styles. And
I do just want
we'll
to add that maybe other than Jason Bennett, who I'm not too familiar with, and I'm excited to see his play, all of these players have been to at least one, if not multiple, face-to-face tournaments at this point. So now I think we can call them face-to-face players quite...
Yeah, I think the interesting question actually now is it's not the virtual players joining the in-person face-to-face players. It's the in-person players who haven't played virtual who are coming to this tournament now. How are they going to adjust to the people who've been doing both? That's an interesting thing.
Yep, I agree. All right, so before I take this list off the board, like Brandon said earlier, there are a lot of players who are not on this list who are at this tournament who are definitely top contenders for the title. We will get into some of those and we'll start talking about them probably after we review a few boards and get to see all the names. But before we jump into round one, I'm going to give each of you one more chance. Brandon, anything else you want to say?
Oh, man. I just wish I was there. That's all. The only thing I want to say is, wah.
I agree, and I echo that sentiment so much. And Robert, how about you? Any predictions? What are you expecting to see this weekend?
I'm expecting to see some players who might otherwise be a bit more cautious to take off the gloves, to take out the knives and really go for it. I think this is when people are cashing in all of the reputation they have earned. And you think of players like Ed Sullivan or maybe Katie Gray, who are known to be sometimes very care bearish, and who have really cultivated their image of like, hey, I'm so reliable and I'm going to stay with the Alliance until the end of the game. I could really see them pulling off a big move when it's, for a world title. What would be the better time to do that than in a tournament like that? And that's what I'm looking for. That should be exciting to see, I think.
Yeah, you really hit the nail on the head there with the cash in all the chips and all the points and all the karma that you've ever had. Brandon and Tanya, you've both been at World Dipcons. Have you been stabbed in the back by someone who has cashed in all of that? Because I definitely have. So
I definitely have. And his name rhymes with Gil Whack and Smack.
Yeah, mine is something like lug door or something. I don't know.
I've just blocked it all out of my head. I try not to think about it.
That is smart. So in lieu of being there, Tanya, I'm going to ask you to pull out your crystal ball. If you had to make a prediction, a couple of names that you'd think you'd see in the top three. I know not all the players are on the list here, but from what you know about who's there, who are you expecting to see at the top?
And for our viewers, Tanya has not looked at any of the rounds 1 through 3 games. The rest of us have, which is why we're refraining from making predictions.
Yeah. You never know how these things fall, but of course you've got to, Ed Sullivan's at the top of this list. I think, he's come really close at certain tournaments. He's really, really working hard on it. I think it could be his chance, possibly. I feel pretty good, putting Andrew Goff's name out there. He's always a good contender. He's won 3 already, so maybe he'll give someone else a chance. And then for a last name, you know what? Peter McNamara and Peter Jurgen, the two Peters. I would like to see both of them do really well at this tournament. All I know is that if Jason Mastbaum wins World Dipcon, I will not be showing my face for a long time.
Oh, you all let him win my virtual tournament whipping a couple of years ago, and I don't think I've forgiven any of you for that. So if you let him win Worlds when I have to host this broadcast, I don't know. It's a conspiracy. There's a stop the steal joke in there somewhere. All right. Well, I think that about does it for talk of the players that we know of so far. Who's ready to dive into round one?
Let's do it.
Hell yeah.
All right. We're going to say goodbye to Tanya for now and Brandon as well. And Robert, I believe you are up first with round one, board A. So let me get that on screen for you. All right, and just real quick before you dive in, let's take a look at the player list first. Apologies. Once I can get there. So just a note to all our viewers, we're doing very short form commentary for rounds 1 through 3. We've got a lot of boards to get through, and we want to spend a lot of time on the exciting action at the end of the tournament. So we're going to be looking at end state of these games, going back if need be, but just kind of getting some overall feel for what's been happening. So, Robert, I'll let you start off. Here's the player list. Tell me about it.
Yes, board 1A Papa. Pretty stacked board, as we're going to say a lot tonight. We have Ruben Sanchez. We talked about him earlier. French-Spanish player who's very, very good. David Miller. Matthew Krill, Katie Gray. And then in the East, we have yet another French player, Nicolas Sahuguet. We have Brad Blitzstein and Saren Kwok, who we've seen in the intro already, playing Turkey. And that is an exciting cast of characters, I think. And if we go to the end state of the board, I can tell you what the title is I came up with for this game. It's Liberté, Égalité, Fraternité. It's the Knight of France on this board because all the players that are sharing the top are either French or playing France. So we've got a 9-9-9 between Matthew Krill playing France, Ruben Sanchez playing Austria, and Nicolas Sahuguet playing Russia. We saw the Fraternité, the fraternity, brotherhood, when the two French players stuck together, they were the only alliance AR that really was solid throughout the game, and it was also the first alliance that formed. And the West was a bit messy. There was an FG. Matthew Krill and Katie Gray worked together fairly well, but there was some back and forth, some little bit of stabbing. It looked like over Belgium went back and forth a couple of times, and that gave the players in the East, the French guys, the freedom, the liberté to do what they wanted and to almost eliminate Turkey, almost eliminate Italy, and push towards the line. And it seems that Katie suffered more from this than Matthew, because the good thing for France was that they had Italy as a buffer. So before AR arrived at France's doorstep, they first had to go through Brad Blitzstein. And people who have played with Brad Blitzstein know that this is not an easy thing to do. You will have to take some verbal, being called, what are you doing here? And some, I'm not going to get into that. He's a very nice guy. I enjoyed playing with him, but it's not the nice thing to stab him. And he's defending well. So it took some time. Whereas Germany had very quickly Russian units at their doorstep. And in the end, it ended with égalité, equality, because they decided that nobody was going to take a lone board top, and that they actually let France join them for their 9-9-9, probably also because this was a pretty locked up situation. There was not that much play left, and they decided to take the 9-9-9. However, as it's pointed out by Nicolas Taillet in the chat, they didn't take Smyrna or Tunis, especially Smyrna, because they had Janissary deals with Saren and with, I believe at some point also with Brad. So they wanted to honor that, it seems, and let Saren live, even though she was far, far away from her homeland in Smyrna, where her only center is. And as a result, these three get a solid first round score, 6,009. But it's not a huge one. It's as good as a second place score if you have a three-way board top, shared board top in Carnage. So yeah, sort of a bunker score from round one, but not much more than that, I believe.
Yeah, and I think we're going to get a lot of questions about the not taking of Tunis and not taking of Smyrna and the choice to end this on 999. If it's you, Robert, and you're at a World DipCon, it is round one. What's your thought? Are you okay with that tied sort of second place score, quote unquote, by Carnage scoring? Or do you think you're swiping Smyrna to get that extra 1,000 points?
It's a tough decision because, as we pointed out, it's a 4-round tournament, and it's because there's no drop round. It's more a marathon than a sprint. So maybe I'm actually doing that as well. Sometimes the word spreads that you're honoring these sort of agreements, that if people janissary for you, you will not kill them off, especially if this is round one. It's hard to see that many players, if anybody at all, will get 4 lone board tops. So letting alone solos, actually a 6,000 something might not be that bad, a third or even fourth score. So yeah, maybe it's a good decision. I can see the rationale behind that for sure.
Yeah, I agree. And with this many big personalities and top tier players on this board, I can see saying, oh, Nicola, you take Smyrna, and then we're killing you and just taking a 2-way draw instead of 3. So there's a lot to consider here. One thing we don't know here on DBN is what is happening behind the scenes with negotiations. Someday we'll get a way to do that, but that requires a lot of work and a lot of people recording things. So, all right, before we move on, anything else to say about board A from round one, Robert?
No, I don't think so. I think we've given the best we could in the short frame of time, and I think we can move on.
All right. And just one other note that I forgot to mention at the top of this round. Round one boards are all named after Smurfs, I believe. Each round, I believe, has a different theme of a children's show from the US. So we'll be going through some of those themes as well as we know them. I only recognize two of the rounds off the top of my head, and some of our viewers in other parts of the world may not recognize any of them quite as immediately. So this is Papa Smurf to start off the tournament for us. All right. Next up, we have board C. So let's take a look at the players from that, Robert.
Absolutely. So, board C, Clumsy. We see a West where we've got that matchup I was talking about earlier, Jason Bennett and Timothy Crosby, who are just fighting for the Tour of Britain, and they get paired with Eddie Bersan, hobby legend extraordinaire. So that should be interesting. Some very experienced virtual players, especially in the East, Liam, Ed, Andrei Gribakov. And I want to give a shout out to my man, John Archbold in Austria. I met him, I knew him from playing virtually. And I met him this summer when I traveled to the US, and he took me to a Phillies baseball game, which was great. Obviously, it's a very sad night for the Phillies today because, they came close. But shout out to John. Good to see him here playing at Worlds. Let's look at the board, I would say.
Yeah, I have not looked at this one. I gotta throw out my support to my two California players, Eddie Brisson and Andrei Gribakov. So let's see how they do. Tell us about it.
So we see a shared board top, this time two-way shared, of a winter green. 12-12 between Ed Sullivan and Liam Stokes, with Eddie Bersan being the only one who's surviving. And I've called this board, you can make it this far on your own. Because Eddie Bersan really impressed me here. I mean, he really showed why he's one of the all-time greats of this game, because he made it to this board state without ever really being in a stable alliance, it seemed. The East was pretty organized. Once again, the East was resolving more quickly than the West. It started as an IRT, and unfortunately, John Archbold got piled on, so his fate was similar to the Phillies today, unfortunately. And he was out there, I think, by 03 or so. Yeah, 03. And then I and R decided to cut Andrei Gribakov in Turkey out of their deal and take the Turkish centers as well. Meanwhile, in the West, there was way more chaos and flipping back and forth. And Eddie really did it well at working with different powers for a very short amount of time. He did fun things like, hey, Russia, I know I've just taken Sweden off of you, but how about I now support you into North Sea and we work together? Or like, hey, England, I could support you from London into the English Channel, in brackets, and then I'm going to walk into London behind you. And so he really managed to wade through the swamp of the West. And even though he could not make it, you can only make it that far on your own if there is an organized alliance in the East. And it looked like IR was super solid. It didn't look like anything was getting in between them. They were just rolling. So it was not enough to get to a board top on your own. I think that is difficult to do, but it's still impressive to manage to get to 10 centers and, to at least get into a third place, being the only survivor apart from those two in the East. And that is something that Eddie Bersan has achieved in this game, which impressed me maybe even more than the play in the East, which was certainly well-deserved. They did a great alliance and they knew their tactics. So good board top for them. But my highlight was seeing Germany's play here.
Yeah, it's Eddie Bersan doesn't often get the chance to really show why he is the hobby legend that he is. People often try and keep him in a little box, but he's a player that when you allow him to shine, can be very, very strong. And any game where he doesn't immediately get piled on is an exciting one. All right. I think that does us for your boards for round one, Robert. Before I let you take a quick break, anything you want to say, new names to you, things that stood out, things you're looking forward to as we go on?
Not really new names. I mean, the ones who are doing well are sort of expected names, I gotta say. Also, the fact that we saw like arranged endings, shared board tops in round 1 is maybe not that unsurprising. The interesting thing is that I'm watching out is, will we see a solo at some point? Because that will throw everything open. Because shared board tops and everything are fine if we assume that nobody is going to solo. As soon as somebody solos, because I don't know if we've said it already, under Carnage, 1 solo is worth more than 4 lone board tops. So even in a 4-round tournament, you cannot catch a player who has soloed without soloing yourself. So that's something we should keep an eye on. Will somebody make that huge jump? Because we have a lot of boards to cover, so it could very well happen. That's what I'm looking out for.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Robert. We will say goodbye for now. You will be back later to tell us about some more. And then I am bringing back to the stream Mr. Fogel.
Hey there.
Welcome back, Brandon.
Thank you very much, Shimon.
All right. Next up on the radar are we doing my boards next, Brandon?
Oh, yeah. Let's do it. Which
Okay.
means where did my doodad go?
As Brandon sorts out the technical difficulties, I just saw them down there, but they
Great.
disappeared.
Maybe Kevin's being a little imp. All right, here we go.
Let's do it.
The screen, and is it coming on? No. There we go. All right. Would you like me to call these players out, or would you like to?
Why don't you go ahead and call the players out?
All right. And this is board 1D, named after Brainy Smurf. In Austria, we have Chris Brand out of Vancouver. England, the one and only Andrew Goff, 3-time world champion out of Melbourne, Australia, although he is, as everyone is, in Carnage in Vermont right now. France finds Farron Jane, who is usually from an undisclosed location. This is Farron Jane's introduction to being seen. Farron has only ever appeared on DBN with a picture of an actor holding a knife, holding a pair of scissors. So well done, Farron, for being real. Germany, we have Karthik Kanath from Los Angeles, I believe. In Italy, we've got Mike Hall, a newer player coming out of Ontario. Russia finds Ian Rudnick, who is a local to New England. And in Turkey, we have that guy, Mr. Jason Massbaum, actually in Santa Monica, California. Siobhan, what do you see on this board?
I see a lot of names that we are all very, very familiar with. One adjustment I'll make to what you called out there is Mikey Hall is actually a longtime face-to-face player.
Okay.
Never played in any of the virtual face-to-face or online to my knowledge. But yeah, really great guy. I've known him for years. Haven't seen him play for a number of years, though. So it's exciting to see him back. We'll see what he does with it. Obviously, the names to look out for, you've got 2 former world champions on this board with Chris Brand and Andrew Goff. Farron Jane, I will believe you exist when I see you in person with my own 2 eyes. And, you know, those other guys, Karthik and Jason, I guess, or something.
Yeah, I undersold the sport somehow when I was calling it out. We have former world champ Chris Brand, 3-time former world champ Andrew Goff, and reigning diplomat of the year Jason Massbaum. All right, let's dive in, and you can tell us what happened in 1D, named after Brainy Smurf.
Yeah, so my theme for this board was all of you are familiar with that meme of the cat hanging onto the tree with the hang in there. That is the theme for this board for Chris Brand. The game does not start off great for him. And as you can see from this end state, he does go on to win it. And one of the things that really sets top players aside and really makes them stand out is their ability to hang on even when the chips are down. And we all know that in Austria, it's easy to get eliminated early if everyone wants to attack you. But Chris just sits there at like 3 centers for a number of years and just keeps talking to people in the calm way that Chris Brand does. And he makes it work for him. So, you know, despite that slow and stagnated start, we know that he was world champion in 2016, surely had a target on his back. Someone possibly had a bigger target, Andrew Goff, but he manages to survive as well. So it doesn't matter how big the target is, you can make it work for you. Andrew Goff also had some early troubles in this game, but they really showed their mettle and why they are championship material. Where Chris Brand really truly earns my respect in this game is he got Jason Massbaum on side for 1 turn to work with him. When he was sitting there at 3 or 4 centers, Chris was, and he said, Jason, you know what, let's go attack Ian in Russia. and works with him for one turn and then says, you know what, Jason, I would rather have all of your centers than work with you. So, Chris, I owe you a drink or a bottle of something. I don't know what it is. I respect that move. I do often find that being Turkey is preferable to working with Turkey, because having a Turk sitting there in the corner behind you as Austria is not the best situation in the world. I do think that at the end of this game, there is a ton of play left on this board, but I think it's a solid choice for Chris to end it here. You know, an easy lone board top is 7,000 points. I do have some questions about what was going on with some of the other players, because I feel like there's a lot of play left to be had, and maybe Chris won it diplomatically, but seeing 4 players sitting there at 6 centers apiece, I would have liked to see this go a little longer.
Yeah, this looks a little bit to me like a bunch of people with guns in both of their hands, pointing them at each other all over the place. And Chris Brand is kind of the only one who isn't really under fire. But this is where maybe Carnage scoring comes into play. For Chris to spend some time going from 9 to say 14, or even 12 or 13, actually doesn't gain him hardly anything at all, and it would potentially risk losing the board top altogether. So Chris actually has a lot of incentive to end this game, and the others don't. They, like Andrew and Farron, they both have units sort of pointed towards each other, and neither really has a lot of room for growth. So interesting.
Yeah, I did find the end state interesting for everyone but Chris, like you said. Like, Chris, any day of the week, I'll take my 7,000 points. I'll go get lunch, get some rest before round 2. But I gotta wonder, like you said, are they all pointing guns at each other? Maybe it's another meme theme that we got going on in this game with all the Spider-Mans pointing at each other. Just you, no.
Right. All right.
But that's it for me.
All right, that's a good capstone on 1D for Brainy Smurf. And next we go over to 1B. Am I correct?
That is correct.
All right, and this is named after Smurfette. Strangely, in Smurfland, there was exactly one female Smurf, and the rest were probably male, not exactly gendered.
That's the rumor.
On Smurfette, we have in Austria another former world champ, Doc Binder. In England, we have another former DBN Diplomat of the Year, Peter McNamara. France finds longtime face-to-face player Alex Maslow. In Germany, we've got Evan Bouleris, who I don't know a whole lot about, but has been playing on the circuit this year virtually. Italy, we've got the tour's favorite OBGYN, Craig Mayer, the only one as far as I know, coming to us from Laurel, Montana. In Russia, we've got Scott Richards, who I believe is a newer player based in Long Island. And in Turkey, we have this guy, Peter Jürgen, who currently lives in Philadelphia, I believe. Peter is a longtime face-to-face player. You and I both know him pretty well. You probably know him better than I do. He was a longtime Weasel, was one of the early players in the Chicago hobby, and then moved to Washington, D.C., but was a good traveler and played in a lot of tournaments, and has had a lot of success and near misses. Am I correct about that, Saran?
Yeah, so viewers of diplomacy content on YouTube may remember Peter Jürgen from the top board videos from 2016 Worlds in Chicago that Chris Martin put together way back. He was Austria on that board and did fairly well, had a very successful tournament at that Worlds, getting to the top board, and has been very close to a lot of dipcon and world dipcon championships in his time. He has traveled less over recent years just because as life and work and family keeps you busy, that's what happens to all of us. But like Brandon said, very great diplomacy player, very good friend of mine. I've known him for years. Some other names that stand out to me here. We've got the 2 doctors of the hobby. Doc Binder is, in fact, a doctor, retired now, I believe, himself, and Craig Mayer, the OB, both of whom assured me that it would be fine if I traveled to Carnage at 36 weeks pregnant, not liking my doctor's orders not to do it. The other Peter McNamara, just an amazing tactical player. Alex Maslow, I know very well. Evan, I believe I've met once in person, but I don't know a ton about. And Scott Richards is a newer name to me. So let's see what we've got.
All right, heading over to the map. This one did not show up, eh?
So the title I've given this board is sort of one of 2 titles. It's The Dawning of the Age of the Witches when I first looked at this board, but it might be better titled The Dawning of the Age of Peter. Because if you note, both Peters, Peter McNamara and Peter Jürgen, are in the corners of the board in the affectionately named witch powers, England and Turkey. And the two of them just get such an early dominating start in their respective theaters. And when the corner powers get out of their little boxes, it's really impossible to stop them. You can see that yellow center chart line. Peter grows 2 in 01, another 1 in 03, but then just this dominating upward trajectory. And the two Peters are just chasing each other this entire game, trying to keep up. What I find really impressive is the fact that Craig Mayer was able to survive in the middle of them. He never really allied with either one of them decisively. He helped out Peter McNamara once or twice. He helped out Peter Jürgen. Never really irritated a Peter, but never really helped one. And then we kind of get to this end state where the three of them kind of look at it and say, well, we could keep playing. But, you know, if Peter McNamara pushes to keep playing this game, maybe Craig isn't happy with that, and the other Peter and Craig. And so it's just a matter of which Peter gets Craig's alliance at that point and which one is dominating. So for me, this is a pretty cut and dry ending. I think this is the right place for it to end. I think if anyone pushes for much more, they actually have more to lose than they do to gain. So well done to both Peters, but especially Peter Jürgen for the board top.
Yeah, this is where Craig Mayer really, like a solo threat, just works. He's got the power to throw a solo in the tournament basically at any point. And so, you know, he's kind of sort of like like he's a nuclear weapon that's on the shelf that either Peter can get the codes to, you know, if the other one plays it wrong. All right, you know, this I'm thinking back to 20 minutes ago when Tanya suggested that the Peters might make some noise at this tournament. Don't think she realized it was going to be in the first game and at the same time. So we'll bring Tanya back in a little bit and hear from her. And all right, that wraps up 1B. And then I think I am on the hook now to summarize my games with 1E starting out.
Yep, I've got it ready for you. So let's take a look at the players here. So 1E named after Grouchy Smurf. In Austria, DBN's own and fan favorite Zach Moore. In England, Russ Dennis. Strong player. If y'all don't know Russ, he's just methodical. In France, this is a name that should be very well known to the DBNI players, Morgante Pell, coming to us from Vermont, I suppose. He's definitely in Vermont. Germany, Hunter Ketcher, coming to us from Connecticut. In Italy, we've got Matt Langer, mostly a face-to-face player in the Northeast region, Boston area. In Russia, we've got Johnny Gillum. And in Turkey, we've got Adam Siegel, originally from the West Coast, Bay Area native. He and I actually grew up in diplomacy together. Has also had some close calls at World Dipcons. So, Brandon, what do you see here?
I just like Adam Siegel. He was on one of the first boards I played in at sort of high-level tournament play, and we both sort of didn't do well, and then we sat at the board for a couple hours. We like each of us had a chance to top the board, but we screwed each other's game, and somebody else topped the board. But then we sat at the board for a couple hours just talking about diplomacy and about the game, and it was really good-natured. And so I had this really mistaken impression of Adam Siegel that he was a nice guy. And then I talked to other people in the hobby and realized that, you know, I had it all wrong. He has, I think, a reputation for being a bit of a hothead, which I think was true when he was younger, because he started in the hobby at a similar age as you, like 15 or something, right?
He and I are about the same age, and we started playing at the same time. I started playing when I was about 14, so he was 14 or 15 at the time as well.
He's a fantastic player, and honestly, if we were going to put down picks beforehand, Adam Siegel is a name that I would have flagged as somebody who's very capable of winning a world championship. Savi wants to know when Zach Moore was a fan favorite. I'm
running the show. He's one of my favorites.
Anyway, this is a stacked board. This is a really, really great board. Johnny Gillum is somebody who has had some inconsistent results, has kind of had an emotional journey over the past 12 months with diplomacy, including at the Invitational. And Russ Dennis is played in the Invitational final board. Morgante Pell, fantastic player. Hunter Ketcher has gotten lots of good results. So yeah, let's dive in.
Alrighty, let's take a look at what happened.
So the theme for that I came up with for this board was, you know what, juggernauts sometimes work, and that is the story of this game. There was a juggernaut kind of from the beginning, and the West cycled through several different alliance structures in the meantime while the RT was getting going. They looked like they were going to start off as a Western triple, and then Morgante actually sabotages it and tries to move on England. And then seems to get England on board. England and France try to fight Germany, but then that reverses, and we get a settling down of that alliance structure with England and Germany fighting France. But you know what's going to happen if you've got an EG going up against an RT that has already gotten going? It just means that R is going to get stuck and T is going to get big, and that's really what happens here. If you would flip back to the previous turn, fall of 1908. You'll see that the one curious thing that happens here is that Adam Siegel goes from 9 centers to 15 in this last year. So I think what happened here is that Matt Langer in Italy and Johnny Gillam in Russia were probably asked by Adam if he could have a really big score. Since he was going to top, they couldn't top. It wouldn't affect their score a whole lot. Can I just have a really big board top? And they said yes, and he got it. And 15 is a really big board top. You know, in Carnage scoring, it doesn't actually increase the score that much. It goes from 7,009 to 7,015, but those centers can be important for tiebreakers. I have seen it happen. It happened to me at Carnage once. And you know, this is a good way to bank some centers in case they come in handy later on. But for Adam Siegel, this was just really well done board management. Got an alliance early, didn't really have to stab. There was a little bit of funny business with him and Johnny at one point, but Johnny, I mean, if you look at this turn, Johnny lets him have Sevastopol and doesn't take Ankara. That's really nice.
All right. Yeah, and I will say for Adam Siegel, he's got a lot to prove. He came very, very close to a championship in 2018 in Washington, D.C., and for anyone who's come really close to a win, it doesn't matter if it's dipcon, a world dipcon, any tournament, but just getting so close you can taste it, coming back for another world, he's going to be hungry, and he's not going to leave any dots on the table, and you can see it with that jump to 15 centers, which is just truly impressive.
And, you know, it's likely going to make him the tournament leader after round one, so there was also a risk in that. Which is one of the reasons people like Ed Sullivan deliberately try not to be in the lead after round one.
Yep. All right. So that does us for Grouchy, I believe, which means we've got one game left to go, which would be 1F. So let's take a look at the players. So 1F, which is Hefty Smurf, which sounds like a made-up Smurf. Someone please fact check whether that's actually a Smurf or not for me. In Austria, we've got Chris Campbell, a Vermont native, coming to us from Montpellier. In England and from England is Dan Lester, who ran Worlds in 2017 at Oxford. He is a former dipcon winner at least, but I don't think he's ever won a Worlds, so we'll see how close he can come. France is Steve Cooley, coming to us from Massachusetts. Germany is Toby Tetamonti. In Italy, we have Alex Miller coming to us from New York City. In Russia, Matt Shields coming to us from Portland, Oregon. And in Turkey, Ben Kelman from Ann Arbor, Michigan. Brandon, what do you see here?
It's an interesting board. There's lots of opportunity here. There's lots of players who probably don't know each other very well. Some of them are very good, like Dan Lester and Matt Shields. Ben Kelman is also a strong player, and Steve Cooley is an experienced player in face-to-face. The others aren't going to know each other as well. You've got a potentially new player like Toby Tetamonti, who we don't really know at all, right? Alex Miller is... I think with the Meta crew, he's one of the players who's come to it recently, also with this sort of analytical understanding of the game, looking at it, you know, from a computer programming perspective. So this is kind of a board where like anything can happen, but there's opportunity for everyone on this board.
Absolutely. And I'm just seeing some background. Chris Campbell, while a name that I'm not immediately familiar with, is one of the two that played in the original Carnage Diplomacy event way back in 2002. Okay. As a Vermont native, I believe he's often, if not always, at Carnage. So, All right, let's take a look at what happened here.
All right, well, you can see that Dan Lester ends up coming out on top here. The theme that I came up with for this game is do as I say, not as I do. What happens here is to start out with, there is an EG in the West. So that is Dan and Toby working against Steve Cooley here. And then in 1903, there's a devastating stab. Dan turns on Toby, takes 3 of his centers. You can see on the center chart here, Toby goes from 4 to 1. Steve Cooley is very happy to have the turnaround and becomes a sort of faithful servant to Dan, going into the med, pulling his units away. In the East, there's an AIR, which just takes out Turkey fairly quickly. You can see poor Ben didn't really have much of a chance. You'd think, with the slow developing EF, the AI and a fast developing AIR, the AIR would at least be able to get to the stalemate line and lock the game up, and they do. And then something happens. Dan turns on Steve right at the same time that Matt in Russia turns on Chris Campbell in Austria. And it's hard not to think that wasn't an agreed upon orchestrated double stab. But it becomes clear very quickly in the next turn that Dan Lester's stab of Steve Cooley was only apparent, and that the two of them have a coordinated set of moves that enables them to not actually go down. While Austria and Russia don't make up, they continue to fight. This allows England and France to get across the stalemate line, as you see that they have done, and Dan takes Warsaw, and got everyone else to agree to stop the game at 9. At this point, with him in having the lone board top. Again, in Carnage scoring, that's pretty much as good as a 15 center board top. Slight difference, but the important thing is to get that first place on your own.
Yeah, I mean, this is immediately when I see Dan Lester's name, the kind of result that I expect from him. He placed very strongly at Worlds back in 2014 and has at other Worlds in the past, and has won at least 1 or 2 North American dipcons in his time. So well done to Dan, and welcome back to the United States.
Yeah, and what's kind of cool about this one, right, is that the two seemingly most experienced players on the board, Dan Lester and Matt Shields, are the ones who end up conniving with each other, and one gets the better of the other just through trickery. Welcome to diplomacy.
Yeah, and they're 2 players that I know fairly well. Matt Shields, even better because he's a fellow West Coaster, so I see him a lot. Dan and Matt have kind of a similar personality and tricky play style, so watching them interact together is always an interesting time. That does bring us to a wrap on round 1, and we've got some more video content that we're going to play real quick before we bring Tanya back on to give us her thoughts.
So we're here on Thursday night before the tournament starts tomorrow. Did you meet people today that you were looking forward to seeing?
I did. I met a whole bunch of people, like Farron for the first time, Katie for the first time, like Andrew Goff, really just Peter. Oh yes, Peter, when I drove up with Peter and Matt, that was extremely exciting. So even might have gotten a few secrets out of them. Who knows?
David, I'm doing great here at Carnage. Excellent event as always, put on by Mr. David Maletsky. Always a pleasure to be in Vermont. Feeling the vibes. I think it's going to be a great tournament. I think it's going to be a delicious event full of animosity and blood.
This is the first time I've met Zachary Moore in person.
That doesn't matter.
He lied to me in 1901. We were going to deny Russia builds, and I made the moves, and he did not. He supported Russia into Romania, and from that moment, I kind of looked at him and I was like, "You're dead to me. I don't like particularly going north as Turkey anyway. I like to go east," and I was like, "I'm going to do everything I can to get the Russian player Johnny Gillen back in the game."
Alrighty, exactly what I would expect to hear from Adam Siegel there at the end. The phrase, "Okay, you're dead to me," is something I've heard him say about a number of players over the years. I'm going to bring back to the stream Tanya. Welcome back.
Thank you. That was very enjoyable coverage. Good job to all 3 of you. And yeah, I wonder when Zach will learn not to lie needlessly in 1901, because it's not the first time. But those games were really interesting. I was a bit worried for the first two when I saw those shared board tops. I thought maybe we'll be seeing a trend where people won't really be going for it. And Brandon, you sort of mentioned this earlier that Carnage scoring can very well, the winner can be distinguished on 2 or 3 supply centers, not even a board top or two. So it's really important, in my opinion, in Carnage to go for that 7,000 when you can go for the 7,000 instead of splitting 2 or 3 ways. So I was a bit worried, thinking that, oh no, all these games are going to be shared board tops and really Careberry play. But then we got some really good results. Glad to see both the Peters doing well. My prediction might come into play there. And some fantastic names that I didn't know were at the tournament. Adam's 15 Supply Center score, phenomenal. I've played with Adam before, and he's terrifying. Really fantastic player. And of course, Dan Lester. So it's great to see the old timers coming back and dominating the boards, and it's just a really exciting first round with quite a bit of good scores.
Fantastic. All right, so you've been into a number of these tournaments, Tanya. Between rounds 1 and 2, you're looking at the results. All of these results are available to every player who wants to see them. What are you thinking if you're one of these players? I mean, here's the current standings after round 1.
Here's something I learned at Whipping this year, I think. It's that it doesn't really matter if you're number 1. And people actually often won't target you. And they don't even, you think, okay, I don't want to be the tournament leader right off the bat. I'm going to get targeted. But more often than not, when people get in the zone of a game, they're only thinking about the game and they're not really thinking about the grand scheme of things. I think it's better to go for that 15 center top right off the bat, try and get as many, maximize your score in every game that you can, as opposed to, playing it slow and easy. I can see the appeal of wanting to go slow, but I don't think it actually has as much of a benefit as people think. So I fully applaud going for that 15 or 13 supply center and just dominating, like do your best and just try and stay ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. Brandon, you've been to a number of tournaments. We've heard lots of theories. This one does not have a drop round. Do you think that lines up with everything Tanya's saying about not taking it easy early?
Yeah, I think it makes it even more important not to have a bad round. This is, I think one of the things that players like us like about having a drop round is that you can sort of go for it more. You don't have to worry. Like an elimination isn't going to destroy your tournament. An elimination here probably will destroy your tournament because you have to figure that there are going to be people who get at least 2 board tops, probably 3. If somebody gets 4 board tops, they're going to win the tournament. If somebody gets 3, they're probably going to win the tournament as well. So with Carnage scoring, you kind of got to make sure that you're just sort of up there in second or third, actually. So I think that might actually make players a little more conservative. Honestly, though, to what Tanya said, you have to take your chances when they come. Like this is a mistake that I see players make, trying to sort of play it too smart in the first round. If they have an opportunity for a big board top, you got to take it. If you have a chance at a solo, you absolutely have to take it in this system. A solo will win the tournament.
Yeah, and that's a lesson that took me quite a number of years to truly internalize and learn, is that I think I was trying to be too clever by half and not put a target on my back. And Tanya learned it at Whipping this year. I learned it again at Cascadia this year, is just you take every dot and every win you can get, because sometimes it really is, it takes all of them. And, I've looked back on a number of close calls, and it's frustrating to see what was left on the table. All right. Before we move on to round 2 and I pass over host duties to Brandon, Tanya, anything else you want to add at this point in the tournament?
No, I think, there's been good results, but it's still anyone's sort of game. I am really excited to see, I wanted to note that Farron is here, and I think even more, I'm even more bitter now because I don't get to meet Farron, which is super exciting. I think we'll see quite a few names like Farron, maybe Ed, start to, get higher on this list as well. And yeah, no, I'm excited to see the summaries for round 2.
All right. And Brandon, real quick before I leave it to you, what are your favorite moments from round one and what you're looking forward to in round two?
I mean, it's got to be the Peters sort of carving up a board between them like a turkey, and Adam Siegel, taking 6 in the last year. It's just fun. Chris Brand. I mean, this is just a lovely leaderboard. I hope we get to see some sort of unfamiliar names pop up here and take a chance. But it's also cool to see here the mix of new and old. So yeah, let's put our foot on the accelerator and dive into round two.
All right, then I will leave it to you now, Brandon, and take myself off screen.
All right, and I believe that brings Robert Schupa back to the stream. Welcome back, Robert. Why don't we give you a chance to offer a thought on round one before we give Tanya a little break here? Do you have any sort of overall thoughts about the round you want to share?
Yeah, I want to take a little bit of the counter perspective just to make it a bit more interesting. I think it's not the worst thing to take a 6,000 or 6,500 in a first round if you have 4 rounds with no drop round. Because, I mean, yeah, I agree. If you have a legitimate shot at 7,000 or even a solo, sure, go for it. But I wouldn't say 7,000 or bust or anything because, yeah, so many rounds score, so many scores count. That it might be in doubt if anybody will get 4 times 7,000 anyway. So that's not the worst way to start off the tournament and build up a little bit of reputation. But you never know. It can come back to haunt you if you don't take those points early, or it can really pay off big time in the last round when players remember, oh yeah, you could have killed me there to take 1 more center, but you honored our agreement. Now I have to choose between you and that other player who will take this tournament. I remember that you will be the one. Hard to predict, but I certainly understand the players who have that style of playing a bit more care bearish, especially in round 1 or 2 maybe.
I am recalling that last year Carnage was won by Adam Silverman, who I believe topped every board that he was on. So that's sort of the frame I have in mind when I think, how do you win worlds? You try and top every board that you're on. But of course, we never know. 4 rounds, different than 3.
Yeah, so Carnage was 3 rounds last year. It's 4 rounds this year. Does that make a difference? Do the higher stakes make a difference? You know what? We're going to leave this question hanging up in the air between the two of you guys, and we'll come back to it after each round. So Tanya, we're going to give you a break. We'll see you in a little bit. And that leaves me and Robert to have a party over here. Robert, remind me which board of yours we're going to start with?
2A Gobo.
All right, 2A Gobo. These are Fraggles, from what I understand, which are not things I know anything about. Gobo is a Fraggle. That's as far as I can tell you. But I can tell you who is on the board Gobo. In Austria, we have Russ Dennis, who we just saw in one of the boards we were just covering. He is based in Detroit. He is in 15th place. If you look at that column on the right now, this will now show you the place that the players were in coming into this game in the tournament. England finds former world champ Doc Binder in 29th place. In France, we've got Dan Lester with his nice big board top in round 1, puts him in 3rd place. Germany finds Matthew Krill, always a dangerous player, in 8th. Italy, we have Timothy Crosby, one of these guys tearing up the virtual circuit this year. Didn't do so well in the first round. He's in the middle of the pack. He's going to be looking for a move here. And in Russia, we've got Peter McNamara, everyone's favorite computer, both 7th place in the DBNI and 7th place in the tournament. We'll see how long that lasts. In Turkey, we have Tony Dorman, not a player that we have any information on, unfortunately. Robert, what were your thoughts on looking at this lineup?
It's once again a lineup where you think, okay, it could go either way. There are so many players where it's hard to pick one out. There are sometimes boards where you think, okay, everybody will focus on this one player either because of their score or because of their reputation. I think it's very leveled, apart from maybe 1 or 2 names that we don't know that well. So I was really excited to see who could get the jump, because it's very hard to imagine most of those players taken the better of themselves, so sort of getting the short end of the stick. And I was very excited to see who was going to pull it off. And the title I came up with for this board, it's not about who you stab, it's about who you get to stab somebody else.
Okay.
And if we look at this final state of the board, it's Matthew Krill who managed that the best. on this board, and I'm really impressed once again with Germany's play. On one of my earlier boards, Eddie Bersan did great as Germany. Here we actually see a German board top, 12 centers for Matthew Krill. And he had to struggle a little, he had to hustle a little bit in the beginning, because it started out with an EF. Doug Binder and Dan Lester came for him. And then there are really two key moves, I think, in this game. The first one is Spring of 1903. If we can have a quick look at that.
Yeah, sure.
This is for the first time where Matthew Krill, when it's really desperately needed, gets somebody to stab, and it's Dan Lester. We see right here is the position where EF would for sure take Holland if they wanted it to. And that would put Matt in a very, very difficult position. He would go down to 4, and he gets Dan Lester to take Belgium, Irish Sea, and English Channel instead, and turns it into an FG. And then there's the second turn where Matthew Krill gets once again somebody to stab, which is sort of important, and that's fall of 06. So it's FG for a while, they move forward, and then they coordinate a stab. Matt stabs Dan, not for centers, but for a position. And the important thing is that he gets Russ Dennis in the east to stab Peter McNamara as well. Because often, this is at this point a state where we have two-way alliances, AR in the east and FG in the west, and often those games just run up to the line, and you have sort of a 4-way draw, or maybe you have some smaller powers in between, like Italy left, or maybe Russia. Russia is one of the major allies, obviously, here, but yeah, Italy, for example. And it's very hard to pull such a thing of where one player is stabbing on the one side and another one at the same time on the other side of the board. Because often, if somebody knows, okay, this player is going to stab, they just say, okay, we're going to roll with our alliance and really just crush it. And this looks to me like Russ and Matthew figured it out and did it together. And that really helps Matthew here, because he can take a little bit off of France without having the East totally run into him, which is always a danger as Germany. He takes a few centers off of France, and then they make up again, and it ends with 12-centered board top for Matthew Krill and Dan Lester taking an 11-center second place, whereas before this stab, Dan was clearly in the lead with 10 centers and Matt being at 8. So it was before that, France was the senior partner and Matt was the junior partner, and he turned it around that way. I think it was a very well played board by Matt, and also to get this draw right here is, I think, a good success, because some of those centers are pretty shaky, like Vienna is hard to hold for Germany in the long term. But yeah, good job, Matt Krill, I would say.
Yeah, this feels like a nice smash and grab by Matthew. Really skillful, and it looks like it's one that was driven by diplomacy for the most part. You know, we're not privy to it, but it feels like you've done a nice job of interpreting, inferring what probably happened based on the board states. Any final thoughts on this board?
Just that's how you have to play central powers, like Germany or Austria, for example. You have to play them diplomatically, and if you just try to have the better tactics and move as quickly as you can, that will be difficult, because somebody will run into you from another side and you cannot cover all fronts at the same time. Sometimes those styles can work for England or Turkey, or maybe France, Italy. But for Germany, Austria, and I think also Russia, that is really a good example. You got to make deals. You got to get people to do the things you want to do at the right time. And I think that's a reason why some of the more social players enjoy to play these powers. I for example, think of Ed Sullivan. I think he's somebody who likes to play Germany and does well as it. And that's really showing. And that's I think also a good example of how to play Germany on Matt's part.
All right. Well, congratulations to Matt Krill for getting himself in the mix with the board top here. Dan Lester, you know, the second place is worth 6,000. So we're having this debate about, you know, how much better 7,000 is than 6,000. It's only 1,000 apart, right? Like 7 versus 6. It's not a huge difference. I think the question that is between you and Tanya is what happens when you start adding scores together, and how much worse in that case is the 6 and the 7. You know, that remains to be seen in this tournament. Let's move on over to your second board. Remind me what number that is.
That's board B, Monkey.
All right. I've spelled it wrong. It's either Moki or Monkey. I don't know.
Oh, maybe I could be my mistake as well. I don't know.
In any case, Moki, we'll go with Moki. What's in there?
Sure.
Assume that I have not screwed up too badly. In Austria, we find Farron Jane, the no longer mysterious Farron, although Farron still hasn't appeared on the stream, maybe in person, but we have not seen Farron Jane. Coming into this game in 18th place in the tournament. In England, we've got Liam Stokes in 5th place. Liam is a player capable of making the ocean rock. Doesn't necessarily win tournaments, but he can make his influence felt on a board. France finds Ruben Sanchez, who has played on multiple top boards at World Championships before, in 8th place. In Germany, we've got Matt Langer in 30th place. Italy finds Toby Tedamante in 33rd. Toby is one of the newer players as far as we know. In Russia, we have Evan Ellis, who is one of 2 Ellises at this tournament who have been longtime face-to-face players. One is a parent, one is a son. We don't know. I don't know which is which. Siobhan can tell us when she comes back. And in Turkey, we have got the one and only Mr. Eddie Bursan coming into this game in 13th place in the tournament. Just gotten word from the producer that Carl Ellis is the father and Evan Ellis is the son. What were your thoughts when you saw this lineup, Robert?
When I saw this lineup, I thought, okay, that's a stacked West, and I was interested to see how Eddie Bursan did, because we talked about it earlier that sometimes he gets a little bit ganged up upon because of his huge reputation. There are very few people in this hobby who don't know him, and Turkey is not the greatest country if you have a bit of a target on your back sometimes. So that's interesting to see. But on the other hand, we talked about that Toby is sort of a newer player, and as I understand it, I think Eddie has a lot of experience in playing with newer players because he also brought a lot of new and young players into the game. So maybe he can make his influence count there and be the player who whispers into the new player's ear. Let's see if it turns out well for him. If we look at the final board state, well, sort of. It's not bad, but the one that really is standing out is obviously England, taking a 13 center board top. We were just talking about Liam, he can really make the ocean rock, I think you said. And what I came up with for this board as a title is 9 years played, only one really matters. Because it's a very strong EF from the get-go. Ruben and Liam get going, and I think maybe they wanted to prove a point. Liam sometimes got called a chaos agent. We know that he didn't like that at some point. Ruben is supposed to be one of those French players who's playing balance of power all the time and stabbing. So it seemed like maybe they wanted to prove something, just went for a very straightforward EF for a very long time. Until it is the year 1906, if we can have a quick look at that. In the East, it's sort of mainly AI with a little bit of T cooperation in the end. And then in spring 1906, we still see the EF in full operation. It looks like Liam grants Ruben Kiel. Ruben totally has moved out of position by this point. If you see like Warsaw, Prussia, Tyrrhenian Sea, he moves Burgundy to Marseille to be even more out of position. I think this turns out to be very costly if we look at the fall and Liam taking the big step, kicking Ruben out of Warsaw, taking Kiel back, convoying into Belgium. And that is really the one turn that decided that Ruben, who was sort of at par with Liam for the whole game, they were moving together in lockstep very well. Totally gets crippled, unfortunately. If we move back to the final board state, we see that Liam, he was at 14 for a short period of time, but it ends up with 13. For a short while, it looked like there might be a shot of a solo there, but the rest of the board got together very well after that stab, so there was clearly no sign of a real solo threat, and they knocked him back to 13. France got reduced to 3, and Eddie at least survived on 6. Farron Jane took a solid second place with 7 centers, but the real star of the show is obviously Liam with his 13 center board top as England. And I think he really earned that with this great stab, getting Ruben to move out of position, which must have been a difficult thing to do because we know Ruben is a very experienced player. He will usually watch out for these kind of situations. So even more power to Liam to make that happen, I think, and a well-deserved big board top.
Yeah, it looks like it was a really well-timed stab. If he'd waited longer, maybe he wouldn't have had as good of an opportunity, and he was able to parlay that into a 13 center board top. Yeah, I mean, this is how you do it, right? Like Ruben took a chance, left himself open, was hoping he could get away with it, and a good diplomacy player won't let you do that. And Liam is definitely good in this game.
Oh yeah, totally.
All right. Thanks, Robert, for getting us through game 2B Moki. And it is Moki. I've gotten confirmation.
Okay.
Missing N.
My bad.
That will bring us back to Miss Siobhan Nolan, bringing Siobhan back to the stream. Welcome back.
Hello.
And I think that means that Robert gets a little break here. Is that right?
All right. See you soon.
All right. And then who goes now? Is it me or you?
I believe we're doing my boards next. So let's get with 2D.
All right, Mr. 2D. This one is called Boober, which I guess is a Fraggle.
I'm not familiar with the Fraggles, I'm ashamed to say. And somebody, my husband probably later will shame me for that because I think it's something he's familiar with. But this board, 2D Boober, I was so excited for some of the names on this board. I picked wanting to do coverage of this board just because of the player list.
All right, well, I'll call it out for you, and then you can tell us if you were disappointed or if you got your money's worth. In Austria, we have three-time world champion Mr. Andrew Goff, who comes into this game in a somewhat surprising 18th place. Andrew is one who is known for putting together results even when everyone is targeting him. So he has something to make up for in this game in order to get back in the mix. In England, we've got John Archbold coming in 39th place. He's someone who definitely needs to put together a score here. In France, we've got Mark Zoffel, who, we don't have information about him on here, but as you mentioned before, is a very capable face-to-face player. In Germany, we've got Adam Siegel, who we've already spent some time talking about and who is the board leader with that big 15-center board top in round one. In Italy, we've got Jason Bennett out of Laurel, Maryland, coming in the 33rd place. In Russia, we've got Ben Kelman, who we know is a capable player, needing a result here. And in Turkey, we've got Evan Bouleris, who is also another sort of recent face-to-face active player who also needs a result. So you wanted this board, you got it. You want to walk us through it?
Yeah, so I'm going to say that what really intrigued me on this board was how some of these personalities were going to interact together. And what jumped out at me when I first saw it, this before I looked at any board states, before I knew anything about how the tournament was going, was the fact that Mark Zoffel and Adam Siegel were neighbors. And knowing them both fairly well and having played with them for many years, I expected a lot of fireworks from the two of them. Mark Zoffel is a player out of Seattle, Washington, who everyone loves to hang out with. Great person, friendly guy. I don't think he's ever rubbed anyone the wrong way. But on boards, you either really, 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 really hate him, or you think he's the most fun person to play with in the world. I am in the latter camp. But knowing him and knowing how Adam Siegel plays, and especially now knowing that Adam Siegel was first coming into this round, I tried to find a theme for this game, and the only theme I could really find was yikes. Kind of nobody figures it out. The only thing that made perfect sense to me, and you'll notice I haven't mentioned this name yet, is Andrew Goff is on this board. But I haven't really mentioned him. He's sitting there in Austria, and the only thing that makes sense about what happened on this board is that the East killed Goff quickly and decisively. And I'm guessing you're working on getting the map back up, Brandon.
There we go.
Yeah, so Andrew Goff was in Austria. He put in a decent showing at the beginning, but they said, nope, Andrew Goff, you have had 3 world championships. We are eliminating you from this board. We're not letting you live on 1 or 2. Goffy made valiant efforts at the end to defend and make himself useful to whoever would want him, but rip to that board for him. And meanwhile, where I thought there would be fireworks between Mark Zoffel and Adam Siegel, they had the strongest alliance on the board in the West, in France and Germany. So, there was just a lot that confused me about this board. The East, after killing Goffy, didn't really figure out what to do next. There were a lot of turns that I went through and was just like, so nobody wants to play this board anymore? Because it was a lot of holds, just supports. I mean, I think they traded a couple of centers at the end, but nothing really all that relevant. And it looks like Mark Zoffel and Adam Siegel just said, you know what, we're having a good time. We probably had a drink or 2 at this point. Yep, Adam, you can have the board top. I'm cool with the second on this. And that was all she wrote. But it really didn't make a lot of sense to me, honestly, what was happening at some points in this game.
Yeah, I've like looked through this game with you. I've played with Jason Bennett in the VDL, I think, a couple times, and he's a capable player. And there were points in this game where he was just doing a lot of support holds. Like it looked like he had a bit of an advantage at one point in the East, and just wasn't active enough in converting it into more. I just wonder if that's a case of like still not used to the temperature of the water. You're on a board, it's at the World Championship, it's your second board in the day, and you've got a lot of really good players on the board around you. And you start to look over you start to see the top of the hill, and, maybe you just kind of freeze up a little bit, or, you just start getting a little cautious at a moment where you need to be a little bit more aggressive. And, that happened to me at my first major tournament for sure. And it was a learning experience, and I took it for that. And so hopefully Jason will take it in that way as well, knowing that he got the better of a 3-time world champ at the same time.
Hey, you know what? They did kill Andrew Goff, and Goffy, you're one of my favorite people, but that was the right decision for them to make.
The hobby thanks you.
Yes.
All right. Well, the end result here is that Adam Siegel, the tournament leader, gets another good score, 7,000 for the board top, the lone board top, along with 10 more little points, tiebreaker points for the centers. And that's just well done, Adam. All right, let's move on over to your second game. If you would remind me which game that was.
Board G.
All right, board G, named after Gillis, apparently also a Fraggle. I'll read the board out, and I will give you a chance to tell us your thoughts on the board before I show you the state this time. In Austria, we have Carl Ellis, who you're going to tell us a little bit about, who you know something about. And England is Graham Woodring, who's playing his first game at this tournament, but is a well-known and long-time in-person face-to-face player. In France, we've got Andrei Gribikov, who has made it to the final board at the DBNI before, comes into this board in 25th place. Germany, we've got Mike Hall, who I believe is also another longtime face-to-face player who has not played in the virtual era, coming into this at 18th place. Italy, we've got Morgante Pell, who made a bit of a mess of his first board, who needs a result here in order to get himself back in the mix. And in Russia, we've got Siobhan's roommate, Mr. Jason Massbaum, in 39th place, reigning diplomat of the year. Obviously needs a better result to get his tournament back on track. And in Turkey, we've got the OBGYN, Craig Mayer, who is the highest placing player so far at this tournament on this board at 14th. So you had a look at this board call. What did you think, Siobhan?
So yeah, this is a board where I know each and every one of these players fairly well. Carl Ellis, who is one of the father-son pair, he is the father to Evan Ellis, I believe. Longtime Carnage attendee, great guy, always loved being on a board with him. I think he's been at pretty much every Carnage since I started attending back in 2014 or so. So really great to see like a loyal face to that tournament. Graham Woodring. The Woodrings are well known to the East Coast hobby, especially Graham and Conrad and their dad, Don. I believe Graham is the only one at this tournament this year. Very, very strong player. It's always one to look out for. I don't believe he's played any virtual face-to-face, so his play style may be a little bit unknown to anyone who's been predominantly virtual. Andrei Gribikov, local diplomacy player, badasser here, has been to Whipping, has been to house games out here. Great guy, solid player. Always, he knows how to make situations work for him when things are a little bit chaotic, which is an interesting dynamic. Mikey Hall, like you said, longtime face-to-face player. He's one of the most Canadian people I've ever met. Says a lot, very into hockey, just like all the Canadian stereotypes in one player right there. Morgante Pell, of course, all the DBN viewers should be very familiar with Morgante's play by this point. And then I don't see anyone in Russia. I don't know what's up with that. And Craig Mayer coming to us from Montana. No, I'm kidding. Jason also coming to us here from California. I guess I can say his name. But like you said, coming into this, Morgante needs a strong result, and let's see what he does with it.
Yeah, for anyone out there wondering why we're giving Jason a hard time, we kid because we love. Jason has been a longtime face-to-face player, and can get a little testy on a board, right? I think he'd admit that, and so this is just our chance to give him a little bit of that sort of love back. Jason, we do love you. And this is actually where he lives. It's been a running joke on the streams for a little while now, a different Santa each time. But Jason wants to get a local hobby started up in the area where he lives. So if you live near Santa Monica and you're interested in playing Diplomacy, please find a way to contact Jason. Just go into one of these servers, the VWDC server or the NADF server, and go to our website, diplobn.com, if you want to find links to those places. All right, enough of that. Let's dive into the to this game. And Siobhan, here is the final state. Tell us what happens.
Yeah, so you said it, Brandon. Not knowing the end result of this game is that Morgante needed a solid result, and as we can see from the end state, he did wind up with the board top. And I was really excited. I started at the end of this game and clicked backwards when I went through it. And I saw something that I haven't actually seen in a long time, which was a Lepanto that worked. Because usually, like, Italy goes for the Lepanto, they get themselves very stretched out very quickly, and then other players take advantage of that. And Morgante and Andre just decided, you know what, early on, we don't want anything to do with each other. And France and Italy went their own directions. You can see that Graham Woodring in England was not long for the world. I don't know if it was his breath or something that irritated Andre the wrong way, but Andre got the better of it and became England. And so you had the FG in the West that just overtook England, and you had, well, Morgante just kind of running the show in the East. Carl lives to tell the tale. Craig does not. Craig died valiantly and put up quite the effort, but did not make it past, 04 at the end of it. And so what we really saw here is what can happen when two strong players who are neighbors decide to do their own thing on their own side of the board and then meet later. And so Morgante and Andre went their own directions, one to the north and west, the other to the east and south. And then they didn't really have much to do with each other until they set up that stalemate line in the Mediterranean, which happened very late in the game, if I recall correctly. So that's kind of the story of the game. It was really exciting to see a Lepanto that worked.
Yeah, should we go take a look at that? Should we go?
Yeah, go ahead. It starts out very early, as you would expect. Just moving into Eastern Med, you get the convoy into Syria, and Austria is onside the whole way. Morgante never had to worry about Carl. He was a solid ally. And Carl is a player that I have known to be just a wonderful ally who isn't really sad to be the junior partner if that's how it works out, which is how it did in this case. You can see that from 1904 to 1905, Morgante grew by 3 centers. And even then, Carl was going down, but Carl never turns on him. Carl just says, we have had this great relationship. You have played very well. I am happy to see you through to the end. Please just don't kill me.
Yeah, those players are really, really welcome to have for some of us on the board. It's hard not to look at Jason Mastbaum's center chart here and think he had a moment, and then he didn't. And goes down from 5 to 0 in what ends up being the last year. And that's going to make it hard for him. He's didn't have a good result in round 1. Now has an elimination. Although as eliminations go, right, he still gets 3,000 points. So eliminations and not all eliminations in Carnage are created equal. In any case, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was going to say any point's a point, and you never know when it's going to matter in terms of ranking. So in Carnage scoring, elimination order does matter, and in this case, it did get Jason his 3,000 points. Tanya points out in the comments, Jason Mastbaum and Craig Mayer being neighbors makes all of this make sense, which she is kind of correct.
Indeed, yeah. No RT in this game.
It was never going to happen.
All right, I think that that does it for this game, and that means it's time for me to hand over the reins back to you, and we bring Mr. Robert Schippa back, and I get a little break here. I'll see you guys in a bit.
All right, thank you, Brandon. Welcome back, Robert.
Thank you.
All right, I think we've got one more board for you in this round. It is board E, if I am correct.
Absolutely, yes.
All right, and so this is named after the Fraggle Red, which I suppose is a Fraggle.
I suppose, yeah.
We're just taking their word for it at this point. Neither you nor I really know. So let me just read out the players for you, and then you can tell us a little bit about it. In Austria, we've got Nicolas Sahuguet coming to us from Montreal. In England, we've got, okay, I won't say fan favorite anymore, Sabi. Siobhan's favorite, Zach Moore, coming to us from Minneapolis. In France, we have Ed Sullivan coming to us from Houston, Texas. In Germany, longtime face-to-face player, I believe has done some virtual over the years, but not a lot. Alex Maslow coming to us from Boston. Also from Boston is in Italy, Ian Rudnick. And yet again from Boston, Nathan Campbell is in Russia. And last but not least, Matt Shields coming to us from Portland, Oregon is in Turkey. What do you see, Robert?
Well, you got to look at that Boston connection in Germany, Italy, and Russia. And I had the pleasure of meeting two of those this summer in Boston at the Boston Massacre. Alex Maslow obviously organized it, was the TD of that tournament. And Ian Rudnick played his first tournament there. First face-to-face tournament, and I was really impressed by him. He, I think, had played 2 or 3 games of diplomacy in total before that tournament, and he finished in 4th, I believe, which is very respectable, and he went on to finish 2nd at the Liberty Cup, even though that was a very small tournament this year with, I think, only 1 board per round. Still, these are, I think, very, very good results for your first 2 tournaments. He's a fairly young guy, and I did a great alliance with him, AI, in our first round of that tournament. So I would put my money on at some point in the future seeing some great scores from Ian Rudnick. He didn't do that well in round 1, so might be a little too late for this tournament, but let's see. But that's a player I want to point out because not that many might know him. I mean, we don't need to say that much about Nicolas Sahuguet or Ed Sullivan. People know those guys. They are great. No questions asked. If we look at the board, the title for this board is Now That We Are Fighting Each Other, Let's Draw. That's sort of what happened. It was a very straightforward EF alliance once again. Ed Sullivan and Zach Moore got together early, killed Alex Maslow in a rush. The East was sort of messy in this board. It turned from a time being a bit of an AI, and then Italy went against Austria, and yeah, they never really figured it out. And EF was just rolling for a while. At some point, Ed was really passive, which was interesting because he decided to pull back out of the mat after he had gone into the mat already to give Ian Rudnick room to fight Nicolas Sahuguet in Austria. And you had to wonder what was going to happen next because it seemed like Ed was a little bit out of targets. And maybe Zach felt that too, because I think it was the second to last turn. If you can click back 1 or 2 turns, we saw that E and F are both. So yeah, if we go back, it's the next one. It's spring 1907. It's literally just 1 turn, but this turn, both of them sort of knew that something is happening and pulled back. Ed is going for Holland, but Zach dives into Belgium from behind. Zach tries to convoy into Kiel, but misorders, I suppose. And after this turn, they are in such a weird entangled position that they decide, you know what, this is silly business. Let's just call it a day and take a shared board top once again for Ed Sullivan, 6,510. Not a bad score, but as I'm sure Tanya would point out, not a 7,000, which might come back to haunt them. We will see. But yeah, a good score. I don't quite remember what happened to Zach in round 1. I think it was not a huge score. For Ed, it's at least the second kind of big score. No 7,000 yet, but the second one that is not bad. So let's see where that will leave him. And yeah, the East, Nathan Campbell got eliminated. The other 3 survive, but not great scores. And that's unfortunately the result if you can't really come up with some sort of a stable alliance structure.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, Ed was in the top 10 coming into round 2. Zach had not a great round 1 result. So this is a good result for Zach. Maybe enough for Ed to stay in the top, maybe not enough. Who knows if those 500 points will become relevant or not.
Yeah. Yep, totally.
All right. Well, thank you so much for walking us through that one, Robert. I believe we say goodbye to you again for a little while and bring back Brandon. So I will.
Already?
Welcome back, Brandon.
Okay.
Already, I know. You got a couple boards that you actually have to talk about now.
I do. I did some homework.
Do you have a preference with which one we start with?
Yeah, let's do C first.
Okay. Let me bring that up for you. All right, so off the bat, a lot of names I'm familiar with here. In Austria, we've got the big personality Brad Blitzstein coming to us from Vermont. In England, Chris Campbell, also a Vermont native and longtime Carnage attendee. In France, we've got Karthik Koneth coming to us from California. In Germany, one of the Peters, only one this time, Peter Jürgen, who is now from Pennsylvania. Italy, we've got Hunter Ketcher from Connecticut. In Russia, Alex Miller from NYC. And last but not least, Katie Gray from Albuquerque is in Turkey. Tell us what you see, Brandon.
Well, my eye was immediately drawn to the West with Peter Jürgen and Karthik Koneth being right next to each other. You know, Peter, we acknowledge great player coming in second place in this tournament, had a good result in round one. Karthik Koneth is a dangerous player. And I was curious to see, you know, would Karthik target Peter? Would they take each other out? Would one of them get the better? You know, in the East, there are also very good players. Hunter and Katie are well known, and I'm looking for Alex to, you know, put up a score at some point. And then there's Brad Blitzstein, who is capable of winning this world championship. So, you know, a nice suite of really good players, and the game ends up being not that complicated. We can turn over to the end state here. The theme I came up with for this was love and hate. What a beautiful combination. It's which, you know, maybe is more dramatic than the game actually was. So wondering whether Peter, and so you can see here, Karthik ends up topping this one. Peter comes in second, which in Carnage scoring is still, you know, pretty good. But Karthik and Peter just ally right out of the gate. They take out England in very efficient, quick fashion. You know, England has some good defensive capability, so he sort of lingers on for a while. But they do end up taking him out, and then they immediately sort of line up against each other. It looks like Karthik really wants to stab Peter and sort of pull what Liam pulled in the game that Robert called earlier, which is, you know, to get up to a 13 or 14 center board top. Doesn't work because Peter knows how to play defense. And they just kind of lock horns for a few years there. Whereas in the East, we have an AI versus an RT, and the RT is not as efficient as they could be, and the AI eventually gets the advantage. So often that 2 against 2 locks up. That does not happen in this case. The two spheres, though, stay remarkably separate. They really just it's like 2 separate games happening at once. Until 1908, when they completely separate. Karthik and Peter get on the same page and both pull their units away, and AIR start to pay. AI and now T start to pay a little bit more attention to the West, but then they decide the game's over. Everyone agrees to it. You can see why the people in the East would do that. And you might understand why Karthik and Peter would as well. Karthik has sort of tactical positional advantage over Peter, so Peter's likely not going to top this board, and he may say, I'm fine with the second place in Carnage scoring. And Karthik is, you know, he's not going to improve his score very much. He's not going to solo, so he's already got the board top. Getting more dots isn't going to matter a whole lot, so Karthik says, all right, I'm fine with this. That's how the game ends. Okay.
I mean, yeah, if I'm Karthik, I take a board top here any day of the week. Peter was coming into this round very strong. And yeah, I think you're right that there's not much play left for Peter here without upsetting too much of the board.
I mean, you might honestly, though, if this were the final round, I bet Peter would keep it going, because actually he does have a route to the board. He's got 3 fleets down, right? France has a bit of a positional advantage, but not a dominating one. The East is still kind of messy. But Brad is now, you know, poised to pick up 2 here. It's a confusing board situation. This is the second game of the day. It's at night. Peter may say, I'll take that 6,000, get a good night's rest, and come back at it tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, another thing to remember is that these 2-round days can be very, very long, and all of these players, if they're vying for the title, have another long day of 2 rounds of diplomacy ahead of them tomorrow. So I think that might have a lot to play into it.
1,000 points is nice, but 2 hours of good sleep may be worth more.
Yep. All right. Well, thank you for talking us through that one. And we've got one more board for us in round 2. So this one, again, another couple of names that are new to this stream specifically, if not new to the viewers' ears. Board F in round 2 in Austria, Chris Martin, coming to us from Washington, D.C. In England, Scott Richards from Long Island. France, Johnny Gillam, who had a decent showing-ish. In Germany, we've got Steve Cooley. In Italy, former world champion Chris Brand. In Russia, Saren Kwok. And last but not least, DBN's own family member, David Hood. All right, so tell us about it, Brandon.
It's a weird board. I mean, it's stocked with very strong players. There is, I don't know much about Scott Richards. I think he's a newer player, but apart from Scott, everyone else on this board is capable of winning a world champion, either has won one or is capable of doing it. And I'd put Johnny Gillam in that category, you know, even though I think he's still sort of developing as a diplomacy player. I think in the right circumstances, he could put it together. But Chris Martin has won a world championship. Chris Brand has won a world championship. David has won multiple dipcons, probably would have won a world championship if he, you know, had kept up the hunger for it. Saren is very capable of winning a world championship. And Steve Cooley is as well. So, you know, on paper, this is a shockingly strong board. With a couple extenuating circumstances, Chris Martin no longer plays competitively. You know, he comes to these tournaments because he has lots of good friends and likes the people, but doesn't really like playing anymore. Chris was on these streams with us early on and sort of ducked out of them right before DBN was founded, and just isn't into diplomacy anymore. I do wonder if someday he's going to get that bug back, and you know, we'll all sort of marvel at what a strong player he is. And same with David Hood. David likes to be a commentary and a hobby historian anymore. He'll play to fill out a board, but doesn't really have the hunger for it anymore. So I think this is a board where Dave Miletsky needed 2 people and got these 2 players who were there to play other games and put them on the board. And it just so happens that these players are Chris Martin and David Hood.
All right, let's take a look at it.
So you can see this game ends in fall of 1905. So it not only has players who probably want to be doing something else, it plays like it has players who want to be doing something else. The theme I came up for this was just Chris Martin lives, because it was so great to see him on a board. What actually happens here, actually a fair amount of diplomacy does happen here, even though it ends quickly. A Western triple sort of forms and survives long enough for England to handicap Russia. And then FG take out England, basically, and that's why you see you know, France and Germany doing well. In the East, you get this AT. So Chris Martin and David Hood, neither really wants to play, so they just team up with each other, and they sort of knock around Saren and Chris Brand, and then they see what's going on in the West, and they say, all right, you know what, let's get Saren and Chris on board. So you end up with an Eastern quadruple developing against the failed Western triple, which is really an FG. You know, that's all a recipe for France to do pretty well, basically. And the game ends here in 1905 with a shared board top between Johnny and Chris Martin. And I'll be honest, this is a curious way for this game to end for me from Johnny's perspective. If you look at his position, he is poised to take whatever he wants off of Germany. Edinburgh, Belgium, Holland. Germany isn't really needed at this point either. My guess is that Johnny really could have taken this lone board top if he'd wanted to, but for whatever reason didn't, and was fine with the 6,500 versus 7,000. It's worth noting that there are plenty of scoring systems in which this would be a very poor way to end this game. In Carnage, it only costs him 500 points.
Yeah, I mean, I think this might be one of the cases where the vast majority of the board wanted it to be over. Chris and David would rather be playing Terraforming Mars or whatever other game is happening. And, you know, for Steve Cooley's part, it's sometimes he gets away with just being such a nice guy that people are just like, you know, I'll share the board top with you. Like, I've had a nice time. Why ruin it? You know, so I hope the 500 points don't come to bite him for Johnny's perspective, but I can understand when the board is pressuring you to want to be done, if that's what the general feel was. So
it is a sort of lesson for newer players, though. You'll find situations like this, especially when you're newer, where more experienced players will be pressuring you to do something just through the use of social pressure, just by sort of trying to intimidate you or peer pressure you into taking a result that isn't as good for you. And you actually really don't need to do a whole lot to convince them to just let you have the result. So, if Chris and David come to Johnny and say, we really want this game to be over, can we just end it? And I'll be like, yeah, just let me get the lone board top and this game's over, That's it. And if they say no, you have to take the shared board top, then you know that they're BSing you about really wanting the game to be over.
Well, I've heard a number of players over the years say, I'm done with diplomacy. I don't want to play competitively anymore. I just come here to see my friends. And David said that at a game at Whipping that he came to a couple of years ago, where he's just like, no, I'm just here. His daughter was going to grad school nearby, visit my daughter, see some friends, have a good time, play some other games. I had him fill out a board for one round, and he had a 17 center board top and still placed like third without playing all the rounds at Whipping. And so never really take these players all that seriously. That competitive bug is always in them. So
there's something too about like being a very good player like David is, and actually not really caring that much, right? Like people stop viewing you as a threat because you're genuinely telling them you don't really care, and so they're like, oh, okay, I'll use this nuclear weapon as well as I can, and before you know it, they've got this big board top, and you're like, what happened? I'm not saying that.
How did that even?
Yeah, I'm not saying I have experience in that situation or anything like that, or that's exactly
no, it's never happened to either of us. I don't know what you're talking about. All right, well, that was the final board for round 2. We've got some more player interviews, I believe, to bring up, and then we'll bring Tanya back to recap everything for us.
Sarah, are you going to win this?
No.
Who's going to win this?
I think DBNI #1 seed Ed Sullivan stands a really good chance.
So DBNI #1 seed Ed Sullivan, who's also won some other tournaments.
Yep.
And who has never actually won this one.
That's why he stands a good chance.
All right, you heard it here first, folks. Sarah, thanks for being on DBN, as always.
Thanks for having me, David.
I actually look forward to playing with some of these new people who I've not met. I know they're big into this virtual diplomacy thing that I've followed along the last few years, so I'm intrigued by the new people in the hobby, and I look forward to learning something from them and participating with them in this great hobby.
And I'm sure they're looking forward to the same thing with you, Michael. Thanks for being on DVN.
Hey, no, thank you for asking. Have a great day.
You too, man.
I'm really excited. I mean, there's so many people I've never played before, so getting acquainted with them, how they play, and adjusting to that on the fly is going to be critical to basically me having any chance to win. So if I can do it right, then hopefully when all 4 rounds are over, I'll be on top. If I do it wrong, well, then I'll be at the very bottom, getting that 49th place hat from Eddie Brisbane.
How do you feel coming into the dipcon 2022 here?
Feeling excited to see everybody. Lots of good competition. I think it's going to be an exciting tournament.
Is that really what you think, or are you just saying what you think I want?
So I'm happy, a lot of people I'm excited to see on the both socially and on the board.
Well, give me an example of someone that you wanted to see socially tonight you were able to see.
So David Miller, haven't seen him since before the pandemic. Always good to see Moletsky, obviously. Craig Meyer, Andrew Goff flew in from Australia. A lot of good people.
Peter McNamara from Australia as well.
Exactly, yeah, a lot of good people.
Yes, it's a very tight schedule. One of the big subjects of discussion last night was 9 a.m. round and then 5 a.m. round. The 9 a.m. round would start at 9 a.m. So yeah.
Are you going to win this thing, Mike? And you have you got that killer instinct coming into this weekend.
I would hope so, but probably not. Don't bet on me. But either way, I'm a winner because I've participated and I've met up with old friends, and that's winning to me.
Mike, we will get you a participation ribbon or something, just so that you can take something home with you when this is over.
How do I have to declare it at the border?
That is Mikey Hall's question every time he may or may not win something in a tournament is, do I have to declare this at the border? The answer is usually no, Mikey, unless it's that brick that David Hood wants to send you home with from DixieCon.
All right, Mike Hall was the most Canadian player that you know. Is that what you said? Yeah, I want to hear Tanya's thoughts on that. Tanya also being a resident Canadian.
All right, well, let's bring her on and see.
Well, speaking of things you have to declare at the border, one of the awards for Carnage last year was some kind of like really pointy knife thing, and I won one of them and couldn't bring it back with me. In fact, I think it's still somewhere in Dave's stuff. So, you know, you never know. You might not be able to bring it back with you. But no, yeah, Mike's great. I met him at Carnage a couple years ago. We've been, you know, talking about starting something in Ontario. He's in Ontario as well, but haven't really gotten out to doing it. So if anyone is watching and is from Canada, Ontario or Quebec, let me know. We can maybe try and get something going. Not that I'll be there for a while, but great round, great interviews. Love that content. Love everyone saying, "Oh no, I'm not gonna win." Where's the enthusiasm for winning there? Love Saren throwing Ed under the bus with that one. We know what you're doing, Saren. And yeah, the second round, little bit surprised actually. I thought it's Friday night. Games are going to go on longer. People are going to try and make some moves, but I didn't see a whole lot of you know, dynamic play or changing in alliances. A lot of the games ended. That last one ended in 1905, which I think is just egregious. I'm sorry. And I definitely also blame Chris Martin and David Hood for doing that to the rest of the board. You know, you got to feel sometimes for the players that come here to be really competitive and win. I remember at WTC 2018 on my last board, which was going on at the same time as the final board, I really wanted to play and I really wanted to like maximize my score, and everyone else on the board was like, yeah, we're drawing in like 1904, and I was furious. So it definitely happens. Didn't think it would happen on, you know, the Friday night round. Was hoping to see some bigger results, but I think I'm not shocked at any of, you know, who topped or who's doing well. Like, all of this seems very standard, but I think we've got a really packed field here. I think that every board that we've seen, pretty much, I've been like, whoa, there are like 3 to 4 strong players on here that I'm very familiar with, and it could be anyone's game. So it'll be exciting to see what happens when the panic sets in on Saturday and you realize, oh no, there's 2 rounds left. What am I going to do? How am I going to get the score that I need? Because I don't think we've seen a solo run quite yet. I think that 15 center was as close as it got, but then it drew right after. So I was expecting to see a bit more people going for that solo chance, because if you get a solo, your chance of winning this tournament very high and you get to be world champion. So I'd like to see some of that in round 3 and 4.
Hear, hear.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Tanya. Brandon, I believe you've got the player rankings up and ready to look at. I'm going to bring back Robert Schippa to talk about what we've seen. Welcome back, Robert.
Hello, thank you.
All right, so we've been through round 2. We've seen the games, and this is where the rankings stand as of everything we've seen. Any thoughts?
It's pretty darn close if you look at the first 6. I mean, Dan Lester, Matthew Krill, Peter Jurgen, all with the exact same score as it stands. The only one with 14,000 something is Adam Siegel. So will he now have that target on his back? I mean, it's one thing to be in first when it's like 5 board toppers and all of them have the same score. When you're the only one with that category, that is something that really matters in Carnage. It could be that some players will say in round 3 or 4, okay, let's cut him down to size a little bit. Should be interesting. Maybe actually a nice situation for somebody like Liam or Ed to sort of come from a little bit behind and really push for it in round 3 and 4.
All right, and Tanya, anything you want to add about the player rankings now that they're up?
Yeah, I'm actually kind of shocked that there's only one person that has topped both the boards. I think with 6, 7 boards around, I would have expected to see more of that. But good for Adam, and yeah, it's sort of really anyone's game, especially if people try and go for a solo, which we're hoping to see. Then yeah, pretty good, pretty standard. I'm not shocked by any of these names. Will be exciting to see what comes up.
Yeah, and I think the new name, at least the one that stands out to me, that's jumped up into the top 10 since the last time we looked at this, is Farron Jane, who I do not believe is up there after round 1. Brandon, do you believe she actually exists? I haven't seen an interview with David and Farron yet.
I want tangible video evidence. We gotta get somebody on that. It's a great leaderboard. It's just a great leaderboard. Chris Brand is the only former world champ who's in the top 10 here. Everyone else, I think, are people. There's a bunch of other people here that we think are have been long talked about as capable of winning a championship, like Adam Siegel and Peter Jurgen, Dan Lester probably in that category as well. And then you've got these newer players, Liam Stokes, Ed Sullivan, Karthik Kanath, Farron Jane, Johnny Gillum. These are, and Matthew Krill too. Matthew kind of bridges both worlds, I think. But these players are all just really good, and they're close here. This question of like how important first versus second is in Carnage scoring is fascinating to me, and I think you can see it playing out here on this leaderboard. Ed Sullivan has 2 shared board. He is like Mr. Shared Board Top, right? And at least he likes to position himself that way in the early rounds of tournaments. And here he is in 3rd place, just 1,000 points off the lead. So, it may be a strategy that is good for 2nd or 3rd place, but he is in position to, he needs a slip up from Adam Siegel and Liam Stokes, but he's in position to take advantage of it if they do.
That's the problem, right? When you have a tournament with multiple boards and you don't have control over the other boards, you have to sort of maximize your own board. And if Ed had a chance to take that board top, then he would have been in I can't say now what the next 2 rounds are going to look like. But if Adam doesn't slip up, it's going to be hard to catch him, right? You can't catch him. So it's really a matter of playing your board and trying to get as many points as you can on your own board.
Absolutely. And is this the point in the tournament, Robert, I'll toss this one to you, where you would expect to see some targets starting to get placed on some backs, like those top 5 or 6 players maybe? We go into round 3 on Saturday morning. Everyone's had their coffee, they're bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. If you're up there, what are you feeling?
I could see that, especially if that is the round that is after we had a night off, because then players have more time to look at the standings. Then if you have like a hectic short break between 2 boards on one day where you maybe try to grab food or something, and you maybe just have a quick look at the standings, often players will just sit down in the evening or in the morning and have a thorough look at the standings and think, okay, what do I need to do to move up here? And so that could be a case. I'm not sure if it's for like all those 6 in the lead, but at least the first 2 or 3 could, or maybe at least 2 could get targeted. I think that is a realistic thing. That could really well happen. And actually, from what I've heard about Dave Maletsky is that he likes to seed boards in a way that they are interesting rather than like doing it randomly. So we could very well see some of those players who are in the lead on the same board, which adds another element, right? So if, for example, Ed Sullivan, we were talking about, he needs to see Adam Siegel slip, but what if he happens to be on a board with Adam? I mean, we could totally see Ed Sullivan rally the whole board against the tournament leader, right? That would be very much an Ed Sullivan thing to do, I think.
Yeah, he would share a board top with someone who's not Adam Siegel, presumably.
Right. Totally. Very, very like graciously and generously.
I
am
this
hoping
shared
that
board top to you.
Dave is using software to seed these boards and not random luck this time.
One would hope.
Is the software Peter McNamara or?
No, but it is written by Chris Brand. Actually, he is using He is using software that Chris Brand wrote. And when I was looking at the first two rounds, I saw that Chris Brand got Italy in his second game, and I thought that I remembered him getting Italy in his first game. For those who are wondering why this is interesting, Chris Brand won a world championship, but soloing and then on the top board as Italy. So that looked a little, but it turned out he had been Austria. Yes, Miletsky is using Chris Brand software. Anyway,
yeah.
But look, you've got these 6 players, from Adam to Peter here, who are within 1,000 points of each other, and then you've got this drop off, right? And in Carnage scoring, it's very hard to make up ground. So it does kind of feel like maybe the champion's going to be one of these top 6 players. What will be really interesting is if someone from outside the top 6 can somehow get up there.
Yeah. And I've seen it happen. Anything can happen in Carnage scoring if some of the top few have a couple of bad rounds, and people like Farron and Johnny, or who knows who's in 11th to 15th right now, if they have 2 board tops, anything can happen at this point.
We can see that real quick. Why not? Here they are.
Ooh, there's some names. Tanya, anything jump out to you here?
Yeah, Eddie Brisson is doing pretty well. I can see for sure. Well, everyone loves to target Eddie, so maybe it's not actually feasible for him to win. But yeah, I mean, look at these names. Peter McNamara, if someone's going to solo, it's probably Peter, right? Like, I could definitely see him throwing in a solo there and just jumping to the top. Nicolas Sauguet always has a way of getting to the top 7 somehow, some way. So I fully believe. And Ruben Sanchez, like, look at these names. Like, these are all players that I can see come back from a pretty, and I have seen come back from mediocre scores to something like really phenomenal. And I would say if this was a tournament with a top board, which a lot of WDCs are, that they could so edge their way into that top board, and then it's anyone's game. This Carnage scoring plus no top board makes the situation, of course, a lot more complicated. But I'm not going to rule anyone out. I'd like to see a solo at this tournament. WDC in 2018 had 3 to 4 solos, if I recall correctly. So it's definitely feasible, especially when we have the Saturday night round. People are going to be pushing on that round. Usually at these tournaments, the last board is timed, and it won't be for this one. So it'll be quite exciting to see the dynamics going into the Saturday.
Yeah, that's a really important point to note that I don't think we've mentioned up till now on the broadcast, is exactly 0 of these rounds have an end time. We can play them as long as you want, as long as there is one player who is voting down the draw, because I believe it's standard draw rules. It has to be unanimous, and every person who is living on the board has to vote in favor of the draw to end the game. So at a tournament like WDC, you might see some people pushing for every point they can get. Robert, what would you like to see going into round 3?
I would like to see some juicy setups, as I pointed out. Some players next to each other who are maybe either in the hunt for the victory, or like some of that we've seen already, like really big names, maybe big names from different fields. I don't know if they're playing more boards, but I would so love to see whatever Chris Martin next to Morgan Hippel or something. That would be very, very, very entertaining. I'm looking forward to that.
Someday we should have a tournament where the broadcasters get to determine the board draws just for our own amusement.
Right. Oh yes, yeah.
And Brandon, I know that you have some spoilers because you've looked through a couple of the round 3 games, but not too many. But any predictions going into the next couple of rounds?
Nah, I want to see some action. Let's get into it.
All right. I think at this point we are saying goodbye to Robert and Tanya yet again, and we're going to jump into round 3. So thank you both. We'll see you again soon.
And these are your summaries we're going to start with, correct?
That is correct.
Remind me.
Let's go ahead and start with board E and then F afterward.
All right. Here is board E. In Austria, this is board red. I forget what these are named after.
These were the Garbage Pail Kids, as I recall.
Excellent. All right. In Austria, we've got former world champ Nicolas Sauguet, who has not made much noise in this tournament so far.
Or round 3E. This is 2E.
Thank you. let me get up there. Right, so red is a Fraggle. All right, so round 3 are, no, let's do that. All right, there we go. Did we get this one right?
Yes.
Okay, and these are from Fat Albert, right? Weird Harold. Maletsky.
Fat Albert, I believe he's a Garbage Pail Kid.
Garbage Pail Kid. Okay.
I don't know. Someone fact check me in the background. We've got a producer for a reason, right?
Yeah, Maletsky's listening. He can put that in there. All right. Anyway, in Austria, we have tournament leader Adam Siegel, delicately placed in the most vulnerable country. It's a country that can be taken out early, but can be very powerful if it can survive those early years. In England, we've got Johnny Gillam, who's in 10th place and in position to definitely do something here. Coming to I'm not sure if he still lives in Morocco, but someone can tell us that in the chat. France, we've got Alex Miller in 36th place. In Germany, we've got Andrei Gribikov in 21st. Italy, we've got Ed Sullivan, gaudy #1 DBNI ranking, sitting in 3rd. So I think Robert had asked the diplomacy gods to put Ed and Adam on a board together, and here they are in Italy and Austria. Could not be more delightful. Russia, we've got Craig Mayer coming in 26th place. And in Turkey, we've got former world champ Chris Brand in 8th place. So lots of contenders on this board. And they are all in the East. No, Johnny is in England. So maybe Johnny will sort of look over at the other side of the board and be happy that he doesn't have to deal with it. So Siobhan, what stuck out at you when you took a look at this lineup?
I mean, these are names that I am obviously familiar with. Ed Sullivan, Craig Mayer, Chris Brand, Andrei Gribikov, Johnny Gillam, players that I know well, either from watching their play or from playing with them myself. Seeing Adam Siegel and Ed Sullivan right there in the middle of the board was that fun little juicy thing that you got to wonder if that software, that board seating software, is just a little bit rigged for our amusement. Chris Brand will deny it to the end of days, but it's just that AI matchup is hilarious to me. And I don't believe that Adam Siegel and Ed Sullivan have played together ever, and they are both big personalities. So in 1st and 3rd, let's see what happens.
All right. And you have looked at this game and you have prepared a summary for us. Here is how the game finished up.
So you can see that Adam and Ed and A and I do not fare very well on this board. They came in ranked 1st and 3rd and were treated with the appropriate target on their back. Really, the strongest theme to this game for me is this is the one where the English army went to Belgium to not die. Johnny Gillam convoyed his army over to Belgium very early in the game, and this EG, which albeit was a little odd, at times skipping through the game didn't make a ton of sense to me why they were making the choices and going the directions they were, but it worked. This is one of those alliances where they had opportunities to dot each other, to stab each other, and were probably being encouraged to, but decided, nope, we've got Craig Mayer and Chris Brand over there in the East running this RT. We have to outpace them. Listening to them and having us turn against each other only serves their game. And by sticking strong with that EG, they did manage to outpace the RT in the East. And the East, I just have to presume, was a huge clash of personality, because you look at it, you've got Ed Sullivan, Adam Siegel, Chris Brand, and Craig Mayer, who not only are all strong players, but can have giant personalities on occasion when things aren't always going their way, with possibly the exception of Chris Brand, who's always a level head no matter what. But it's just one of those games where you got the two alliances on either side, and they took out the tournament leaders and said, you know what, we'll share this board top as the Western Alliance, and we were happy enough with that. And Johnny, I believe, was coming in at 10th place coming into this, so another shared board top isn't bad for him.
Yeah, especially knocking out the top 2, actually. So that's this is a really good result for Johnny Gillam.
Yeah. No, it was a fun game to watch. There were some fun turns. I always enjoy watching an alliance like this EG where it doesn't make sense to me just looking at the board. But I've played a number of alliances like that myself where the broadcasters have said, why? And it is fun to watch. So well done to Johnny and Andre for that.
And now, this is a moment where I do wonder whether whether this is a point in the tournament where going for an even bigger result might be worth it. Like Johnny is a solo would win the tournament for Johnny at this point, almost certainly. And he's got Tunis, and he's got 4 fleets in the north, and Germany only has 2. Is this?
I mean, yeah. Do we count to 18 here? Is the question, right? So I don't know if I count quite to 18 if the rest of the board
unites. The center is
unites.
hard to get to.
Yeah, the center is hard to get to, and I mean, I'm just imagining a situation where, no offense to everyone else on the board, but Chris Brand is the master tactician of the players on this board, and if Chris Brand is writing all the orders and getting everyone to the stalemate line as quickly as possible, can Johnny get there first?
No. In any case, Johnny decides to stick with the 6,510 points, and that does it for 3E. You are also on 3F, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct.
Which is named Bucky. And Bucky finds Steve Cooley in Austria, Timothy Crosby in England, Jason Massbaum in France. It's weird how you keep getting reviews for all of Jason Massbaum's. It's a strange coincidence in the assignment. Ian Rudnick in Germany, Scott Richards in Italy, Hunter Catcher in Russia, and Nicolas Sahu-Gay, who I prematurely said hadn't made much noise this tournament, in Turkey. So this is a board where the highest placed player coming into the game was 14th. So no one here is sort of contending for the tournament title, but that could change pretty quickly. A board top would probably get them in the top 10. A solo would certainly take it. What did you think when you took a look at this lineup?
Given the placement of all the players coming into this round, this is one of those go big or go home moments I had to feel. Because no one's in the top 10, nobody's happy with a safe second or even a tied first, if they're still in contention to win the tournament at all. So you're going to see one of two things happen on a board like this. You're going to see a couple of players going for a really, really big result, possibly even a solo, or you're just going to see, good enough. None of us are going to win this tournament. We've had a good time. I got a decent result. Let's go to the bar now. So we can just jump right to the map.
It's the latter.
It's the latter. And unfortunately for me, because again, just like the seating software that may or may not be rigged, this broadcaster software may or may not be rigged. And Jason Massbaum does wind up topping this board in France. So, the theme for this board is, fine, Jason, I guess you can have this one. I mean, it's a fairly standard EF out of the gate where E just doesn't get quite the hold that France does. So Jason's always a step ahead, always a couple of centers, if not more. And, it's, again, just like the last game, you've got these really strong players and personalities in the East. Steve Cooley, Nicolas Sahu-Gay, and Hunter Catcher are all clustered together in Turkey, Austria, and Russia. And if they can't agree who the leader among the three of them is going to be, and they're not going to kill one of the others, you wind up with a result like this, where they're just all clustered around 5 or 6, and the EF, who got their act together very quickly, manages to outpace them. So, you get to this point where, okay, yeah, France has taken Tunis and is on the Italian boot and has, Kiel, and there's more to push for, but if all Jason's looking for is a board top at this point, does it matter how many centers he has? So I kind of understand the result if none of the allies are going to turn against each other.
Yeah, and you got to look at Tim Crosby's position and think, like, if he wanted to, he could, sort of press a spin on the blender, but he clearly didn't have the, interest in doing so. He was fine with the second place.
Yep. So that's kind of my thought, and it feels like one of those round 3 games where nobody saw the shot for a solo, and therefore it just sort of ended with this draw.
Got it. Go get lunch and get ready for round 4, which was probably a couple hours after this game ended. All right. Yep. Thanks, Siobhan. And I believe that means I get a little break here. Is that right?
That is correct. And we're going to bring Robert back on stream to tell us about a couple of games.
Let's do that first, and then I will take a break. See you guys in a bit.
All right. Thank you, Brandon. Welcome back, Robert.
Howdy.
All right.
So,
Yeah, we've got a couple more round 3 games to talk about. Do you have a preference between board C and board D?
let's just start with 3C, I would say. It doesn't really matter that much.
All right, board 3C, Dumb Donald. I did see, Dave Miletsky, you're shaking your head at me because maybe this isn't Garbage Pail Kids and I have no idea what the cultural reference is here. But I'm going to keep going with it. So, Dumb Donald. In Austria, we've got Ben Kelman. In England, Saren Kwok. France is Mike Hall. Germany, Morgante Pell. Italy, Peter McNamara. Russia, Jason Bennett. And Turkey, Liam Stokes. I mean, my first thought seeing this is it's a lot of heavy hitters. What are you thinking?
Absolutely. I was mostly interested in the setup between Saren and Morgante. They are both players who really got great results during the virtual tournaments, but they have a very different play style. They are both great players, but while Morgante is pretty pushy, always, he's not lying much, but he's really pushing it in the negotiations with his allies to get the better position tactically and just to outrace them. On the other hand, Saren has this very social style, and she's almost made it like her signature move over the last few tournaments to play that openly non-tactical that it is sometimes even ridiculous that she's actively not moving in the most beneficial tactical way that would be, because she is saying, hey, I'm playing here a social game, and she is very good at setting up alliances that last a long time, making players comfortable working with her. And I'm super interested to see, or I was super interested to see, obviously I looked into this board before, how the two of them got along, and if they could make an alliance happen together. And then obviously Liam Stokes in second place. He's a big contender. We just saw that Ed and Adam didn't do well in their round 3. So if Liam can get something going on this board, this would put him in a very, very strong position. So let's have a look, I'd say, at the final state of the board. And we see an Italian board top. What I named this board is there are board toppers and there are board tourists. And unfortunately, no disrespect, he's a great player too, but Ben Kelman falls a little more into the latter category for this board. To his excuse, the board topper is named Peter McNamara, and it is very easy to be the second fiddle behind Peter McNamara when he's on your board. What happened was there was an AI, sort of an AIR, you could say, but our Jason Bennett in Russia was playing a bit weird. I don't know. We talked about it before a little bit. He can be, a bit more of a cautious player. Maybe he didn't have that much interest in this game because he didn't really seem to care that much that he didn't get any piece of Turkey, because he never really moved on AI, but they took all the spoils in the end in the Balkans and in Turkey. And in the West, we actually saw an alliance between Morgante and Saren. They worked together very well. From all I could see, it didn't look like they had a lot of difficult times and a lot of shenanigans going on between them. But unfortunately, it's hard to outrace an AIR. Even though they did a good EG and they managed to grow, both of them, it was not quick enough. And AIR was, in the end, the stronger alliance. And the thing that befuddled me a little bit is that the game drew where it drew. Because Ben Kelman is sitting in Constantinople already. He had sort of stabbed... Italy before. If we go back just like one move, I think. Yeah, right here we see it. So that doesn't look necessarily like it was agreed upon. And then he draws after that when he is one behind Peter. And we know how much of a difference that can make in Carnage. In other scoring systems, you would say, okay, one center. I know if it's draw sized, for example, it doesn't matter that much. But he is sitting on this 6,008 points, whereas Peter is taking home 7,009. So that's a little bit befuddling. But for some reason, Ben decided that he has seen a lot of this board. He's been a good tourist. He has gotten an Austrian army all the way into Picardy while also owning Ankara. How often can you do that? So not bad. And of course, 6008 is not a bad score. But still, I feel like he has left some of the points that he could get on the table, at least to tie with Peter, I would think was possible here. And unfortunately, we were talking about, will the leaders get targeted? We don't know if that was necessarily the reason why this AIR happened, but it certainly didn't turn out well for Liam Stokes either. He got eliminated first, got that 1,000 points, which says, yep, nothing went right for you this game on this board, unfortunately. And yeah, Peter McNamara takes a board top, maybe unsurprisingly.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those cases. My eye was drawn to the exact same thing you mentioned, that Austrian fleet in Constantinople, and I have to imagine that that's just Peter McNamara saying, I'm closer to the top of the tournament than you are. I need the 1,000 points more. And just,
it could be,
yeah, and just negotiating his way into no draw. Now, whether it's peer pressure, whether it's social capital, I don't know.
Yeah.
But
it must have been.
It
must have been a good. Sorry, I was interrupting.
Oh no, go ahead.
Okay. It must have been a very good turn of negotiation before the draw, because Ben wouldn't have supported himself into Constantinople if he hadn't at some point thought of at least tying Peter, right? This is not a move you make if from the get-go Ben was just saying, yeah, I'm not really playing to win this tournament anymore, so I'm just having fun. Yeah, sure, you take it. I don't think this is what happened. So more power to Peter for pulling this off, and obviously finding the right words to convince Ben to take this draw, because obviously, or like objectively, there's not that much that Peter can do immediately to Ben. Yes, he could attack him, but Ben can sort of cover everything he has pretty well against Italy. So unless Peter can sort of rally a bunch of players against Austria, it's not super easy for Peter to say like, hey, I'm taking Con back, you are not doing that to me. Greece can be covered, Ankara cannot be attacked with a fleet. Trieste and Tyrolia are in good positions defensively against Italy, so it's not super easy for Peter to force his way to a board top here.
Yep, I agree. Well, I have to say, well done for Peter, and it's another great showing for the Italian power. I mean,
Yes.
they've really had a renaissance the last few years. So
Yeah, and we were talking about Chris Brandt earlier. Peter McNamara is another one who won a big tournament with Italy, the first DBNI top board.
Mm-hmm.
So he's certainly one who comes to mind when we're talking about players who know how to play Italy.
Yep. All right. Well, we'll call that a wrap for board 3C, and you have 3D as well. So let's take a look at the player list. All right. We've got in Austria, Nathan Campbell. In England, Evan Ellis. In France, Chris Campbell. No relation, I believe, to Nathan Campbell. In Germany, we've got Doc Binder. In Italy, Zach Moore. Russia, Katie Gray. And Turkey, John Archibald. Anything stand out to you here?
If you look at the standings, this is another board where it will go into one of two directions. One is it's a very casual board and players are taking it easy because nobody is fighting too hard at this point anymore for the tournament victory, because nobody is, frankly, even in the top 20, let alone top 10. Or people are just going completely crazy, thinking like, I gotta make something happen right now. I gotta somehow try to force a solo or go for a solo, even if it will cost me a lot and everything will go to pieces if it goes wrong. And yeah, if we look at the board, it's actually a bit more of the first option, I would say. It's more of a quiet game, I would say. Nate and Chris are brothers.
The Campbells are related. So
that is
information I did not have.
France and Austria. Okay, that's cool. Nice. So let's have a look at the map, I would say.
Absolutely.
And we see Katie Gray taking a 13 center board top. And this game was really all about triples. But not about the standard way triples we've seen happen all the time in virtual, for example. Because Katie is really a player you would think that is not that unlikely to pull off a big AIR or something, a sort of Care Bear triple. We have that's sort of in line with her playstyle and how she's presenting herself. But she's doing it a little differently here. It starts off fairly standard with an AIR in the east that is killing Turkey quickly, and a Sea Lion in the west that is killing England quickly. So it's a real witch hunt. Both of the witches are out by 1903, very brutally. And then something interesting happens, because the two triples realign into one triple. And that's actually an alliance that I find a bit underrated. IFR. I think that is one that can be very effective in the mid game. It's not a starting alliance. It's not necessarily something you can do in 1901, 1902, because you are too far apart from each other. But after a few game years and you've gained some traction, that can be a very effective alliance, because it can sort of push towards the middle and squeeze everybody in between out. And that happens to Nathan Campbell in Austria right here, and to Doc Binder in Germany, who are part of those starting triples and then get cut out. And the second thing that is sort of new in terms of triples is that we don't see the classical Care Bear triple with 11, 11, 11. But this time, Katie actually manages to somehow convince the others to let her have the 13 center board top. I don't know exactly how she did it, because it doesn't seem like there was a lot of friction between those allies. Nobody really ever pushed for a solo attempt or something. And obviously, if France and Italy worked together, they could push Russia back here if they took a little time. It's totally possible. But it is, it is a diplomatic coup once again. Katie takes that board top, and the other two get good scores as well. Don't get me wrong, but that Russian score is just that little bit nicer. And good job, Katie Gray.
All right. I mean, this is just a fantastic result for Katie, and I love that she chose to take the board top all to herself instead of sharing it, for sure. Because anyone who's listened to DBN with any regularity knows that I'm not as much a fan of the shared board top. So, I mean, yeah, I think that is all there is to say. I think this is a great result for the three of them. Anything else you want to touch on before we move on?
There's a fun little comment by Karthik Kona saying, Katie has ordered me under penalty of death to say she has never aired before. Well, well. It was a pretty classical AIR right here, I would say.
Yeah. I mean, what diplomacy players do and what we admit to are sometimes two different things. So
Oh yeah.
This might be a case of do as I say, not as I do.
Oh yeah. I would think so.
All right. Well, I think that does it for your round 3 games, Robert. So we'll let you have another break, and then we'll bring Brandon back to stream.
Hey, Siobhan.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
All right. We've got a couple of boards to look through with you today, Brandon. And I believe we are starting with board A, if I'm correct.
Yes, please. This will close out round 3 for us.
Yeah. Let's get that up. Oop, if I can get the correct setting.
Almost.
Had to stream. There it is. I know how to work technology, everyone. I only work in Silicon Valley. Look at this player list. Okay. Board 3A, Fat Albert. In Austria, we've got Dan Lester. In England, we've got Mark Zoffel. In France, Matt Shields. Germany is Brad Blitzstein. In Italy, Karthik Koneth. In Russia is Eddie Brisson. And in Turkey is Graham Wittring. Tell us about it.
Fun board, like just a fun lineup. Juiced by the fact that you've got 2 players in contention in Dan Lester and Karthik Koneth, both in the top 10. Again, in Italy and Austria. We saw this earlier with Ed and Adam Siegel. And so, it's an opportunity for a player to make a move or do the counterintuitive thing and put your backs against each other and sort of go fight the rest of the world and let the chips fall where they may. But apart from Karthik and Dan, you've got lots of other really strong players on this board. I mean, this is kind of one of those like Barracuda in a goldfish tank kinds of games. Just fun. Let's let's have at it. As it turns out, the game is not as dynamic as it could have been. The theme that I came up for this is 9 = 17 in Carnage scoring. As you can see, the game ends in spring of 1905, and it was kind of a straightforward AIR takes out Turkey, and EF takes out G. You know, we've seen a lot of this tournament, AIR taking out Turkey, and then 2 out of the 3 in the West teaming up. And then, you know, the game just kind of ends at that point. There's a couple interesting things to point out, I guess. So Karthik and Dan don't have fisticuffs right off the bat. It does happen, but it's not Karthik getting the better of Dan Lester. It's the other way around. So actually, if you would turn to Fall of 04, this is kind of the big move turn. When Dan stabs Karthik. Karthik is completely out of position, and Dan takes 3 off of him and also allows Eddie to retake Khan. You know, this is kind of a moment that Dan uses to put himself in position to take the board top. What happens next, though, is fascinating. So Dan gets these 3 dots, vaults into the lead, and go to spring of 1905 now. This is when the game ends. And honestly, it's a surprising ending here, especially if you look at Matt Shields' position. Matt Shields in France, you know, has Mark Zoffel, who's, you know, sort of a good ally for him at this moment. Mark is sort of still entangled with Russia. Matt has fleets in the Med, 3 fleets already down there, already has Tunis. You know, could easily go get more of Italy, I think. But Matt takes this draw. And this is just a masterful moment of diplomacy on Dan Lester's part to get Matt Shields to take this draw. Love to hear Matt's thinking on it. It just doesn't, you know, and Munich is there as well. You know, that's going to be difficult for Dan to hold on to as long as Eddie's on his side. And maybe Eddie will stick. And maybe maybe Matt was sort of recognizing all of that Eddie's not going to flip or something like that. But I don't know. If you're Matt Shields and you've got, you know, you're still thinking about doing something in this tournament, this is not a game that you draw in spring of 1905. So go ahead. You got thoughts?
Oh yeah, I was going to say this is a fascinating result given the players on this board to me. Yeah. I mean, it really was anyone's game to win, but I am confused about Matt's choice to end it here. I agree with you.
The only thing I can think of is that Matt has decided he can't win the tournament, and is fine with Dan Lester, you know, getting a good result here, and you know, wants to go have lunch and sort of gear up for round 4. I'm not sure, but really, really impressive diplomatic maneuvering here by Dan. Made the stab at worked Karthik, got him to go west. Made the stab at just the right time to take the lead, and then got everyone on the board to be okay with that. And in Carnage scoring, that 7,009 is almost as good as 7,017. You know, there's some tiebreaker differences in there, but for a player that is in the top 7, the top 6, as we said, coming into this, we think those are the ones who are in contention to take this thing. This is a really good result from a not great position.
Yeah. I will agree with that. All right, so that leaves us off on board 3A, which leaves one round 3 board to cover is remaining, if I'm correct. That would be
3B.
Mushmouth. So let's take a look at the players there. Some names we should be well and familiar with at this point in the broadcast. In Austria, we've got Peter Jürgen. In England, Ruben Sanchez. In France, Andrew Goff. In Germany, Farron Jane. In Italy, Carl Ellis. In Russia, Russ Dennis. And Turkey is Matthew Krill. I see you laughing here, Brandon. What do you think?
I mean, this board, you've got 2 players in the top 6 who are you know, in position to win the tournament. You've got another, and that's Peter Jürgen and Matthew Krill, both who are excellent players. Then in 9th place, you know, still in the top 10, you've got Farron Jane, who is a killer. And, then you're like, okay, then you got some other players who aren't in contention. So, who knows about them? Well, it turns out one of them is 3-time world champion Andrew Goff. Another is Ruben Sanchez, who's been on 2 top boards at world championships. The third is Russ Dennis, who has made the DBNI top board and is a killer in his own right. And then you've got Carl Ellis, who probably most of these players don't know much about. Maybe Andrew and Ruben, maybe Peter as well, have played with them before. But the others don't know anything about him. Yeah, I mean, this is this is just a board where you're like, okay, get my box of popcorn. Let me take a seat and see what happens. And if you go to the end state here, you'll notice something very interesting about this end state, which is that there is no game over in the upper left-hand corner. This is not a technical error here. This is the last turn that we have order sets for, and it is not the last turn that this game had orders. This game continued into round 4. And because we wanted to be agnostic about the round 4 results when we covered round 4, we do not know the result of this game. This game continued. The players who were left on this board were playing 2 rounds at once. Typically, when that happens at tournaments, it does happen from time to time. Typically, when that happens, the board that is from the previous round wraps up relatively quickly as the players on the board want to focus on their final round. My understanding is that that is not what happened here, and that this game continued for quite a while into round 3. We have producer Kevin O'Kelly behind the scenes who will feed us information about how this game evolved as the rest of round 4 evolved as well. I can tell you what happened in the game up until this point. The theme that I came up with for this is, your guess is as good as mine. This game was, it seemed like it would be straightforward. EF and AIR take out Turkey, EF take out Germany. As you can see, by 1910, that is not how the game continued for very long. Austria and Russia pretty quickly start fighting at some point. England stabs France, so Ruben Sanchez is going for a big result here. Austria and Russia, Peter Jürgen and Russ Dennis, are going for it. Peter is the one who's in, a real position. And Matthew Krill, he took him out. Matthew was the other one tied for 4th, so this is clearly good for Peter, bad for Matthew. But Peter's only in 4th, coming into this game. We'll see in a second where he stood as of the time that round 4 started, which is right around when this game was at this point. Austria and Russia make up after starting to fight. So Peter and Russ make up, and E and F do not. And you can see how that has worked out, right? England is on the defensive, now has fleets on his backside, whereas the AR is advancing. Russia is getting position in the north. Austria has Munich. England's about to take Berlin here, but will they hold on to it? It's just a great free-for-all. And honestly, this is a moment that really good diplomacy players said, you know what? We're going all the way. I love that.
Timothy Crosby might not be wrong here, saying, Farron, you dodged a bullet on this one. I have not heard otherwise, so I am half convinced that this round 3 game is probably still going. They're probably still somewhere in the lodge playing this game.
That's right.
It's going to go to like 1930 something. I don't. I can't wait to see the updates as we go along.
Yeah, so we can only speculate about what kept this game going. The 2 obvious speculations are that somebody has a solo shot and is going for it. The other is that Peter, who is really, of the 3 people who were in contention on this board coming in, he's the only one left, and that Peter wanted to keep this game going because he might need to get a board top here. He might need that 7,000 points to win the tournament, depending on what would happen in round 4. So Peter might, if he thinks he can play, 2 games at once and do it well, would have incentive to keep this game going.
And I would say that most of these players could handle playing 2 games at once. I know Peter Jürgen can. Russ Dennis is a very level-headed, even tactician. Andrew Goff, I have seen play 2 boards at once. I've seen him play with a back injury where he was laying on the floor of a tournament room once without ever looking at the board he was playing, and I think he topped that board. Ruben Sanchez is top tier as well. I wouldn't put it past him. So it just goes on.
Yeah. So we can put this game on hold, look at the standings, and as if we were in the room, we will see how things looked going into round 4.
Yeah, let's do it. Do you happen to have the standings ready for
let me
me?
get those up while you bring everyone else back.
All right, so I'm going to bring back to the stream first Tanya. Just real quick while Brandon gets that set up. Any thoughts on what we just saw?
I love it. I absolutely love it. I'm glad I'm not in it. I don't think I would be very happy having to play 2 games at once, especially when you're in, end game mode in one game, and then you have to start being social and nice for the round 4. I think that's quite difficult. Can't wait to see how that board ends up. Awesome. It's just awesome. Great. Some great games there. Some really fun results. I love that we don't really have a front runner. Adam getting eliminated in round 3 was fantastic. So now I really feel there's 10 to 15 people that can really just go and win this thing. And I'm very curious to see how both that last board plays out and how the round 4 games go.
All right, and Siobhan, why don't we give you a break while we review the round 3 standings after round 3. All right, see you in a bit. And then let's bring Robert Schupa back to the stream. Welcome back, Robert. All right, are you guys ready to see how the standings stood? I want to say after round 3, but it's really before round 4 started, because round 3 continues into round 4. And here we go. In first place going into the final round is Dan Lester, who with that 3-center stab of Karthik in that last year of that game, vaulted himself into the lead in this tournament. Peter Jürgen, now with that game going still, is in second place with just 2,000 points behind. After that, we've got a handful of people, I think, who are within shouting distance, but really need people ahead of them to mess up. So Peter McNamara, Johnny Gilliam, both of them, they need Dan to basically be eliminated in his game, and for Peter to at least not board top for them to even have a chance. And then Ruben Sanchez, Russ Dennis, Ed Sullivan, Andrei Gribakov, Eddie Brisson, Chris Ban. Those are sort of bunched together now within 1,000 points of each other. What what are you got? What would be your thoughts going into this if you were at this tournament? And Robert, why don't we come to you first, since we haven't heard your thoughts yet on round 3 overall.
So the thing that jumps out to me is that if I remember it correctly, the score that is shown here for Peter is 5,000 something, because I think when we left the game, he was in 3rd. So that would be exactly the 2,000 points that are separating him from Dan. And given that he will probably take another center or 2 if he gets onto the board top, that would put him in 1st. So that is probably why he wants to keep playing, because he thinks, okay, if I'm 2,000 behind Dan Lester, my fate is totally dependent on how Dan does in this last round. But if I'm ahead of him, or at least sort of tied with him, I can control what I'm doing here, and I can control my chances. And that's pretty interesting. I mean, I can only imagine what the pressure must be like when I'm playing for a world championship here. I have a legitimate shot, but only if I make both boards that I'm playing at the same time count, and that's not just finish them somehow, but probably top them both ideally, or close to it.
That's a really nice point. It's a reason to keep the game going. It's 2,000 points that he has in his control, and points are hard to come by in the scoring. Tanya.
This is where you really see the importance of a drop round, and when a tournament doesn't have a drop round, consistency is key. Where Adam went from 1st place to not even in this top 10 list here, just because of one elimination. So it's a little crazy. Other than that, I think this is quite a big movement shift from round 2 to round 3. Like Ruben Sanchez is now here on the top. Andre, this is I still feel anyone's game. But yeah, quite close between Peter and Dan. Love to see Peter in 2 and 3. So my prediction might still come to play. They are back to back. Fantastic stuff. excited to really see what Peter does with that board that he's on. Because Ruben's now on 5 because he's topping that board, right? So
that's right, and so Ruben has a lot to lose there as well. Yeah, when we looked at the standings after round 2, there were 6 people who looked like they had separated themselves a little bit, and the rest of the pack would need them all to have a bad result in order to fall back. Well, 4 of them had bad results in round 3, so that only means that 2 of them have to have a bad result, and after that, you've got they're much more tightly bunched together. So really exciting potential. Depending on what now the group has to put Dan Lester and Peter Jürgen in their place right in round 4. They have to recognize that if those 2 have a good round, that no one else can win. Right.
Totally.
But it's actually interesting because Peter's game isn't over. So I don't know how much people are thinking about what Peter's threat level is. He's playing another game. He's like half there, half not there. What's his score? He's not even topping that board, so he's not really that big of a threat. I don't know. Could be interesting to see how what people really thought going into round 4 about Jürgen's game.
One thing that is super interesting is that it's sort of great. One thing that is great for Dan Lester is that 3 out of the next 5 people behind him are playing 2 boards at once.
Yeah.
So because it's not only Peter Jürgen, but also Ruben Sanchez and also Russ Dennis. So that's actually great. And the worst thing that can happen to him is that if Peter Jürgen can really pull one off at this round 3 board, is that he's sort of at probably around the same score, maybe just a tiny bit ahead of him. But it might very well compromise Peter's round 4 board. So it might actually be a good thing for Dan Lester that Peter is keeping this game going, even though it puts him at risk of not having this great lead that he appears to have when we just look at this scoreboard.
Yeah, thanks. It's worth remembering Russ Dennis, who I think could gain he could gain like 3,000 points if he somehow tops that board, right? Like he was in 4th place. All right, so awesome. Well done breaking this down really quickly before we bring Siobhan back and move on. Do you got the simmering argument that you guys have had about whether it's good to bank 2nd place or shared board tops in the early rounds versus going for it? Does one of you have the edge here? Just real quick.
I'm still a big fan of going for it, got to play every board to win it, in my opinion, as opposed to just sharing it. Even looking at the top percentage, Dan's in 1st with a 67%. That's more than everyone else, right? If Ed Sullivan, he's at 33% with 2 shared top boards, had he not taken that, his score would be, look, it's just 16,000 versus 17, 18, he'd be probably in a much better position, in my opinion, but...
All right. And Robert, real quick, because I will let you guys have at it again. Robert, you're not going to be able to be here, so someone will fill in for your point of view. So. How are you feeling right now about that?
I feel still good about what I said. I mean, to be completely honest, it's not that much of a difference really, because I totally agree that if you can get a good score, of course you should get one. But I'm gonna continue saying that the winner of this tournament will have less than 27,000 points. Let's see if I will be correct with that, but I've got a feeling that we will have somebody who will have lost a couple of thousands here and there win this tournament. That is at least my gut feeling right now.
Yeah, it feels like the argument between you comes down to whether one of these top 3 win or someone below them.
Right. So Tanya is now team Dan Lester, and I'm now team everybody else.
Dan would be shocked to hear it, I think.
Very good. All right, let's bring Siobhan back and hand the reins back over to her. Welcome back, Siobhan.
Hello, everyone. I just want to say for the record, I am Team Peter, and no, I refuse to delineate which Peter, just Team Peter. One of the Peters, any Peter. All right. Well, thank you, Brandon, for going over the standings there. Before we move into round 4, we've got one more person to introduce to all the viewers who's able to join us. So welcome back to the DBN channel, Adam Silverman.
Hi there.
How you doing? Are you as jealous of all these players as the rest of us because we're
Oh my
not there
goodness.
either?
It's hard to be an armchair diplomat on a weekend like this, Siobhan. It really, really is.
All right. I know you're coming into this late, and so you've really just gotten to see the standings and not a ton of the games. Any predictions from you?
Well, going into the fourth round, the thing that struck me looking at that is it becomes a math problem at this point, right? Because Dan Lester is going to have 2,100 points. So that means you need to have at least 2,100 and change points in order to get ahead of him. And that is becoming harder and harder for people who are even in sixth, fifth place in the standings. So it really just comes down to the math and how this scoring system works.
Yep. All right. Well, I think at this point we are good to move straight on into round 4. So for now, we're going to say goodbye to Brandon and Tanya. Thank you both. We'll see you again soon.
Is there a rule against having two redheads on the commentary at once?
I don't know. I'm feeling outnumbered. I'm not the fake red that I used to be either. So we don't get the 3 of a kind this time.
But you've got the Irish name that counts as well.
There we go. That gives me the credit. I'm like honorary redhead. All right. So I believe we are starting with round 4, board C, of which we know nothing about. So we're just going to head and jump right in. Adam, you are new to the stream. I'm going to break down the players. Tell me what you know about them. In Austria, we've got Matt Krill. England, we see Morgante Pell. In France is Evan Ellis. In Germany, Mark Zoffel. In Italy, Steve Cooley. In Russia, Andrei Gribakov. And in Turkey, Brad Blitzstein. What are you thinking here?
This is a tough board of folks who don't look like they're in contention. But the other thing that we didn't mention about the math is that these games are untimed and a solo will take over, right? There's been no solos this tournament. So there's a bunch of people on this board actually who can solo. I would say I know all of these players except Evan, and Evan may be a strong player too, but amongst the other 6, any of them can solo on a board. And that's what they're probably thinking right now. This is solo or bust.
Yep. Anything you want to add on that, Robert, given that you've seen more of the games than Adam has?
Not really. Just that I think there are some players who are just like very competitive who might still just want to take a big board top if they can solo just for the sake of itself. I can hardly imagine Morgante Pell, for example, not playing for for a big win or something. Some of those players I'm not super familiar with, but from what I'm getting, they've played in the face-to-face hobby for a very long time, like Steve Cooley, for example. So yeah, I'm excited, and I think this game will be exciting, and people will go for it even if they are not in contention.
All right. And one thing to note, this is a cultural reference. I do understand all of the round 4 boards are named after Scooby-Doo characters. So we say hello to Fred in this case. We're going to jump right into the map, and we're going to be moving fairly quickly for the first couple of games that we see. I'm going to have y'all alternate years. So Robert, you can have the odd years. Adam, you can have the evens.
All right.
And so let's start us off in spring of 01. Robert, what do you see?
So Mark Zoffel in Germany doing the Kiel to Holland thing, which is a bit of an unusual one, but I've seen it in this tournament before. It's usually more anti-English than anything, and Russia loves it because they get Sweden as a guarantee. France just walks into Burgundy, which might very well be with consent. Sometimes France just tells Germany, I'm going to put one there, deal with it as you will. And sometimes Germany just says, I will not just bother bouncing it. I can always go back to Munich if I feel uncomfortable in fall. And in the East, fairly standard stuff, 2 bounces as we mostly see it. The more classical face-to-face opening, I would say, with Smyrna to Con, in comparison to in virtual, where we mostly see Smyrna to Ankara. And, Venice going to Trieste, which is often the start of a very quick AI with Ionian going into Aegean, but it can also be a very vicious attack on Austria if I and T are actually cooperating. And sometimes we see stuff like a convoy into Greece that is supported by Turkey and Trieste cuts Serbia or something, which is always very, very bad for Austria.
All right. Then straight on to the fall. There we go. All right. What do you see?
Austria safe so far. Italy goes into Aegean. This is looking pretty bad for Brad Blitzstein. Russia is putting the fleet into Romania, which is usually a thing of, I feel, I don't know if I should bounce Black Sea or support myself into Romania. Well, if I just put the fleet into Romania, I build up some goodwill, some trust with Austria, and then I can build a second fleet in Sev and just kick Turkey out of Black Sea, hopefully next turn. So it could be yet another AIR brewing here. In the west, we see... Actually, in this case, the fleet in Holland is not anti-English, at least for the time being. It supports an English convoy into Belgium. Germany covers Munich, is in a bit of a weird position. I think if you look at this board state for Germany, you see why this opening with a fleet to Holland is a little worse usually than fleet to Denmark, just because you don't want to have a fleet in Denmark and a fleet in Holland and an army in Denmark. It's just the other way around. It's tactically more flexible because there are more sea spaces that border Denmark and more land spaces that border Holland. But, it might not be a huge problem. It could be a strong EG starting. Evan Ellis has just pulled back for now as a diplomatic sign, went back out of Burgundy, so maybe Germany didn't like it and gets still 2 builds. But if I should take a guess, it's probably EG could be the most likely thing to see here in the West.
Okay. All right, we'll let you talk us through winter.
Well, that looks all pretty much in line with EG. 2 fleets on England's part. That's very committal against France. France got to build a fleet and an army. There's essentially no choice. And Germany puts the fleet in Berlin, which is a clear sign towards England. It's a bit of yet another problem of this opening right now is that they can't support themselves into Baltic because they don't have the fleet in Kiel, which sucks a little bit if they want to go anti-Russian, but maybe they don't. But probably. Why would you build a fleet Berlin otherwise? So that's a bit of a suboptimal tactical position there, but they seem to have secured an ally in England. And in the east, I think no big surprises. That fleet in Sevastopol makes sense if you have moved that way in fall. Fleet Smyrna, fleet Naples, nothing too surprising there, I would think.
Okay. All right. Into 1902. Adam, what do you see?
A lot of really fascinating movement toward the middle of the board. It's actually pretty unusual to see Austria going up to Bohemia and Italy charging Tyrolia in spring 1902. Matt and Steve are really strong players, and they're clearly sniffing something out happening on the other side of the board that they're trying to disrupt here. They also seem to feel like the AIR for taking out Turkey is probably sufficient with the units that are there, so they can actually afford to do that very early in the game. So a lot of confidence in that triple alliance. Bad news for Brad Blitzstein. Elsewhere on the board, France pushes their armies back to Burgundy. We were there, now we're not there. Presumably sniffing something out from that the EG is indeed coming after him. So he makes the right set of moves there, supporting himself into Burgundy. You could probably argue that Paris to Burgundy, supported by Gascony, might have been a stronger move to leave an army in Gascony because it's just easier to have it there than have to get it there later. But not a bad set of orders from Evan either.
Okay. Straight through into the fall.
Yeah, so this is pretty interesting, actually. So Russia seems to be, or I should say, Austria is giving Russia Bulgaria. I'm guessing that's supposed to be because Austria is expecting to get Munich here, but they don't. So Matt's going to actually be pulling, which actually really puts him in a bad position here, and also almost makes him potentially superfluous to the effort. superfluous to the effort for taking out Turkey at this point. So we'll see how that goes. But now with Russia having Armenia, Black Sea, and Bulgaria, and working with Italy, do you really need Austrian help at this point? I don't know. In the West, England, bounces the Germans from Belgium. That's kind of interesting. That must be an agreed upon bounce there. And meanwhile, they continue to make some plays against France. Basically, Picardy cutting Brest to cut the support from Mid-Atlantic, allowing England to take it. It wasn't actually ordered anyway, but that was the right move if you're trying to force the Mid-Atlantic Ocean. So yeah, really quite interesting. And it's one thing that strikes me as a little bit odd is the Germans supporting the English into Sweden while Sweden's moving to Baltic, and the Germans just sitting in Berlin rather than moving up to Baltic. That's surprising to me, considering it would be pretty easy to keep the Russians out of there. Maybe you're afraid of the Russians sneaking into Berlin if you do that, but you've kind of got to have the feel for the board, and that wasn't going to happen here.
Yep. All right. So in the winter, only 2 builds. We see a fleet from Italy and a fleet from England. Any surprises to you, Adam?
No, those are both the expected builds right here, right? Yeah, I think. Well, I mean, I guess England could build an army here, but based on what Morgante is doing, it probably makes sense. He just, kind of made that move against the Russia. You want to shore up your northern position, get a second fleet up there. It's also, a good build for England for giving you leverage later in the game on Germany and making sure Germany is not going to be messing around. So I think it's probably the better build in an army right now.
Yep. Okay. Then back to Robert for spring of 1903. Why don't you talk us through it?
AIR stays together. So Austria at least dodged the bullet that Italy and Russia are not like collapsing on them or cutting them out right now. But even though they have walked out of Bulgaria, they don't get Munich, actually. Which is interesting. I mean, Italy is at 5 already. Austria sitting at 4, has given up one of their home centers in the beginning already, and yet Italy is getting another center. I'm not quite sure what the rationale behind that is. Maybe Austria's promised something else.
It must be that this is part of the deal for Cooley to go west, right? I mean, why if they're not giving him anything, why is he going to do that, right? So.
Yeah, I suppose so. Because he's moving west into Piedmont, into Tyrrhenian Sea, bounces western Med. And it's probably fine because Austria can take Aegean that Austria and Russia can finish off Brad Blitzstein in Turkey without Italian help. So AIR stays strong, and the West really needs to come up with something here in that case, because they're still fighting France, not with, are they? Yeah, sort of. They're sort of a little this, a little that, I would say. Bouncing Italy probably saw it coming, or maybe it's just a positional play to circle Spain. Yeah, probably they are moving towards some sort of a Western triple, which is probably the only thing they can do if AIR stays solid. But it's already a pretty horrible position for Mark Zoffel. I mean, this is one of the challenges of Germany with those many borders. He's had a good start. He found an ally right away. They moved forward. Yes, we said, okay, his tactics were a little suboptimal. But now he's sitting at 4 centers and really in a position where it's not that easy to gain stuff. So that hurts. Yeah, that's sort of how it is. I think we can look at fall. Yeah. I mean, Germany, of course, tries to regain Munich, but that was not going to happen unless they convince somebody from the east to help. Now they kick Russia out of Baltic, but it will take some time until. Yeah, well, is Russia? No, Russia is not getting a build, so maybe they could.
Sorry, Robert, isn't it surprising here that they wouldn't put Silesia and potentially Baltic onto Berlin, because they only need one? They only need to give Munich one support here, right? So, and they could even have Munich be giving a support, which obviously is going to get cut. But
I suppose they were afraid, or they thought that Burgundy would support maybe a German attack as well, because we saw some Franco-German cooperation before. So I think that's probably what they expected. But yeah, it would have worked a treaty if they had done Silesia supports Baltic into Berlin or vice versa. That would have been great here. France at the same time is clearly not that happy with what England has done so far. Pivots that army in Picardy, braces Brest, which is a good guess. So they guess right over Brest and defended. So they're in a pretty nice position defensively. Italy is holding in Piedmont for now. Probably they tried to make them walk there so they can't. Or no, it could actually just be a deal. Probably it's just a deal with France, that Italy and France have some short-term deal for the time being. And in the East, yeah, Brad Blitzstein is down to 1. Austria gets Bulgaria. Finally, Russia gets Constantinople. And yes, okay, they actually get a build. They go down Bulgaria, but 2 up. That's actually sort of important in terms of defending St. Pete for a while, because now they can put down an army in Moscow, and eventually it will fall if EG stays together. But it's important to slow them down and not make it too easy on them, I think.
Okay, so let's see where that leaves us in the winter. A few adjustments, as you said. I'll just go ahead and call them out. Brad Blitzstein decides to disband the fleet, which I understand. Italy puts down another fleet in Naples, and we get an Austrian army and a northern Russian army. Any surprises to you, Robert?
No, I actually didn't notice that St. Pete was open, so obviously then it makes more sense to build in St. Pete and not in Moscow if you want to defend St. Pete. And yeah, it makes sense that you don't really need a southern build right now. Turkey is essentially dead. So yeah, no big surprises, I would think.
This is, I think this is a really challenging position for the Austrian right now, because the Austrian has a really hard time doing anything productive. And this is why I think it's often not in Austria's best interest to make that move up towards Germany so early in the game. Because look at what happens. Austria has to probably move on one of their allies to get a dot beyond maybe Smyrna. But even if you take Smyrna, now you've got Russia with 2 fleets behind you. What are those fleets going to do in the long term here, right? So you've either got to decide, hey, I'm going to fight Russia, which you're not in a great position to do. And if you do, that benefits England. Or you say, I'm going to stab Italy. And if you do that, that's going to benefit England too. So it's a really tough position. And I'm curious to see how Matt handles this, probably with the better diplomacy skills than I, as he usually does.
Yeah, and
Matt usually does, yeah.
And that's also the argument you gotta field against your allies, but with your allies, telling them, hey, I don't want to stab you. That wouldn't benefit me, but you gotta give me something here. I'm not next to any of our opponents right now, but you need me on your good side. It will be bad for you if I fight you. So give me a dot somewhere.
Totally. And it looks like, yeah, and it looks like here Matt is getting Munich here, which makes sense that he would get Munich with the follow up from Italy going to Berlin. But these are just very disjointed centers, and it may work out. But he's got the Russian army going north, so that's great news for Matt. So we'll see, and he's getting Smyrna as well. So he gets 2 builds. Maybe there's a ball game, and he can actually make a play on one of his current allies, or maybe he sticks with them. I don't know. Meanwhile, this is the problem. Morgante probably has really, really upset Evan in this game, because now you have France supporting the Italian up into the mid-Atlantic, and Steven is just thrilled to be there, right? With your Italy, and you get into mid-Atlantic, and there's wide open waters in the north. This can be a huge game for you if you play right, and Steve Cooley usually does.
I don't know what you're talking about. Steve Cooley is only there to help Evan. There is no other motive going on here whatsoever.
Absolutely.
Well, let's see what he does with that fleet in Mao, Adam.
And he is right now, right? And actually, it kind of makes sense, right? He cuts the English Channel to help Evan, and he gets support for another unit to go up there. So why not, right? I mean, if you're Evan and you're like, you know what, I'm just stuck here, and Morgante's been just annoying me the whole game. Let's see what happens, and what do we actually have? I mean, this is not a good turn for Morgante. They get a fleet destroyed. They lose Norway. I think they
they keep Sweden.
Keeps Sweden and he kicks St. Petersburg. Okay, so he's probably going to be +1 for +1 -1, so he'll build one for the PIF. Still not really going in the positive direction here. In the middle of the board, I don't think there's any changes. Just kind of units attacking each other, but have the supports to defend it. So this is a goodbye to Brad Blitzstein turn. This is a Matt Krill builds 2 turn, which I think is going to be very meaningful, right? Because now the East is resolved and something has to change.
Yeah, we sometimes see AIRs continue for a long time and pushing into the West, but you pointed out earlier already, Adam, this whole bunch of fleets down there in the Turkish home centers, that's not necessarily a good setup to continue doing that, because if they want to continue working together, these units are essentially useless. They are just sitting there. And it's because Fleet Ankara can't do anything about Smyrna. It's not even super easy to kill one in spring and move out again or something. So
Well, you can kill Khan in the spring now.
Oh yeah, true. There's still the army. That would be an option. Yeah, if that's what they want to do.
Yep. Well, let's see what happens in the spring. Robert, I think it's yours.
Well, Russia moves into Bulgaria, which looks sort of arranged. Yeah, so probably they want to do that kill stun there. As Adam pointed out, they could have done it in spring already, but maybe Russia said, no, I'm not having any of you kicking me out of my center and me having to trust you. Maybe it was a condition that they said, I'm moving in one of your centers first and then you're kicking me out again. Apart from that, Italy continues being friendly with France. They actually move back now that army. Maybe they were a little worried about an Austrian stab here, walking into Venice, walking into Trieste, which is reasonable. France supports themselves into Mao, and I suppose that was probably also with consent, because they can just retreat forwards into Irish Sea, which is fun. At some point, Italy really got start wondering though if their units are too disconnected. They've got one in Irish now, one in Berlin, then a couple around their home centers. It is a great Italian position with great potential, but it's really make or break at some point. And either they profit big time of this and they really use their units to great effect, or it will crumble down at some point. And
I have to ask if Matt is starting. Oh, okay. Well, that's going to answer my prediction as being wrong. I was about to ask if Matt is trying to set up something to eventually move on Steve, but no, they were doing exactly what you said, Robert, and setting up to destroy that extra fleet.
Yeah. And we see England is regaining Norway here. They're trying what they can. They have to cover Liverpool, so they move backwards again. It's a messy position for EG, because they are sort of fighting 4 powers at once, AIR plus France, and that is not going well, as one can imagine. Now Italy actually takes Mao back, which is a good thing. So it seems like maybe at some point the days are over where Italy will just sit next to France, and they might start taking French centers soon. They stay in Venice, but once again, that might be just to keep Austria honest a little bit. But for now, AIR seems to be good, and I expect Russia will just rebuild an army and play in the north for now.
Okay. Seems like the builds are an army in Paris from the French, and Andre in Russia opts to waive one of his 2 builds and only puts down an army in Warsaw. So, I mean, sign of good faith and alliance to Matt Krill as they continue onward. Adam, I mean, for me, the story's about those Italian fleets.
Yeah, wow, we're in the English Channel now. So I think it was interesting, right? Because that the French were kicked out of the Mid-Atlantic and retreated to Portugal. I was actually wondering if they were, if there was a reason they didn't retreat to the North Atlantic Ocean there. And it did raise up the point that Robert was making, where maybe, you know, the trust isn't fully there anymore between France and Italy. But look at this. You've got France again supporting the Italians, not only back into the Mao, but also into the English Channel. And so Italy is now in Wales, English Channel, and mid-Atlantic. I mean, that's a crazy nice position for Stephen. Of course, he's missing some of the units back home that you might like to have to protect yourself in case Matt does something funny. But Matt has had opportunities and hasn't shown any propensity to doing that yet. And I think, you know, the whole point here again probably goes down to, if you want to build a chance to solo in this game, you're not going to do it by making an early stab. You're going to do it by pushing yourself across the stalemate line with your ally and racing and feeling like you're the one who can get there faster. And if you're Italy and you want to do that, you can either do that by getting all the centers in the west, or by getting all the centers in the east, in Austria and Turkey and up into Russia, or you can get all the centers in the west by busting in and starting getting at English centers, northern French centers, maybe even the lowlands, and you can get to 18 that way without really even having any centers on the eastern side of the board. And I'm wondering if this is the kind of thing that Steve Cooley is thinking about right now. So on to the move. Sorry, I didn't actually comment on what actually happened there.
Yeah, we're going to pick this one up a little bit.
That little soliloquy. But I think, you know, aside from what we just saw in the West, I think actually there's probably not much else to say. I think, Andre is just sending units up to protect himself against Morgante, which is what you do here. In the fall, yeah, this is really fascinating. So just to show how good faith Stephen is here, we're trading Marseille for London. I mean, how good is this if you're Italy, right? You would much rather take Marseille, take London right here. So he's getting a French army off of the mainland. Meanwhile, Matt is supporting himself into Belgium. We've got Austria in Belgium, for crying out loud. This is just a wild, wild turn.
This is either going to be a very care bearish AIR game till the end, or, like as we said, somebody might use this as a springboard to start for a solo attempt. Just waits until they are really solidly across the line.
I mean, it is a fair point, though, that the other option that the three of them just have kind of said, like, let's just keep it cool, let's roll, let's the three of us have some fun on this board and keep it cool between us. That's certainly very feasible in terms of what's going on here as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Some expected builds at this point. I feel like England putting down an army makes sense given the defense he's doing. Another Italian fleet from Steve Cooley, which surely is on its way to the mid-Atlantic in no time, and armies from Austria and Russia. This is a good moment to just really quickly, Robert, who do you want to be on this board?
It is really interesting, because this is a moment where Austria could really pull off a vicious stab on Italy. Vienna to Tyrolia, if they want to, Budapest to Trieste. Even if Italy moves that army back, they can probably still take Venice in fall. They can support Russia into Berlin. And if that happens, Italy is out of this game. If they can keep Austria somehow at side, Italy is a nice position as well. But it seems to me a little bit like Austria is a little more in the driver's seat right now. And Italy has less aces to play, and they have to rely more on just like pure negotiations and pure saying Austria, like just making Austria stay with them, whereas Austria has more tactical options. And so I think Austria is probably in the best position.
Yep. And Adam, do you agree, or do you have a different opinion on that?
I mean, objectively, I basically agree with that, though I would say, if you're going to ask me who do I think has the best chance if this game goes on for a really long time to get a solo on the board, I would say it's Italy, not Austria. And that's heavily dependent on what Robert just described not happening right now. Italy definitely needs to take another center or two to get a unit, an army or so back protecting their homeland. But if that happens, I could see this board going a number of ways.
Alrighty. Robert, it's an odd year, so I think this one's yours.
It looks good for Italy so far. I mean, Vienna goes to Tyrolia, which is not the nicest thing. They would prefer Bohemia, I'm sure, but it's fine. But yeah, apart from that, AIR is just marching on. Italy is now taking Spain. Austria is taking Holland. Russia is okay. There's an Italian army PIF, but they might not even mind that much because then they can maybe at some point rebuild something and have a center that is closer to home. What do we see there? Okay, Italy.
I'm sorry.
Italy gets into the
Italy
Irish
retreats
Sea.
into
It
London after
retreats
being kicked
into
out of
London.
Wales.
Oh yeah, yep. Let's see if they can hold it in fall, but it's certainly fun. Wow, this is a wild position, given that it's only 07, which is not that like super late in the game. How far advanced the East is already, and yes, they just sit there. They just need to hold. France is just doing nothing. France is saying, "I'm out. I'm gonna go to the hot tub or to the bar or something." Austria walks into Paris. Austria holds Paris
Naturally.
and the lowlands now. Italy holds London, helps. Is it a support for England into Wales?
Let's see what those orders are.
Yorkshire. Okay, they offered France a support into Liverpool, and France said, no, I've had enough of that. Wow, this is, and I mean, we were just talking about that this year could have gone horribly wrong for Italy. It went really, really well. Actually, they pick up 1, 2, 3 centers. Okay, they go down Berlin, but still they go up 2. But obviously Austria is super strong as well, even though they haven't stabbed them. They take 2 more builds. And Russia is not doing poorly either. They take 2 as well from Norway and Berlin, even though it seems to be that they are trailing a little bit behind in terms of position, A and I. But don't count Andrei Gribikov out either. Yeah, he's in a pretty good position as well.
Wow. Yeah. So at the end of 07, we see Austria on 10, Russia and Italy on 9 apiece. Finally getting some Italian armies, which makes sense at this point in the game. A northern fleet from Andrei in Russia, and Austria is only able to build 1 because Vienna is their only open home center, so they're playing short.
And the Italian builds are really interesting, right? The 2 armies rather than 2 fleets. I think that's really, really telling that Stephen's like, I can always use more fleets. We know that, but I'm not going to let my allies do anything silly here. I'm going to just make sure I've got the position so that they're not going to screw around with me. And I think it's a great, great choice on Steve's part.
Totally agree.
Steve is a very smart player. He knows not to give the opportunity to anyone else, however much he may or may not trust them. So... All right, Adam, spring of 1908.
Yeah, there's a lot of arranged bounces here. What one must assume is an arranged bounce, which strongly suggests to me that they're going to clean up the board to something like an 11-11-11 or something along those lines. So I don't know that we need to necessarily go through any great detail because I think this is going to be mop up for a few turns. But I'll comment if there's anything interesting. But right now, that's what all these moves look like.
Yeah. I'll just push us right into fall then.
Yep.
I mean, mostly holds, right?
Yeah. This looks like it's a mop up, and we're at 10. Maybe they'll call it here, or maybe they'll want it.
No one actually builds their builds.
Yeah, I mean, it's Carnage. 6,010 or 6,011. What's the difference, really?
Unless they, yeah.
And there it is. Yep.
Yeah. Beautiful game for an AIR. I mean, you don't see this happen very often. You don't see. I mean, Austria in Paris and Belgium and Holland. I mean, not you see it, but not that much. So kudos to the 3 of them for figuring it out early on and making it work the whole game. You don't see it too much, and it definitely hats off when you can make it work.
Yep. All right. Well, thank you both so much. That'll be a wrap on 4C. Fred Jones. I believe we are saying goodbye to both of you and bringing back Brandon and Tanya. So thank you, and we'll see you soon. And we'll start with welcome back, Tanya.
Thank you. Fun game. Love a good AIR.
Yep. And also let's add to the stream Brandon Fogel. Welcome back.
All right, let's keep it moving.
All right, we're on to 4D next, I believe. So let's take a look at who is on this board. Which is that. Come on, add to stream. There we go. Daphne Blake, another character from the Scooby-Doo franchise. In Austria, we've got Robert Roos. That's a name I haven't seen in a while. England, Farron Jane, still not sure she actually exists. France, David Miller. Germany, Chris Campbell. Italy, Matt Shields. Russia, Adam Siegel. And Turkey, Jason Bennett. Brandon, you're on top. Who stands out to you here?
It's hard not to look right at Adam Siegel, tournament leader after 2 rounds, and has now fallen to 11th place. Matt Shields, who's kind of had this like back and forth round with lots of opportunity, hadn't quite put it together in 12th. They're the only two I think who kind of have a shot, but they're probably too far back to win without a solo, which means everyone on this board needs a solo to win. Farron Jane, also another name that is a big hitter on the circuit. Jason Bennett, it's a fun. And David Miller, Robert Roos know what they're doing. So this, they probably got roped in to make the board here. This board kind of has the makings of one that could finish early. We'll see.
Yeah, Robert Roos, for those who don't know, longtime face-to-face player. I believe he helps organize the larger Carnage tournament gaming con, or at least he's involved with that organization. Really nice guy, New England native, has been at most Carnages I've been at, so probably got roped into filling out a board here. Tanya, anything you want to add? Anyone stand out to you?
Yeah, same thing. Adam and Matt may be the only ones with any kind of shot here. Probably not, unless they solo. David Miller, did he play many boards?
This is his first one. He's been actually working as assistant TD for much of this tournament.
Yep.
Okay, great. Yeah, because usually that's a name that really stands out, and don't recall seeing any of his games. So excited to see him in the mix here. And yeah.
And a special shout out to David Miller, who did help out the DBN broadcasters with some missing data at some point. So we do appreciate that. Okay. Brandon, you're on top, so you get the odd years. Tell me what you see.
All right. What jumps out to me here is how copacetic everything is in the West. Nobody goes to any of the hot spots, Burgundy, English Channel. In the East, however, we get some attempts at nice behavior, but one person doesn't play along, and that is Adam Siegel, who goes to Galicia. Robert Roos was not expecting that, and that appears to be the only move on this board that would have surprised anyone.
Alrighty, what do you see in the fall?
All right, in fall here, it looks happy-go-lucky in the West, very Western Tripoli. We'll see what the builds look like. And in the East, Adam Siegel does not parlay his positional advantage in Galicia into anything. Instead, pulls the army in Ukraine back to Moscow, takes Romania, and for his troubles, he gets Jason Bennett coming after him.
Alrighty, so in the winter, we've got builds for everyone. I'll go ahead and call them out. A fleet in Edinburgh, a fleet in Marseille, Army Paris, Fleet Kiel, Army Berlin from the German, a Northern Army in St. Petersburg from Adam Siegel, 2 armies from the Austrian, kind of as expected, a fleet in Naples for the Italian, and Fleet Con. Anything surprise you there?
This is Western Triple. The English and French, certainly the only curiosity is Chris Campbell building in Kiel versus Baltic, but even that, you've got the army in Berlin ready to go east if you want it. I think for people who like Western Triples, if you're Germany, you should be getting Belgium in 01 in this case, and this will slow him down in particular. Won't necessarily slow down the Western Triple. It'll just make it so that Chris Campbell is an inviting target when it falls apart.
Yep. All right, Tanya, talk us through the beginning of 1902.
Yeah, so Western Triple in full swing. They bounce Belgium. Not sure why Chris can't negotiate himself into that center. Maybe we'll see it happen in the fall. But I think Austria knows this. You've got a bit of a strange dynamic here because it clearly seems like Robert and Adam are on the same page. Moving to Bohemia and Tyrolia just in case. is good. So you've got the AR going on here, trying to take down Turkey, who doesn't do much with that army in Armenia, just holds. So it's a bit of a strange dynamic as to why Jason would make these moves, what he thought the alliance structure was going to be at this time. Perhaps trying to make up with Adam here. But Matt Shields has sort of maybe a different perspective on the Western Triple. Seems to be getting along with the French player David Miller here, and actually is just going for Robert. So not sure why Matt has decided that the Western Triple is not really a thing. I don't really want to mess with David quite yet. Let me try and get some of Robert's centers. So the East seems a bit messy, and the West, for now, seems like they have a game plan. And then actually, it's England that ends up taking Belgium because David Miller does not enter in orders for whatever reason. Maybe too busy doing TD stuff. I'm not quite sure. Either way, a bit unfortunate there on France's end. And then, however, I guess Germany and England are still going to Adam. Poor Adam here is losing the North. St. Petersburg is out. And yeah, it does seem as if I can't quite tell what Matt Shields is up to. He moves Venice to Piedmont, which indicates maybe that he was a bit worried about the Western Triple, but not, completely, because then ends up working with Robert to take the Aegean Sea. So
and also takes Serbia.
Intentionally misordered. Great. We love a good set of intentional misorders. All holds. Okay. So yeah, I would say the play overall is a little bit messy, a little bit unsure as to who perhaps David held because he wasn't sure who he wanted to work with and which way he wanted to go, and that was tactical. And then yeah, so it does seem as if it is AI that is together now.
Ish, because Matt also swiped Serbia from Austria.
I can only imagine that was planned, but what do I know anymore?
Who knows? Is anyone on this board part of that marathon board from round 3? I can't remember.
No.
Okay.
No.
So, okay, builds in 1902. We've got another Fleet Edinburgh and Army London from the English player. We've got Army Berlin and Fleet Rome from the Italian. Any surprises for you, Tanya?
Fleet Rome indicates to me that maybe Matt will be going west.
Maybe
we'll find out.
All right.
I think that the taking of Serbia was probably arranged.
Yeah.
All right, so we've got continued cooperation here between Austria and Russia and Italy. So it's just an AIR. David Miller has now found the impetus to move forward, and I think is probably fully on board with the Western Triple. The move to from Picardy to Belgium. Only potential complicating factor on that, and I'm going to say this is probably EF, given England's moves. Farron has now gotten in position to take a swipe at Sweden and or Denmark, and yeah, this is a stab. The Western Triple has lasted all of 2 years, and Chris Campbell is now going to be the meat in the sandwich. That's it. We've got
2 years longer than any Western Triple should last.
This is a perfect example of why you just don't do this as Germany, unless you have no choice, and then you get Belgium.
Yep. And I mean, so look, what's happening here is now a Western double versus an Eastern triple, and it's AIR versus EF, which is the most common iteration of that. We have Chris deciding not to protect Sweden. There was a choice. Actually, Chris could have protected all of his both Denmark and Sweden, but loses Sweden to Farron. So Farron's going to pick up 2. That's a nice haul for her. What happens in the East? Nothing. Just Turkey's going to go down 1 and begin the sort of slow death that happens in this situation.
It is a little interesting that Germany can't seem to work anything out with any of the Eastern powers, and is in fact being attacked by them while being supported by David Miller in Munich. So
very, very curious.
All right. We get yet another Fleet Edinburgh from Farron, Fleet Marseille from David Miller in France, another Fleet Rome from Matt Shields. So it's the year of the fleets. Anything to comment on for you there, Ton? Or I guess this was Brandon's year.
You could have made an argument for Farron that like it kind of depends on what Farron wants to do here. Is it support Germany or take Germany apart? If it's take Germany apart, a fleet is fine. If it's support Germany, then what you really need are armies to go attack Russia.
Yep. All right, Tanya, this one's yours.
Yeah, so sort of just continues on with an attempt to eliminate Jason out of the game, and then there's a fight for the middle here. And I don't believe anything actually goes. So you've got some positioning. David Miller gets into Tuscany but loses Western Med and has to retreat back to Mid-Atlantic. So it's just sort of tactical. The alliances have not really seemed to switch.
Yep. All right. Anything better in the fall?
In the fall, sort of strange from Matt, who I guess is walking back to protect and not get piffed in Western Med. Although I suppose he could have double support held, but then had to protect Rome as well. So a bit of a guessing, probably tactical to just walk it back, playing very conservatively there. And then you've got a bit of Farron being a bit, I think, scared that Mid-Atlantic fleet was going to go somewhere else and not into the West Med, because she convoys back into Eddy. But other than that, continues onward. She's got now an army in St. Petersburg, which is bad news for Adam, I think. The continued sort of takeover of Turkey, slow but surely.
Yep, and the only adjustment in the winter is a build for Adam Siegel. So it slows down Farron in the north, but with only one army in St. Pete, she wasn't going to make a ton of progress very quickly. I would ask at this point, Tanya, who would you like to be? But I'm not sure there's a good answer to that.
I don't think I care to be any of these players, to be honest.
Right.
Maybe Farron? You can probably get some German dots if you really want them. And France is kind of out of the way. So I think if she can set it up really well, she can probably just lock down the border with Adam, take some dots off Germany, take some dots off France, and get the war top.
Yep, I agree.
Yep, I think that's the only. I kind of with you on your first instinct, which is I don't want to be any of them.
The thing is, Farron already has the board top at the moment, right? So with Carnage scoring, there's not a whole lot of, especially at this point of the tournament. You know, if Farron can get everyone to like let the game end, we should be fine with it.
Yep.
Unless she's thinking like, you know, possible solo. So what happens here is we just get some advancement of armies. Very cleverly, Farron actually is not that overly cautious, seemingly overly cautious convoy back to the island doesn't hurt her, because she's able to convoy directly into St. Petersburg thanks to the fleet alignment, and now has those two armies in position to do like kind of something, but really all they can do is get in position to take all of Germany's dots when the time comes, because she's not getting anything off of Russia. And elsewhere, Turkey continues the descent, is going to be able to pester Sevastopol, but Adam can cover it. Adam's problem now actually is that he's going to have a guess to make in the fall in order to keep Sevastopol open for a build, because of that army in Armenia.
Is that a bounce in the Mid-Atlantic? Yeah. No?
That has to be a bounce.
Yeah, it was between Spain and North Africa.
Yeah,
they're like directly lined up, so the Spain arrow was covered up. All right, in the fall, Adam guesses right, which is the self bounce basically. You know, ARM could have supported one of those in, which is what some sneaky people like Liam Stokes would do. So Adam guesses right. He's going to get the build. Meanwhile, Farron drops the hammer on Denmark, and that's kind of the main development here.
Yeah, it
Yep.
was inevitable, really.
Yeah,
She probably just told him she was taking it too.
probably. Yeah, she's really good like that.
Yeah, she also snuck Norwegian into North Atlantic, and we see from the builds here with a fleet in Clyde as well, going in all directions all at once from the north. So yeah, we get the fleet in Liverpool, we get Army Marseille, fleet in Naples, and Army Sev. Anything to comment on? Or
I could see David Miller being completely fine with Farron doing that build and bringing fleets over, even if he knows that she's probably going to take some of his dots if she needs to, but she probably won't need to. So unless Adam Siegel can create some mischief in the south, which is highly possible.
Well, Tanya, is there mischief anywhere on the board?
Well, there's a bit of a switcheroo with Black taking Con, probably to get the fleet out, I guess, even though I don't know if they really need it. And then Smyrna moving to Ankh. Not much mischief, to be honest with you. Just repositioning. The AIR seems quite strong. And yeah, AIR versus the Western Triple, with Chris just sort of sitting in the middle, not doing all that much. So I don't think there's much left in this game, to be completely honest.
Yeah, it's really only if... I mean, look, Adam and Robert did what they needed to do to sort of eliminate shields from the conversation of the Turkish center. So only question now is whether they decide to create bigger mischief down there.
This is actually a little interesting because you have the Austrian walking their armies back, probably as a... I'm assuming what's happening here is everyone's saying, let's just draw, the game's over. Adam being like, I need to make something happen out of nothing because I want to win. Of course, everyone wants to win.
So frustrated.
Well, not everyone, but Adam wants to win, as he should. And then Robert being like, "You're making me play more than I have to. I'm moving to Gal." Matt's moving some fleets back. Like, let's try and come to a resolution here.
Yep. So the only adjustments are an army from Farron in Edinburgh and a fleet Sevastopol from Adam Siegel. Adam's be a thorn in the side to the end.
Adam's going for it.
You gotta love his okay, I don't actually understand.
All right, so this
Austria wants their home centers back or something. Moves. Oh, that's you. Sorry.
That's fine. It's as simple.
I got too excited.
Robert and Matt in Austria and Italy are now working together to stop Adam from getting anywhere. Farron is bringing a fleet down. So the only questions here now, Adam's not going to solo. Only question is Farron going to take advantage of some chaos here? So let's just move ahead.
There we go.
All right, Farron does not take Belgium, which is the Chaos Avenue, or go to the English Channel. That would also be Chaos Avenue. Siegel does not get anywhere, and the Robert Roos takes centers off of Matt Shields, and that, my friends, could affect this game if it keeps a window for for Adam or Farron open to solo. We get a fleet build from Austria in 1907, and that's just fun.
3.
It's just fun.
All right, Tanya.
Right. So in the spring, there's some, just continued. I guess the AR are quite strong, giving Adam some hope to switch things around. Just moving on. Poor Matt Shields, who is almost out of the game, loses Tunis, is down to 2 centers. And the EF continue to remain strong, with Chris just holding on in the middle. might outlast Matt by now.
God, what a boring game for Chris.
Yeah. It hurts, but it also hurts to do a Western Triple, so you reap what you sow. In the fall...
Damn.
Karma.
Wow.
In the fall, Bulgaria moves into Greece, So Adam is now taking dots off of Robert, perhaps arranged, perhaps not.
I would think so. Yeah.
I would also think so. And then they continue attempting to push towards the Western powers, but not much changes.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of adjustments here. Yet another Fleet Marseille and Army Warsaw, and some disbands from Italy and Austria.
Yeah, I mean, we're at EF versus AR, and the only question is whether those two, either of the alliances break. And well, let's see. I mean, if one of them does, then it opens up the door for more interesting stuff. If it doesn't, then it doesn't.
Yeah. All right. So 1909, Brandon, back to you.
Oh, no break on either side. Fall.
Yep.
Nope, no break on either side. And Italy is moving units forward, which is interesting. There
it is.
Oh,
Okay.
Farron took Belgium. Didn't see that, but all that means is that Farron ensures the lone board top ahead of Adam. And
yep,
I'm going to suspect that they made it clear to Adam that David would allow Farron to take his dots in order to keep her in first place, and that Farron is in position to replace David's units without losing the line. So,
yep. Okay. Well, that is all she wrote for board 4D. Any parting thoughts? Anything you want to add to that, Tanya?
Well, the tournament leader at the beginning did not end up winning the tournament, so sorry for that, Adam. But, who knows what that had to do with him being in the lead versus just not getting the right results. Fun game, sort of. But, we don't have we haven't crowned our winner quite yet, so.
Okay. Brandon, anything else?
Yeah, it's a good game of diplomacy. It's these are some heavyweights on this board who came, opened up a path to win the tournament, weren't able to pull it out, but this is a nice, good, solid game of diplomacy that they finished the tournament with, and we honor them and their competitive spirit this tournament.
All right. Well, that is all she wrote there, and I think that I am saying goodbye for a little bit and handing over the reins to Brandon.
Right.
So I will see you all again soon.
All right. We'll see you in a little bit, Siobhan, and that means I'm going to bring back, I think, Robert and Adam is the schedule that we just threw together. So here, welcome Robert and Adam, and Tanya, we're going to give you a break. We'll see you in a little bit. All right, guys, let us dive into what, pulling up the schedule here, 4E is where we're going next. And here is the board draw for 4E. Did that show up? That did not show up, so kibitz amongst yourselves for a moment. How did you guys feel about the previous game?
Well, I mean, we're just getting into the really interesting stuff. I guess there is a reason why the producer told us to cover those games first, because they didn't have that many people in there who were seriously competing. Still fun games to watch, but I'm super excited to see what's happening on those boards that are coming up right now with players like in 4th or 5th or 6th.
There you go. You're calling it out for me. Here we are. 4E, named after Velma Dinkley, finds reigning diplomat of the year Jason Massbaum in Austria, Ben Kelman in England, Russ Dennis in France, Ruben Sanchez in Germany, Andrew Goff, 3-time world champion Andrew Goff in Italy, DBN's own Zach Moore in Russia, and Johnny Gillam in Turkey. Johnny Gillam, again, has had an up and down year, but finds himself going into round 4 in contention to win this tournament. Really, really fun to see. So we've got 3 players in the top 6 here. 2 of them are playing a second board concurrently with this one, and that is Russ Dennis and Ruben Sanchez, are 2 players on that board from round 3 that kept going. So we should keep that in mind. Interesting that they got put next to each other as France and Germany. I believe they were England and Russia in that other board. So we'll keep an eye on that as we go through this game. Otherwise, among the other 4 players who are not in contention, you've got Andrew Goff, Jason Mastbaum, Ben Kelman, and Zach Moore. Some two very accomplished players and two players who know what they're doing. All right, Adam, I'll give you a shot at this one. What would you expect to see on this board?
Gosh, if I'm Johnny Gillum, I'm not happy with this draw. I'm in contention, and I'm drawing Turkey with Andrew Goff in Italy and Jason Mastbaum in Austria and Chaos Agent Zach Moore in Russia. Not that I think the AIR are going to actually be able to get things working together, but I'm not liking my chances of getting a quick out-of-the-box situation as Turkey. But I'm sure he's going to be fighting hard for it. Ultimately, the big question on my mind is, why is that round 3 game going? Is it because Ruben is trying to make it continue, or is Ruben kind of suffering for Peter Jürgen trying to make it continue? And a lot of that may dictate what happens in the West in this game, how focused they are able to be. I know that there were comments earlier that, yeah, these folks are experienced and can handle playing 2 boards at once, but these are people who are in contention for topping the tournament. The pressure is on. This is really difficult.
Yeah, thank you, Timothy Crosby, for pointing out. Andrew Goff actually is on that board as well.
Oh, man.
He's the 4th person on that board. He's just not in contention to win the tournament.
Man.
But he is on that board playing a role. He was France, working with Italy, working with Peter Jürgen's Italy, going against Ruben Sanchez's England. Ruben Sanchez is topping that board as of this point, so he is the one who wants that game to end. It's Peter Jürgen who's going to keep it going.
Well, it depends. It depends, Brandon. If Ruben thinks that something could happen on that board, that Funky, by forcing people on 2 boards at once, that he might open up a solo opportunity.
Yeah, sure.
He was pretty large. I mean, I don't think he was across any stalemate lines, but he was a pretty large power and had some areas for further growth.
Yeah, he was getting pushed back is the reason. Anyway, that's that board. Let's move on to this board, and here is the map. And Robert Schupa, let's start with you in the East. If I can get this to work. There you go. All right. I'm sorry. Call out the whole board for us, if you would.
Sure. So we see a supported move into Burgundy on Russ Dennis's part. Now, we could read that as discord between Russ and Ruben fighting for a position on the top and seeing each other as rivals. But obviously, this is also a pretty standard opening for France. So too early to tell. I just really like Ben Kelman's position on this board, like just with a draw. You have a couple of players who are a bit distracted, who play 2 boards at once. 2 players who might have an interest in fighting each other because they are close to each other on the scoreboard. I feel like you will have a lot of freedom in the West, but let's see. The rest of the West is fairly standard in terms of moves, and the East is pretty standard as well. Bounces in Black Sea and Galicia. The sort of Italian adventurer into Tyrolia, we see that quite often. Flexible option. You can do a lot of things with that. So, yeah, nothing to write home about, I would say, in the East.
All right, let's move ahead into fall of 1901. And Adam, we'll go over to you for this one.
Sure, everybody's wondering what that Italian Andrew Goff in Tyrolia is doing. Well, he holds. Convoys to Tunis. Vienna to Bohemia is always interesting, especially when it includes Russian army into Galicia and Russian army into Romania. Probably not what Jason was expecting to happen based on his conversations with Zach Moore. Puts Johnny in a pretty reasonable position to at least, that there's going to be some strife over there. He gets his fleet out to Khan. It looks like he wants to work with Zach here, goes out to Syria to send the message to Andrew Goff. You going to Lepanto? No, you're not. You're not getting in there. In the West, the French support the English convoy into Belgium, and the Germans opt not to go for Belgium, but to cover Munich, as one often does when there's an Italian in Tyrolia.
All right, and this leads to a winter 1901, which looks like this. Builds all over the place, as you normally expect. Zach Moore clearly focusing on the East. Jason Mastbaum looking for some revenge for what he now pretty correctly perceives as an RT. And then over in the West, we've got Russ Dennis building that fleet in Brest. That's got to be the thing that stands out most to you guys. Robert, can you glean anything from this set of moves?
I think what we are seeing is Russ Dennis wanting to be pretty safe. I think he sees his shot of potentially, if a few top players fumble, being in competition for the world championship right here, and he doesn't want to put all of his eggs in one basket and really trust Ben Kelman totally yet. Yes, I'm sure he has made that pitch. Hey, I'm going to support you into Belgium. Let's work together. Let's do an EF. But he doesn't have that much trust that he wants to only build a fleet in Marseille, let alone 2 armies. That's what I would read into this thing. However, Ben doesn't build any fleet in London or Liverpool, so it looks like Ben is actually pretty interested in EF from given what the builds tell us.
I mean, heck, Russ is France, right? You basically need to just not screw up the opening and not get everybody against you, right? And Brest is the right build here. I mean, you don't want to risk getting Andrew Goff having to answer questions for Andrew. It's very easy for him to say to Ben, great, you didn't build in London. We don't have to do anything with the English. I'll sail out to Mao. And Ben has probably at this stage no reason to not believe that if they have some other credible plan with the armies.
If it was Andrew Goff, he definitely would have waved a build there. Just maybe he would have waved too. All right. News flash. I am told by the producer that it is time to give an update to the round 3 game that is still ongoing. Here is the center chart at the end of both 1910 and 1911. So we had not seen how 1910 had finished.
Wow.
Ruben went up to 12. I believe he had been at 10. So a little temporary bonus up there. But by 1911, it's back down. Peter Jürgen in Austria, not Italy, has moved up and is in a tie for first on that board. Goff is hanging tough with 3. Carl Ellis is Italy, who is now down to 2, while Russ Dennis in Russia just 1 behind the other 2. That's great. Okay, so when I get a chance, I'm going to input those into so we can keep track of the standings somewhat manually. But for now, let's move forward with this board. Spring of 1902. Robert, tell me what you see.
So we do actually see EF coordination, that fleet in Brest is only going to Mao. Interesting thing is that Portugal holds, so clearly somebody does not want to answer Andrew Goff questions. I think many players would just put the fleet into Spain's south coast for flexibility and say like, yeah, don't get too excited, Italy. They're just sitting there for now. But Russ is sending a clear sign towards Italy. England is diving into Helgoland Bight, into Skagerrak. They try to support France into Ruhr, which doesn't work. But yep, it looks like Russ Dennis has for now Ben on his side. In the east, we see a convoy into Albania by Andrew Goff. And at the same time, RT seems to be solid. They support themselves into Aegean. Russia tries to maybe outflank Austria a little bit by going to Silesia. Okay, they lose Galicia, which is not great. But it looks like there might be AI strife, which would be great news for RT, actually. Sometimes that move to putting an Italian unit into Albania can be defensive as well. But I wouldn't like it that much because you're also giving up a lot of fleet position by just not using the Italian fleets to go east. So I sort of halfway expect there might be some strife, but it's hard to tell at this point really what Goff's plans are. Or maybe from what I'm hearing, it's always difficult to get what Goff's plans are.
Actually, it's not so hard, I think. Goff is a relatively straightforward player most of the time. Given that Tyrolia goes to Bohemia, my guess is that Albania is meant to be defensive here, in line with the AI. But it's a brilliant sell because you're now in position to do something else with it if you want. All right, let's look at.
Can I just one other comment that I think is fairly interesting is the decision to go by Johnny to go out into the Aegean from Smyrna rather than Khan, and or rather than going to both Aegean and Eastern Med. Very interesting because it does lock that fleet up in Khan and makes it harder to get a fleet out into the Eastern Med. Just pointing that out.
All right, fall of 1902. Adam, we'll go to you on this one.
Yeah. So there is a reason that he did that, and it's because he's working with the Italians. It looks like he's using Bulgaria to support the Italians into Serbia. Well, in theory, probably supposed to get support into Greece from the Italians, but instead get to move to Aegean, which is interesting. I can't really tell quite what's going on around Galicia, other than to tell that the Russians take it. So this looks like a pile on the Austrians, after all.
So Bohemia supports Galicia to Silesia. So I actually don't think this is. I think AI is working together here, and the support from Bulgaria, from Albania to Serbia, was either unwelcome or arranged, and Andrew can claim that it was unwelcome. My guess is it was agreed that he would just follow in.
Okay, yeah, no, seeing the Northern Order, I would tend to agree with that. Yeah,
but the big news is in the West. Correct me if I'm wrong. The French moves.
Yeah, the French move up to the North Atlantic. So as the English are having that army, it looks like they don't actually get into Holland. I can't tell if they're not getting into Holland, right? So because they're getting because Burgundy is cutting Belgium. So it looks like the French are actually going after the English, repairing their debts to the Germans. Though they go for Kiel too. So I guess they're going to fight everybody.
All right. Well, at the end of 1902, there is only one adjustment. There must have been a PIF somewhere. Yeah, Austria, I think, had a PIF. So no disbands, but a build. It is a fleet in Rome, which is very Austria friendly. If you're Austria and looking at the Italian builds. All right, let's keep on going here. Spring 1903, and Robert, tell me what you see.
The convoy from Gascony into Liverpool was inevitable. And nonetheless, is it very, crushing for England? They pull back to English Channel, pull out of Helgoland Bight. And the interesting thing is, what will Germany do now that there is strife between E and F? For the time being, they're just sort of defending, and they help England defend in Belgium. So maybe there's a little tendency towards England. But for now, they're clearly just making sure that they are not losing anything, and then they will reconsider, I would say. In the east, Gough has decided to go west, pushes his fleets west, and actually Trieste walks into Venice, which is sort of interesting while they are self-bouncing in Trieste. So that looks a little bit like maybe a misorder. Maybe it was supposed to be a supported move into Trieste or something, or it's just meant to walk through, which would be a creative play, but it's...
What strikes me is you've got Serbia, Greece walking out to Albania and leaving it open for a Serbian retreat. This looks arranged to me. It's very strange, but hard to envision why Jason would do this from this position.
Yeah, it seems tactically suboptimal because they're wasting quite a bit of units. Okay, it seems like they've figured something out with Russia. They think that Russia is going west. Otherwise, why wouldn't you support a move into Bohemia or something? Russia is still working with Turkey, though, supporting them into Serbia. Very weird move set on AI's part. I agree that this is more likely than not somehow arranged, but I don't quite get what they are, expecting to happen from this.
Why do you want that army in Venice rather than Albania, right?
Yeah, and an army in Greece and that fleet in Albania, I don't quite know.
All right, whatever's going on, it's not efficient in the East.
Yep.
All right, fall 1903. Adam, on to you.
Yeah, but what is efficient is, well, they retake Greece. No, they don't. What is efficient is Johnny getting some units out and taking Greece. And the Russians look like they do take both Budapest, not by force, but because the Austrians walk out for some reason. This is all very, very puzzling to me, why Austria would order like this with an RT behind them. I don't have a lot of explanation, but not being privy to the diplomacy on the board makes this really hard to understand. Very, very strange set of orders. In the West, you have the French and the English continuing to battle, bounce between the Italians and the French and the French and the English, and then the French are also bouncing with the Italians. Meanwhile, the Germans now appear to be getting in on the action against the English, taking Belgium. And the Russians are fighting the Germans, right? So there's a lot of different structures here, but it looks like predominantly we have FG versus IR. and T maybe IRT maybe. I don't know.
Sort of, yeah. A bit of a free for all in the East, because Greece was Italian to begin with as well.
But meanwhile, the important thing is there is an RT, and it's going well for both Russia and for Turkey right now, right? Russia doesn't have the problems in the north because England's under fire, and Turkey is getting out of the box. They just got 2 builds, so this is really good news for both Johnny and Zach.
I would love this position as Turkey here. That's a very, very nice 0-3 Turkey position. Oh, you're muted, Brendan.
And you've even got Russia building fleets in the north rather than armies in the middle or in the south, right? I mean, for Turkey, this is really just what you want to be.
Yep.
So, and this is a Turkey who is in 4th place in the tournament coming into this game. So very much in position to win this thing. All right, so we've got board leader Zach Moore building a fleet South Coast St. Petersburg. You don't see that too often, but you always delight in it. And Russ Dennis, who's also in contention, also playing 2 boards in this case, gets a fleet build, but has a seeming Italian problem on the south side, except that maybe Italy will want to turn around and protect his home.
And as far as we know, Brandon, that other board is still going on.
That other board is still going on. It is definitely at this point. We, thanks to our producer, have been told that we should pause this game here and have a look at some of the others and then come back to it, which is what we're going to do. But it does, this board does pause at a moment when Johnny Gillum is tied for 2nd and seemingly ascendant. So let us leave this game for now. We're going to bring Siobhan back to the stream, and I'm going to hand over hosting duties to you. And I believe I step off now, and one of these 2 guys comes with me.
Yeah, let me check what's going on. We're going to 4F, or?
Yes, 4F is next with Robert and
All
Tanya.
right, so I will keep Robert and bring Tanya back. Correct.
All right, see you guys in a bit.
All right. Tanya, welcome back.
Thank you. The plot thickens.
The plot thickens indeed. Okay, so this is the first time we're looking at 4F, as I recall. So let's take a quick look at the players first. I will. All right. So starting off in Austria, we've got New Englander and Boston native Alex Maslow, following with Nathan Campbell in England, also Boston. In France, we've got one of the 2 Peters that I am rooting for, Peter McNamara. In Germany, Ed Sullivan. In Italy, Eddie Bursan. In Russia, Chris Brand. And in Turkey, Hunter Ketcher. Robert, what stands out to you here?
The difference between placements, you have in Peter and Ed 2 players who are in the top 10, top 7 even in the West. And in the East, you've got quite a few players who are a bit further back. Yes, 9th and 10th in Italy and Russia, but that might be a little too far to have a realistic shot at the win. Peter obviously is totally in the running, and Ed potentially as well. Quite a bit needs to happen for him, but I think all eyes on Peter, obviously. And then the East is very interesting. Some creative players, I would think. I've not played with all of them, but with some of them, and I could see some very interesting moves happening in this East. Could be very non-standard, I think.
All right. And Tanya, I know you've played with a number of these players. What do you want to see from this board?
Yeah, I think the West will be the interesting part of this board. I think whether Peter and Ed try and work together, or whether it's a fight for who gets to have Nathan as an ally, it should be a really good battle. I've played with Ed quite a few times, and occasionally he's very like, I just want to wait and see what happens. So we'll see what approach he takes for this specific board now that they're on down to the wire. But yeah, I think it's gonna be an interesting game. A lot of really good players. Some wild cards like Alex Maslow, so you never know.
Alex Maslow can go either way. He is a good player, but sometimes just loves a little bit of chaos. So
yeah.
All right, let's jump into the map. Robert, let's start off with you. Anything surprising in these openings?
Yes, Trieste hold. That is the most surprising order I see. It could be either Alex being very cautious and suspecting something weird off of Eddie, or could just be a plain out mistake, miswriting something. If we see Trieste hold, or like Trieste not going to Albania, it's often done as the hedgehog, which would be going to Venice, which we don't see. But that can have ripples, because it now probably means that Austria will not get Greece, or if they get it, then they will vacate Serbia. And that can set up for a very strong RT position if Hunter and Chris can work together and they want it. I think often RT is a bit difficult if AI are working together, which we see a lot these days. But if there is a little bit of, not, doesn't even need to be strife, but just like not total efficiency between A and I, RT can be super, super strong. And I'm curious to see if that's what's happening. The West is pretty standard. Moving to Picardy and moving to Burgundy, it's a French opening that is fairly popular. I like it as well. I usually like it a bit better when it gets bounced in Burgundy, because then I can still take Spain. But, at least now you've got a lot of play on Belgium, and you can try to support yourself there or something. So not a bad position for Peter by any means. But the rest is really just like pretty standard, I would say.
Okay. Jumping forward into the fall, what do you think, Robert?
Yes, Peter is actually taking Helgeland, and Nathan Campbell does, wow, that is interesting, moving into Skagerrak. I can only suppose that is some sort of a Western triple plan, but I'm not sure if I like it a lot. It's very, very dangerous to give up North Sea. That's just such a key spot. And yeah, if you want to do a Western triple, I would certainly prefer something like a convoy into Norway and then Norwegian into Barents or something. So bit of an unusual move there. In the east, we see Italy covering Venice and convoying into Tunis, fairly understandable. And it doesn't look like R&T are getting together. They're bouncing in Romania, they're bouncing in Black Sea. So maybe a bit of a missed opportunity. There seems to be some friendship between A and R. They decide not to bounce in Galicia or anything. Chris Brandt also doesn't go there. He just holds Warsaw. So it looks like Chris thinks Alex is his better option to ally with than Hunter for some reason or another.
Yeah, and what stands out to me is Alex Maslow winds up with no builds as a result of the lack of the move to Albania in the spring, and
he gets
Bulgarian.
Serbia,
He
doesn't
gets
he?
Serbia.
Oh, gets Serbia, of course, yeah. I'm making the Peter Jurgen mistake of thinking Serbia is an Austrian home center off the bat. Okay, so one build there. All right, so then I will go ahead and call it the builds real fast. Nathan builds a fleet in London, which is responded to with a fleet in Brest from Peter. Army Marseille, Fleet Kiel, Army Berlin from the German, Fleet Naples from the Italian, Fleet Smyrna from the Turk, and armies in St. Pete and Budapest from the Russian and the Austrian. Anything surprising to you there?
Not too much, I would think. The two fleets from like in Germany and France are sort of interesting, because this is set up where if I would just look at the board, I could totally see an FG happening, especially with these sort of weird English moves. But then once again, we've talked about it, maybe Peter and Ed have a motivation to fight each other and make sure that the other is not doing too well. So that should be interesting to watch.
Okay. Tanya, what comes of all those builds?
Yeah, so it doesn't seem like Peter is very much making a stance quite yet, and I don't really think he should. As France, you're a great defensive position. You can play slow. Like, there's no reason to, go for one or the other quite yet. Sort of just setting up maybe a Western triple. Ed does support England into Sweden. Is that right? I'm still not used to this map, so bear with me.
Let's take a look at these orders. Yeah.
Yep. So Yeah, so Skagerrak to Sweden looks like, wouldn't maybe let's think about a Western triple, or at least let's not fight each other quite yet, is the sort of impression I'm getting. Let's see where the cards fall. But for now, at least we've got, solid support into Sweden. Bad for Chris Brand, but he does take Norway, so a bit of a, takes it for now. And then in the East, we've got a bouncing gal after all of that friendliness, which, fair enough. The armies are there. They're not doing much else. Might as well bounce and gal while it seems like it is still AR because they're supporting to Romania. And perhaps Eddie has decided that Alex is not necessarily on his side. There's a bit of a bounce in Greece, I believe. Yeah. And yeah.
I think Italy gets there.
No, Italy gets in.
Oh, Italy gets in?
I've got a black arrow for that.
Turkish support.
Oh, Bulgaria supports Tunis to Greece.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so we've got AR versus IT, which is fun. It's always, I love a good AR versus IT.
All right. Well, with Eddie in Italy, it's always sure to be an interesting time. So, all right, where do we go from here, Tanya?
Honestly, just based on the characters, at least between Eddie, Alex, and Hunter, I'm assuming there's going to be a lot of stabs and dynamic switches, but you never know. So, all right, let's start with the East here. We've got, it continues with the, well, actually, I don't really know, because Chris tries to get into Budapest for whatever reason, maybe to. No, there's nothing that they can bounce. I think Alex is done here. Chris has decided that may as well work with the IT if there's going to be some sort of a Western triple, potentially. Get rid of Austria and just sort of focus on the West. So we see, bad news for Alex Maslow. And then in the West, we've got more bounces, more hesitation, quite interesting. And I think a lot of this has to do with the fact that, they both Ed and Peter are in contention. They don't want to make decisive moves, perhaps. Peter is very happy to sort of just set up camp and see what happens. So we've got a lot of bouncing in Ruhr, a move to Burgundy. And maybe Nathan possibly has made his choice by moving to Hell, even though it was Ed who supported him into Sweden to begin with. So we will see perhaps another alliance switch here.
All right. So coming right into winter, we see another fleet in Brest from Peter McNamara, Army Warsaw from Chris Brand, and Army Naples from the Italian. Any surprises for you, Tanya?
I'm wondering where Army Naples is going. Maybe Albania. But not super surprising. I think. Well, Fleet Brest too does make me question whether Peter wants to attack Ed, or if Nathan's the target, or if he's gonna, I'm not. It is a bit ambiguous, I would say.
Yeah, Army Naples was the only thing that confused me, but it's got to be for a convoy somewhere. Okay, which means 1903. Robert.
And
the convoy.
A convoy it is, yes, works beautifully. And as Tanya pointed out correctly, unfortunately, it looks like Alex Maslow's game years on this year will be counted. So he loses Serbia, loses Budapest, loses Albania, 2 units piffed, only 2 centers left if it stays like this, with potential to lose more next turn. The really interesting thing will be what becomes of this East when Austria is done. I, R, and T, they will have to make a realignment. Probably. There are some very weird games where Turkey just sits behind and they get dots by the others, but since it's not Saren Kwok in Turkey, I don't think this will happen. So the interesting question for Chris will be, will he have a problem finding an ally there because IT got together first? And often psychologically, that's sort of, you have more a tendency to continue with that alliance that has lasted longer. But then again, Hunter and Eddie are very savvy players. And if they get a good offer, if Chris can offer them something that the other can't, it's very possible that one of them will flip against the other as well. So that's interesting to watch. In the West, actually, Peter decides to drop into the Med. Besides building in Brest, he moves on Tunis, which is a good move because he is guaranteed to take it in fall. He still goes into Holland, which might actually potentially be arranged because it's with, no, probably not. No, probably it's just an EF with France going into the Med and trying to defend, but actually loses Denmark. He walks out of it anyway, probably saw that he couldn't hold it and at least try to potentially bounce a move from, let's say, Norway into Skagerrak out there. Now he's got a very displaced unit in Skagerrak, but yeah, these tournament hopes for Ed are shrinking more and more anyway. This is a very, very poor position, unfortunately, whereas Peter is absolutely in the running. This is a nice position for France here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tell us about it.
As if it weren't enough that ENF is coming for Ed, Russia and Austria are joining in and saying, we know one thing, Ed Sullivan is not going to be the world champion 2022. Let's make that sure. Poor Ed loses Munich here, loses Denmark. He had lost that in spring already. Tries to make some deal with England, supporting them into Norway, but they just say, no, I'm sitting in Denmark. I like it here. As expected, Peter is taking Tunis. However, he's doing it not as aggressively, his move into the Met, as he could. He's getting a build, so it would have been a potential move to support Western Med there and follow it up with Mao, but it's totally in line with what we've seen so far. He wants to be a bit safe, play it slow and steadily, and it's working a treat so far. So who would I be to blame him for that? And in the East, it's not quite yet good night. Alex Maslow, he's found a new home in Munich and he keeps Vienna. But yeah, Italy takes another build in Trieste. And that time we were talking about when R&T have to make a decision what's happening next is getting closer and closer.
I think it's always interesting when in the early game, Austria or Germany don't do well. It's usually both countries that just sort of get slaughtered.
Yeah. Yep.
Yep, that is absolutely the case. And that's often my pitch as one or the other to the other power is let's leave each other alone. If in the early game we fight, generally it spells doom for both of us.
True.
All right, so some builds and disbands. Ed disbands 2 in Ruhr and Skagerrak. Chris Brand puts down another Army Warsaw. We see Army Khan from the Turk and Fleet London and Army Marseille. Any surprises for you there, Robert?
Not too much. I mean, no, I think an army's Fleet Smyrna might be a bit too telling for Turkey to say like which direction they're going, because the nice thing with the Army Khan is that it can be anti-Italian or anti-Russian. Can really be both. Those armies can go against Greece and Trieste. They can go against Budapest and Romania either. So I like that. And yeah, no, I don't think there's a big surprise. You could have made an argument for Fleet Marseille as well, but since there's nothing that can go to Piedmont right now, it makes sense to have that army.
I can see also why Peter might not want 4 fleets and 3 armies.
Yeah.
All right, Tanya, I believe this is yours to talk about.
Yeah, so in the spring, we've got sort of a continued of the alliances, continued pressure onto Ed here by England. Just some setup, not really all that exciting. But, you know, Munich tries to go into Ruhr, bounces it out. So, hey, Austria and Germany might get their act together and start working together. But really, it's just, you know, Chris setting up to take Berlin, you know, taking Vienna. Really good position, really, for Chris Brand if he can sort of squeeze Hunter out next. squeeze out Turkey or something like this. But yeah, not much in terms of a switch of dynamic from what I can tell.
Yep. Okay, which brings us to the fall.
Yeah, and then in the fall, I believe that is KO for Ed. Didn't last too long. Tournament dreams dashed in 1904. So GG, Ed, you did great for your first World Championship, but maybe stick to the Supreme Court. And yeah, still no change in the West. Seems in the East seems to be the triple continuing forward, and Peter making some moves in the Tyrrhenian Sea now, and is helping Austria into Piedmont. So Alex is really living it up. Has his alliance in Peter McNamara, who I'm sure is very happy to use his dot for his purposes.
Yeah, and I'm seeing from the producer in the background, and I remember we talked about this a little bit at the beginning of the show when we were talking about players, is that up till now, Ed has not had a single elimination this year. So what a way to end the year, Ed. It happens to all of us.
I'm sure he would have preferred that elimination to come in another game.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Takes us straight back into winter. We see another Army Warsaw from Chris Brand, but we also get a second build with a South Coast fleet. First South Coast build I feel like I've seen this tournament. We also get an army in Edinburgh, a fleet from the French, but in Brest. And that is all she wrote except for an Austrian disband in Piedmont.
Yeah, my initial impression is goodbye, Nathan Campbell. That seems to be a good Peter-Chris alliance, possibly.
Yeah.
Also interesting, yeah.
I think from the get-go, Peter didn't have that much interest in pushing any further than Tunis because he knows that it is very difficult to get anything as France beyond Tunis without really overcommitting. And we've seen him take a very methodical approach throughout this whole game, not leaving himself too open, not being too committal. So it makes perfect sense, or it would at least make perfect sense to me if we saw him just saying like, okay, I'm going to keep Tunis, that's all, make some sort of a deal with Italy potentially and going for England here. That would make sense, I think.
If he can make a deal with Italy, yeah. But right now he would lose Tunis.
True. If Italy and Turkey stay together, but as pointed out, that's tough ask in the long run. So I think at some point something will break. The question is when.
Yep. Okay. Well, let's see what they do with it. We're back to an odd year. So Robert.
They kick him out of Tyrrhenian Sea, and actually that means that he will lose Tunis. He could have done Western Med to NAF if he had foreseen that. Then he could have retreated to Western Med and would have kept it for another year, but hindsight is 2020. So for now he will lose Tunis, and at least the rest is going well. He's getting into Ruhr. England is convoying an army into Kiel, which should generally be helpful to Ed as well. Alex Maslow gets kicked out of his cozy home in Munich and retreats to Bohemia. So let's see if he can find a new home or if this will be his last turn to come. And I'm wondering what Serbia to Trieste is all about. It could be an interesting play of like, hey, let's do a fun thing where Turkey is sending just one army to the line and we will support you into Tyrolia or something. Or it could be up for some mischief, for sure.
My guess would be, I'll get you into Tunis, but you give me Trieste so that I can do something with my armies. Because that would be my
option, yeah. Yep. That could very well be true, yeah. And in the north, Chris Brand takes Sweden, so Russia for now has quite a bit of control over Scandinavia. So yeah.
Yep. Okay, so then talk us through the fall. I was about to start talking about it. I apologize.
Oh yeah, as Andrei Gribakov pointed out in the chat, obviously. It's Tunis is still safe. Misread the map there. That is totally right, Andre. So yep, Peter kept it there, and he also takes Munich. So yeah, France is still rolling. Chris gets kicked out of Sweden again. England is sort of doing well, but for a long time they have been a junior partner to Peter's France, really. And I mean, they don't seem to mind too much, but France is really controlling the West here. Italy tries to support Trieste out into Tyrolia, but it was not that unlikely that this was not going to work. So nice position for Hunter Catcher, really. Gets another build, is an Ionian. He has Greece totally surrounded by his own unit, so he can have it whenever he wants it. That's pretty powerful. I mean, he's got a French problem, and he really got to think what's going to happen if I stab Italy here. So probably he's working hard to get Nathan Campbell to do something else, like attacking Peter. But it's certainly a fun position for Hunter Catcher, I would say.
Yep, I agree. All right, let's take a look at the end of this year, and then we'll play a little game of Who Do You Want to Be? So the builds are Fleet Smyrna, Army Paris, and Goodbye to Alex Maslow. Tanya, we'll start with you. If you had to step into anyone's shoes, where would you want to be?
Listen, I'm always gonna bet on Peter McNamara. Like, even if I couldn't do much with the position, I have full faith that he can do a lot with it. Although, you know, it is starting to get a bit locked up in the med there, so bit of a slog, but I do think he's still got quite a bit of potential. Really, Chris and Hunter also have really good positions. Hunter has room for more growth, but once again, you know, you take the Italian dots and then what? So it would be nice to see a bit of alliance switching here, but I'm gonna go for Peter.
All right. Robert, do you agree, or do you see something else?
I would probably agree. But just not to be boring, I'll say Chris Brand. I mean, I think the most fun position, just as I pointed out, is Turkey. Like, which is the position that I would find the most interesting to step into? I would say Turkey, but I don't think it's the strongest. Also because it's just like 3 centers behind the other two, which is quite a bit already. Chris Brand's position is a little precarious in the north because those are a lot of English fleets, and I've got a feeling that this will probably cause him some headache up there. But it's I would not rule him out. He's in a strong position as well. And as Tanya pointed out, France has a bit of a problem. Where is he going from here? It's not super clear where his next dot is coming from, whereas the Russian position is a bit more dynamic in the sense that it could go up or could go down, but at least he's got a bit more potential of still growing from this 9 and doing it quickly. So that would probably be the argument for Russia here.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's obvious that France and Russia are the choices any of us would make any day of the week. I want to make some fun arguments for either of the witches in Turkey or England. It's if the game went long enough, they both have interesting play. Nathan's big downfall is that he's surrounded by Peter McNamara and Chris Brand, and it's really hard to do well, even if you're top in the board, when you're surrounded by those two. And Hunter has similar problems. I mean, you've got Eddie and Chris Brand, so everyone's a strong player, but I think it's probably France or Russia's game at this point. Okay, even year, so back to you, Tanya.
Yeah, so really there's not super a lot. Chris is sort of moving units to set up. No one's stabbed anyone. Everyone's all chummy with their allies. Nothing really stands out here.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a boring turn, honestly. That's disappointing. Does fall give us more to work with?
I demand content every year, or else. How dare they not think of the stream when they make these moves?
I know.
Not too much. I don't even believe any centers change hands. This is looking a little locked up unless someone wants to stab someone, which they should. It's the last round of
yeah. I
Come
mean,
on.
I think in many positions, in many like earlier rounds or different games, many players would just take a draw here and say, as France and Russia, yeah, okay, there's not that much potential to do anything more interesting without risk. Let's just take the draw. But I mean, Peter is fighting for the world championship here, and he knows that he's got some catching up to do. It's not like he's in the lead and he just needs some score and hopes that nobody else will get a 7,000. He needs to catch up to guys like Dan. So yeah, I think he should fight for it.
And he
Yeah.
will, right? I mean, I imagine
He
he
will.
will. You can't
I-
fly all the way from Australia to
No,
not.
I don't think he will just take the draw here. I think that's unlikely.
No. I mean, and well, we have to remember that this is not a timed end round. They can play
Mhm.
as late into the night as they have the energy and stamina to do. And some of these games, and Peter has been known to make a game last a long time. He can be a marathon player. He has patience. He can wait for his moment. And I will say to Tanya's point about how come they're not thinking of the poor broadcasters who want to talk about interesting moves. I have been on boards at tournaments where I have heard players come to me and say, okay, DBN is going to hate me for this because it's so boring.
Yes,
But
totally. Me too.
so I don't know if anyone here is thinking about us, but Eddie Brisson at least is saying, ha, Siobhan has to talk about this.
Oh, no. Oh,
No,
Peter.
Peter,
Oh,
don't break our heart.
Oh, that.
Oh.
Wow.
I mean, fair enough, like it was locked up. You don't want to make the move and then get a worse score. I don't
Totally.
know. Yeah.
And one thing we always got to point out, obviously, these games that we are sort of covering one by one are happening simultaneously. So Peter can always walk over to another board, and maybe he knows more than we know at this point, and sees that even if he gets 7,000 something, it will not win him the thing. So yeah, that could always be a factor.
Okay.
Oh.
We've got some updates from the game that never ends.
It's
1912.
Peter Jürgen.
Oh, that's
Peter
beautiful.
Jürgen is up to 12 centers. Ruben Sanchez remains at 10.
Wow.
And Carl Ellis is finally eliminated, maybe mercifully at this point.
Probably.
Probably just threw his dots.
Okay. Well, that'll do it for that board. We are going to go and introduce another board. So I think I'm actually saying goodbye to both of you for now and bringing back Brandon and Adam. So we shall see you both soon. Adam, welcome back. And Brandon.
Hey there. By the way, I think Tanya may be leaving us for now. I think her time is up. So if you want to bring her back just to say goodnight.
All right, let's do that. Hopefully, well, she's currently not on camera, so I'll wait until she listens. I did not realize that. Did you guys watch the end of the game? Do you agree with that result?
I do. I mean, Peter can fight it out for 500 more points on that board potentially, but he can also fight it out for 500 fewer points or even worse, depending on how things go. I think it made sense. There wasn't really a good move for him to make there. He's really the only one there, probably with a lot of incentive to continue to try to get the solo top. So I think he was probably making the calculus. We all know that if anyone does the math and makes the calculus, it's better, right? So
TI 86 or whatever.
Yeah.
So I'm sure he saw that this was the best result he was going to get.
Yeah, he had more to lose than to gain, I think.
Fair enough. Okay. Shall we dive right into the next board? Do you want to start chatting about it?
Yeah, let's do it.
Sure.
All right. So next up is board 4A, Scooby-Doo, which is, if I can hit the right button for once. All right. So we start with Alex Miller in Austria, Mikey Hall in England, Saren Kwok in France, John Archibald in Germany. My other Peter pick, Peter Jürgen, is in Italy, and Timothy Crosby in Russia, and Carl Ellis in Turkey. Brandon, you're on top. Why don't you go ahead and talk us through them?
I mean, so first of all, Peter obviously is the name that stands out here. He's clearly in contention to win. He's now leading the game from the third round that is being played simultaneously with this. I'm very much looking forward to when we get a chance to put up the standings as of this moment. I think we need to introduce one other game before we can do that. But Peter may actually be leading the tournament once we get a few years into this game. So it's kind of all on Peter, and he's in Italy, which I personally love to play. It's a nice sort of slow burn, but has a lot of flexibility and power. We've got Saren Kwok in France, who is someone who's very amenable to good arguments. She's not in a position to win. She probably won't have an axe to grind with Peter, so maybe really open to it. That would be the dynamic that I would look for coming out of the gate, and then also to see how Peter does in the East. Tim Crosby loves a wintergreen, and Carl and Alex in Austria and Turkey are not as strong as other players, and so it wouldn't surprise me to see Tim and Peter clean up in the East.
I think the real challenge for Peter is going to be, playing Italy. It's all about building those early game relationships, because it's hard to come out of the gate very strong as Italy. You really have to build up your position and build up your relationships and build up a plan. And if Peter is really spending a lot of time on the other board, it's going to be harder for him to do that.
Yep. All right, so we're going to go through a couple of years of this game and see what happens. Brandon, you are on top, so let's start with you. Spring of 1901, what do you see?
All right. I mean, my eye is going to be focused on Peter Jürgen for much of this game, and the opening is a standard one for him. Most importantly, he's not Austria is not attacking him, so that's like first of all what his first task. Make sure that he gets along well with Austria. His second task is to try to get Russia and Turkey fighting, and that has not happened here. This is a very Russia-friendly Turkish opening. But again, that could work for him in the long run if he can get a wintergreen going. He doesn't have to get out of the gate quickly. He also does not have Germany or France dropping down into Piedmont or Tyrolia, so that's good. West looks a little bit friendly, so you got to watch out for the Western Triple. But that's all I can glean from 1901 spring.
Okay. I'll let you take us right through.
Yeah, sure. So again, focus on Peter, who is, possibly our tournament leader at this moment. He's doing the basics here. Doesn't get Austria to go to Galicia, which may be something that he would want. He wants to make sure that Austria is not fighting him. But unfortunately, Turkey does get into the Aegean. So this is potentially a major problem for him. It would have been better for him to take Trieste and bounce Turkey out of the Aegean. But again, Peter doesn't need to run away with this game. He just needs to top the board at the end. In the West, very Western Triple friendly moves. We'll see what the builds look like. But here we have John Archibald in Germany getting Belgium, which is what needs to happen for the Western Triple. The only more Western Tripoli, from Germany's perspective, the only more Western Tripoli thing that could have happened here is that Norwegian could have gone to Barents. So,
yep. Okay. Speaking of the builds, we'll start with those three builds from the German. We've got Fleet Kiel and 2 armies in Berlin and Munich. From the French, we've got Army Paris and Fleet Marseille. From the English, Army Eddie. That looks pretty Western Tripoli to me.
This is as Western Tripoli as it gets.
Yeah. I mean, as Brandon said, the only thing that probably they could have done a little stronger was send that English fleet up to Barents, but this is a really strong Western Triple, at least as of winter 1901. That could end very shortly.
So long as these sorts of things tend to last.
And look, Peter Jürgen is a master diplomat, so I would be very surprised if he does not find a way to make the Western Triple fall apart.
Conversely, the 3 players in the West are all players who, unless they really think they are going to go for a solo in this game, they all have not had super strong tournaments. This may be another one of those cases of let's 3 stick to it and really push as far as we can and have a nice, just fun game working together. So that would, if that's what they've, decided, that will make Peter's life very difficult.
Can I just say though, can you guys feel the jeopardy for Peter Jürgen? Like his whole tournament could fall apart very, very quickly. That's one of the things about Carnage scoring is that it's hard to make a big move because you can't get a much bigger score than other board toppers. but you can collapse. If he does not finish in first or second place, and probably not first, he cannot win. So any major setback in the beginning, and it's over.
Is that true, Brandon? I mean, if Dan Lester gets a terrible score, then he potentially can win with a third or fourth place, probably.
Oh yeah, so third or fourth, maybe.
You're assuming Dan Lester has a great game. I mean, but that's not a given, right? And Johnny and I forgot who's in third right now. But if the other players who are really in close contention, there's no guarantee. If they have good scores, then yeah, Peter's gotta outlast them.
Yeah, I didn't mean to be precise. I just meant to say feel the Jeopardy. That's all.
Totally.
The Jeopardy music is playing. We're gonna get that as an actual sound effect in the broadcast one of these days. But let's move on with this game and get through the first couple of years. To finish up with the builds, got a couple of armies from Austria, Fleet Smyrna. We do get a northern fleet from Timothy, maybe sensing that something is coming north in his direction, and a fleet for the Italian. Adam, I think this is you.
Yeah, so Timothy makes an interesting choice here to go out to Norway rather than trying to get that fleet out, potentially bounce barons or something like this. And this is actually getting to why in this situation, if you are going after Russia, you go up to barons. But in fact, we're not going after Russia. We're maybe doing something else here. And maybe this Western Triple was shorter lived than we thought, since the North Sea is going out to the English Channel. And the French are perhaps sniffing something out here because they're moving their fleets in a way to likely be able to deal with that. In the rest of the board, there's actually not a whole lot of movement in the east. The Turks get out into the Eastern Med. Oh, but they're actually kicked out of the Aegean by the Italians and the Austrians. So we do have an AI against RT. It would seem, or at least if RT are in fact working together, which Romania gave a support to Bulgaria. That support's probably not worth a whole lot since it can get cut from Budapest, but we shall see. Not a big fan of all the self bounces by Germany, but that is what it is.
Yep. All right, I'm just going to push you right into the fall.
Yeah. So, wow, far out. So the English are now retreating that army back into England because they're now worried about the Germans. So they convoy back home and basically give Russia Norway. Here it is, it's yours. So maybe that move to the English Channel was a little bit not to their total benefit if it disrupted what otherwise would have been a Western Triple. In the West, we've got, interestingly, the Austrians supporting themselves out to Tyrolia. Is this a sign that I are about to fight? Is Greece supporting the Turks into the Aegean Sea?
Let me see what the orders were here. Supported Eastern Med to Aegean.
But it didn't go to the Aegean. Smyrna went to the Aegean.
Supported by Eastern, yeah.
So that was sufficient to. So Peter gets his fleet in the Aegean destroyed. He was trying to convoy directly into Caen, but that was disrupted. So he'll get a rebuild, but meanwhile he's got Austria with armies in Trieste and Vienna. It's very interesting. It's hard to kind of fully understand what's going on because you have the Austrians sort of supporting the Turks, but also attacking the Turks with Russia now. So, but the Russians get Ankara. So,
all right, let's see what we get in the winter then. Timothy Crosby in Russia gets 2 more builds, a strong upward trajectory, this time in Moscow and Sevastopol. So the first time we build in the north, now we're building in the south. Turkey disbands Eastern Med. We get an army build in Rome from the Italian and a disband in the Norwegian Sea from Mike Hall in England. Anything surprising to you there, Adam?
Yeah, I'm just going to comment. I'm seeing in the comments from Tim that the Austrians actually miswrote the order. They were not supposed to do that. They were supposed to support the Aegean Sea, which is what actually cost them Bulgaria in this case. So that because the convoy would have cut Constantinople's support and they would have actually taken Bulgaria with the Russian support. So that was actually a misorder, which really I think has a profound impact here, especially if the Alex in Austria was thinking about trying to stab the Italians there. They're unable to do so because of that Italian build in Rome.
Okay. All right. And Brandon, 1903. What do you see?
Let's see. Sorry, I got a little distracted. I was dealing with a spam poster on Twitch, and I'm actually not sure they were a spammer. If I just banned a spammer, a non-spammer, I apologize. All right. In this case, we have yeah. The big question for me was whether Alex was stabbing Peter. It certainly looked like it. And how is Peter going to respond? And being able to rebuild that fleet as an army was a big deal. Peter gets into Greece. My guess is that was with the agreement of Austria. So Austria and Italy appear to be back on together. Russia, meanwhile, is going. So it looks like we have an AIR developing. And in the West, it's FGR against England, and FGR are making advances.
Yep. All right, and straight into the fall.
Yeah, so this continues forward. Russia and Timothy in Russia supports Germany into Edinburgh, which is a net gain for Saren Kwok, who takes Belgium behind. And in the east, we have the AIR moving forward methodically here, and Peter is the one who gets the build. So Peter, who looked like he was in deep doo-doo just a couple minutes ago, has recovered and now has a lot more play in his game.
All right, and we are going to go through winter of this game. So we'll take a look at this. We'll talk about the board state, and then we're going to move on to another board. So here we've got a build Fleet Brest from the French, a disband in the Irish Sea from England, Fleet Naples from Peter Jürgen in Italy, and a Fleet Eastern Med disband from Turkey. Before we leave this game, Adam, what do you feel about where we are?
Well, it's really fascinating. I mean, I think, clearly it was take out the witches at the beginning of the game, but with the witches, kind of England and Turkey on their last legs here, this could go in any of a number of directions. And, I think a lot's going to depend on Peter's relationships with Austria and Russia. I would imagine on one hand, Peter's looking at this and saying those Austrian dots are a lot easier for me to get. But on the other hand, I don't necessarily want to be encouraging Tim to get even bigger than he already is. And then, what happens with FG? Are Saren and John able to keep things together and push Tim back? And that may impact Peter's decision on how he decides to handle things on his side of the board.
Brandon?
It's just not hard to just sort of marvel at Peter's turnaround here. He was just in a really bad position, and now he is a year later up one. He gets to rebuild that fleet, and he's got an army in Greece, which that's where you want it. You want to be able to get the Turkish center and have your armies in position to get Austrian centers or to move forward into Russia, something. And it's just a much more dynamic position. And then he's got the rest of the board to balance off each other. So then it's Saren and Timothy. How does he work them against each other? But no one's attacking him, and he is gaining position in centers. Looking forward to seeing how Peter works this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a while since we've watched Peter really play diplomacy in any capacity, and it's great to see him back. He was actually in my area recently, and I didn't get the chance to see him because I wasn't feeling well. He's a great friend of mine, fantastic diplomacy player, and it kind of looked like it was all over for him, and then suddenly it's not. So you love to see it. We are going to leave board A here for the moment, and we're going to jump over for a few seasons to board B, which we haven't talked about yet. I'm keeping both of you on stream for it, so don't get too cozy. And we'll just go right to the player list. There we go. Board B, Shaggy Rogers. In Austria, we've got Liam Stokes. In England, Nicolas Sahuguet. In France, Craig Mayer. Germany is the current tournament leader based on the standings. We have Dan Lester. In Italy, Katie Gray. In Russia, Karthik Koneth. And in Turkey, Ian Rudnick. Adam, why don't you talk to us about the players you see here?
Not exactly an easy board. Wow. So, obviously we have the tournament leader, Dan Lester, in Germany, which is, I'm not sure if that's a good place or a bad place to be. When you're next to Nicola Sahuguet and Craig Mayer, maybe it's not a great place to be. I'm not sure. But it will be really interesting to see how that dynamic goes. Neither Nicola or Craig are in contention, but they're both, serious players. Nicola obviously being in contention to top every board he's on. Liam in Austria, agent of chaos, but also a really just overall strong player when he's, when he gets going. Katie and Karthik, also, right, great players. And Ian has shown some really great mettle in what we've seen on DBN. So this is a really tough board. I think Dan's going to have his hands full, but, he consistently has good results for a reason. He, is able to work the room very well.
Okay. Brandon, any thoughts?
I'm with Adam on this. Let's see what Dan does. That's basically it.
Okay. All right. I'm going to put up the map, and we'll start with Adam. You can call out 1901.
Sure. I think in the West, we see fairly normal stuff. Marseille holds. That's okay. It can go to Spain. I think we more often see it go to Gascony or just go to Spain in the first turn, but I think that's not that unusual. Nothing going to the English Channel. Pretty normal moves with Germany going up to Denmark. Bounces in Galicia and the Black Sea. So fairly unremarkable. 1901 turn. I guess I'll point out that Katie does go to Trieste from Venice. So probably agreed upon, as has become a fairly common occurrence around here.
Okay. Back over here. And once my keyboard decides to work, there we go. All right. Fall 1901. Adam, still with you.
Okay, so this is actually what Katie's doing is actually the hammer against throwing the hammer against Austria from Trieste, cutting Serbia, and then convoying into Greece with the Turkish support. This is just devastating for Austria, and this is really hard to recover from. It's a very nice play when you pull it off this way, and they do a great job of this. It's complemented with Turkey getting their fleet out to Constantinople. So Ian's really leaving himself with a lot of options here to work with the Russians or work with the Italians. Russia is putting their army into Romania. So this is really just bad news all around for Liam. In the West, Russia is successful in grabbing Sweden, and the English are getting themselves into Belgium with support of the Germans, while the French just kind of sit and hang around in Picardy.
Okay. All right, and I'll talk us through winter of 01. It looks like Tunis remains neutral for once, which is fairly rare. And Italy's still building too, with Greece and Trieste. So Army Venice, fleet in Naples, a fleet in Smyrna for the Turk, double fleets from Craig Mayer in France, Fleet Eddy, Army London, Fleet Kiel, Army Munich, and double armies in the north for Karthik. Any surprises to either of you?
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
2 fleet build by France means he's got a lot of confidence that he's throwing his lot in with Dan Lester in Germany. He's got a lot of confidence that is going to be worth his while. You don't see it a whole lot, and it's definitely a bold play. So I'll be watching to see what goes on there.
Okay. Brandon, that makes 1902 yours.
I mean,
it goes to show what the hell I know, right?
Well, once again, it's the sense of jeopardy for Dan Lester. He's just hanging on an edge here, and it can all fall apart. And what he really needs is to find an ally somewhere. So if it were me and I saw those fleet builds from France, I just would have been at least breathing a sigh of relief that it wasn't both of them piling on me.
And you respond by going to Bohemia?
Your problem, though, as we've talked about repeatedly now with the Western Triple, if you're Germany, is you got to get Belgium. You have to. You're too weak on the backside if you don't. Holland is very vulnerable here. This is a huge risk that Dan Lester is taking with the World Championship on his fingertips. For the moment, he's getting away with it. I wouldn't be happy about Picardy to Burgundy if I were him. The fleets, you would much rather see those French fleets going against England. You know, the thing that's going to destroy him is an EF. That is the main thing he has to watch out for, and he has not done enough at this moment, from what we can tell, to ward that off. Time will tell if he's able to do it. Meanwhile, in the East, I mean, I've had what happened to Liam. I've had that done to me. It happened to me in the Worlds in 2016, my first major tournament, and I was eliminated in 1902. And I believe that is probably what we're going to see here with armies everywhere around him. Except for the fact that Ian Rudnick in Turkey has now moved units against Russia. Maybe Khan doesn't go to the black, so maybe that's a cautious way to make sure that he gets black in fall of 01. Either way, it's definitely slow. Karthik Kanath, meanwhile, is trying to hold off an apparent Western triple in the north. Wouldn't surprise me if that bounce in Norway was actually discussed to keep the army in Holland, in Belgium, where it can go against Holland. All right, let's see follow up.
You know, the move that really puzzles me here is Spain to Gascony rather than Spain to Marseille. If you're France and you actually are making a real move against the Italians, you really want to be in Marseille so you can cover Piedmont, which makes me wonder if this is really just a thing.
Yeah, and Burgundy is also not Western Tripoli.
So. Absolutely.
Let's see what happens. All right, Dan gets away with it.
Craig, you didn't, Craig. No, you didn't.
Dan gets away with leaving Holland not just vulnerable, but he vacates it because Nicolas convoys into Norway. The reaction on the stream just now was from Gascony being convoyed to North Africa, and we now understand why it went to Gascony instead of Marseille. Look, there is an advantage to this. It keeps the fleet in mid-Atlantic, where it can move north if it wants to. He is guaranteed to get Tunis next year. Yeah, I'm with you. I don't like to have an army in North elsewhere, we have Ian Rudnick, keeping Serbia and Bulgaria either by design or by luck. Either way, it doesn't matter. He's getting a build, and he's in position to make progress against Karthik Kanath. Otherwise, this is Western Triple. Dan has passed the first test in 1902, keeping the Western Triple on board for at least this year.
Okay. Pushing us into winter, that sees yet another Fleet Naples build from Katie Gray, a disband in Albania from the Austrian, and Army Khan from Turkey. And any surprises there?
Nah.
Well, I'm gonna just comment on why this army North Africa is just not a great move, and the reason is that yes, you can take Tunis from this position, but your options here are you either put a army into Tunis, which means you can never advance your fleet position from there, or you put a fleet into Tunis and you've got an army stuck in North Africa with really nothing to do except support it, and it's stuck there the whole game. When maybe at some point you actually need that army to do something. So let's see, maybe Craig can make a good use out of it, but I'm not convinced. I think from Katie's position, okay, I can lose Tunis. I'll support Tyrrhenian Sea. I'll retreat to Ionian, and we'll see what you can try to do from there, Craig, because you're not going to advance from that position.
Yep. Okay, let's see 1903, which is back to you, Adam.
Yeah. Was he trying to what? Oh, he's supporting the fleet in. Okay, so he ends up supporting the fleet in. Okay, so he ends up with the army stuck in North Africa, bounces in Piedmont. Dan makes this interesting move of moving Bohemia to Silesia, which is probably not what I would expect you to do there. If you are working with trying to get France advanced, probably would have seen Munich to Silesia and Bohemia either stay where it is or go to Galicia. But they do make progress up north. They kick Karthik out of Sweden. And I think, do they take St. Petersburg as well? It looks like they do. So
yes.
So the triple does continue to make progress, though. Frankly, I think Nicola has put himself probably in the strongest position here.
Okay. And then into the fall?
In the fall, so we have the dreaded Convoy to Tuscany from Craig, and it works in this case, which is always a great move when it does. Otherwise, in the West, not a whole lot of action, some shifting units around, but really the Western Triple continuing to advance. They try to convoy into Livonia, which bounces. And what's going on in the Balkans? Turkey is fighting Russia now. Sort of.
Ish.
I guess. Well, they don't go to the Black Sea. I'm not quite sure what to make of that, other than the Serbia takes Romania and Greece ends up taking the dot from Turkey. So interesting enough.
Okay. Then fall of 1903, after all of that, Carthage loses 3, drops Finland, Bothnia, and Armenia. Then we get Army Marseille from Craig, Army London from Nicola in England, and Army Berlin from the German. Anything surprise you?
You know, one person we haven't talked about on this board that I just want to comment on is Liam has continued to make himself useful actually against that triple, and has disincentivized his own elimination, which I think kudos to him.
Yeah, it's good, but probably a temporary.
Totally.
He needs to get a build to get back in here. But my eye is on Dan Lester, and Dan Lester is not in trouble. He's not standing out yet, but he is again passing tests for the moment.
Okay. All right, we're just going to look at 2 more turns in this game. So 1904, Brandon, I believe that means we're back to you.
All right, so I see in the north that the English army is convoyed directly into St. Pete. St. Pete gets down to Livonia, so Carthagena is going to have difficulty here. Ian Rudnick convoys an army. This is an international convoy into Apulia over an Italian fleet as well. Meanwhile, Craig Mayer gets into the Trenian Sea and advances, but loses the position of his of that forward army. So the convoy to Tuscany is nice, but often meets this fate. So the alliance structure is straightforward. Still, Western Triple against Eastern Quadruple, trying to just hang on and maintain position. Possibility that Ian Rudnick is going to steal some dots.
Okay. And fall of 1904.
All right, and I believe we're supposed to stop here, right? We're not supposed to go into winter.
We are not going to look at winter, correct.
Okay, lots of holds in the north, which is probably good for Dan. He just doesn't want to get stabbed at this point. However, curiously, England is the one who gets this dot. I think if you are Dan Lester, you should be getting this dot. You're forward, you're Germany in a Western Triple. You now have moved more armies east. This is a big gamble, and it's a reliance on Nicolas Sahuguet, former world champ, to not stab him. That is the game that he is playing right now. He is playing that Nicolas will be okay with him winning the world championship. Elsewhere on the board, is there anything else happening on the board? Actually, no. There's some movement. Austria tries to retake Trieste, is not able to. And there's just a little switcheroo. They both try to attack each other. Russia takes Romania, which is funny. Turkey keeps Serbia, which is also funny. So the net here is that Katie's going to lose one, which is going to weaken the line.
Okay. All right. We are going to leave it here. As Chris Kelly says in the comments, winter is coming, but just not yet. So we will come back to this board later. And let me pull this off screen. We're going to welcome back Robert Stupa. Is
it time to show standings?
It is time to show standings. So we're all four going to talk about those for a bit, and then I think I'm dropping off and letting y'all finish off another board.
Okay. So here are the standings. These are going to include, these are as we have viewed them. So these are going to include the completed games for the ones that we've completed, and up through 03 or 04. So we've completed 3 games, and we've got 3 games going that have gone through 1903. Plus the game from round 4, which is still, round 3 rather, which is still going on. And I now have those entered as we've seen them, which is 1912, about 3 years. Okay. Here are the standings after all of that. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't have them shared. Who do you guys think is in first place right now?
Dan Lester.
Peter Jürgen.
No, I think Dan. I think Dan as well, but it might change fairly soon. Peter is on the up again, right?
Here is the answer for the moment. Dan Lester is still in first place.
All right.
My
two Peters.
Do you know how many times Dan Lester has come in second place at World dipcon?
Do not.
I do not know exactly how many times, but I know it's happened on more than one occasion.
So what's going on here, by the way? Peter Jürgen has gained 2,000 by taking over the board top in the round 3 game, but because he's not topping his board, he's two ranks below Dan in the current round. But you'll notice Peter McNamara has now caught up to Peter Jürgen. And so if Dan Lester collapses here and Peter Jürgen is not able to hold on to his position, that Peter McNamara, whose game is finished, by the way, so his score is locked, he is now the clubhouse leader effectively.
Look at the tiebreakers. So Peter is going to win the tiebreaker if he ends up in the same. Well, as of right now, I guess Dan can get bigger. So, but those tiebreaker points could actually matter with respect to final standings.
Yeah, it looks very likely that Peter would get the tiebreaker since he's already 2 ahead in the tiebreakers, even though he's still 2 ranks below Dan. So since he would probably take more centers to move up in the ranks, it seems unlikely that he would drop below Dan unless Dan somehow gets really, really big, which is not what it looks like right now.
Johnny, Chris, and Andre's game. No, Andre's game is over, but Johnny and Chris's games are still playing, right? So both of them, and neither of them are in first place. So both of them potentially can still catch up, depending on increasing their rank and Dan getting knocked down.
All right, shall we move forward?
Yeah. Before I leave you to that board, we do have an answer from the producers. It is twice that Dan Lester has come in second at a world championship, 2014 and 2009.
And Peter Jürgen has made the top board at least one world championship.
Correct.
All right. And Johnny Gillum is kind of the outsider here, knocking on the door, being like, hey, why not me? All right. All right. So, Siobhan, we're going to give you a break here, correct?
Correct. I will see you all soon.
All right. See you in a bit. For the rest of us, we are back to board E, I believe, is the board that we were doing together. So let's head on back there. Here is where we left things. This was with Zach Moore dropping down that fleet South Coast St. Petersburg. And Johnny Gillum was ascendant in this game. And we see here that he is sitting at 5,500, so has 1,500 points that he can gain out of this. Wouldn't be enough to push him over Dan Lester, but if Dan Lester, I think it would be enough to push him over Peter and Peter, which is the Peters, right? Which is the thing. All right, let's keep on going here. I forget who was doing what, but we're just going to have to live with that. Spring of 1904. Let's go with you, Adam.
Yeah, so let's start with the East. This is a continuation of the RT with Johnny pushing further to the west, getting into Trieste, pushing out the fleets, and interestingly giving the Bulgaria to Russia, very much an alliance dot play right there, saying, hey, Zach, you probably need something here, or maybe it's a temporary thing to destroy the unit in the fall, to destroy the fleet in the fall. We'll see on that. Actually, that may be more likely. In the middle of the board, Austria, Jason was talked into making themselves useful by marching to the west, and they certainly do make themselves useful because it makes it a lot easier for RT to take the dots behind them. So Jason will end up this year with an Italian dot and not much else. Italy continues the push against France. So Andrew is not going back to try to protect his home centers. He's just continuing to fight Russ. And England is also trying to fight Russ, and nobody's really bothering him about it. The Germans had an opportunity there to grab the North Sea, but instead are fighting the Russians. So a whole lot of messes on this board, really. Not a but the consistency is RT really sweeping through things.
Yeah, it's amazing to see the rest of the board just moving west, while RT also moves west. You got to wonder what happened between Russ Dennis and Andrew Goff to make this happen.
Yeah.
Fall of 1904. Robert, go over to you. Tell us what you see here.
So we see once again that bounce in Spain, not much moving between Italy and France at all. France losing Liverpool as a result of that because they sort of beleaguer, or not beleaguering, they try to backfill Mao because they didn't know if they would actually end up in Spain or not. So that's a problem. And yeah, Ben Kelman gets to build. Who would have thought? Italy gets supported into Kiel while Austria backfills Munich. So actually interesting position. Three dots for Jason Mastbaum still, but none of them is a home center. And yeah, Turkey blows up that Russian fleet, which absolutely seems to be agreed upon. That's why they put it there in the first place. RT keeps on rolling and is just like having their little minions like Italy and Austria helping them here and there.
Seems like a problem that Italy's going to have to pull a unit here. Maybe it's going to be the army so we can maintain the fleets in the south.
Do they pull a unit there? Oh no, because they're still -1, right? Because they're losing Munich and Rome.
Yep. Yeah. And the answer is does pull one of those fleets, which does change the tactical situation in the south. Zach Moore puts down 2 armies and another northern fleet. And in the south, Johnny Gillam gets a fleet in Smyrna. So here's my question. So Russ Dennis, looking like his chances are fading, especially with Johnny Gillam ascending in the east and being unlikely to be pushed back anytime soon. If you guys are Johnny Gillam, how do you have to play this to top this board? Robert, go to you first here.
The interesting question is really your diplomatic relationship with Zach, because with many allies, if you just play a straight alliance game, you play a great RT, both of you have a fun game, you totally make clear that you are the dominant alliance on this board. If you go to Zach in the end and say, hey, if I top this board, I can potentially take this tournament, become world champion. For you, that's not the case. Many alliance partners would give you that. If you feel like Zach is not one of those, then you really got to think what's the best way of stabbing Zach at some point. And I would think that it would still be pushing a little further, making sure that you maybe take those Italian home centers and then setting up for a stab. But I would certainly, at least try to feel out if that's a sensible option, if maybe Zach will be willing to give me a board top, if that could somehow get me on top of this tournament.
We have the banner across the bottom. The ticker is telling us round 3 updated results shortly. Love it. Producer Kevin, we look forward to that. All right, let's move ahead here into spring of 05. And Adam, we'll come back to you for the spring here. What sort of stuff sticks out to you?
Sure. I mean, Andrew is all in on attacking Russ Dennis here. So whatever Russ has done, clearly this is what Andrew wants to do this game. And Johnny can let him do it, right? Because he can take the dots off of Mastbaum first before he does anything whatsoever to Andrew. So plenty of dots there for grabbing. I like that Johnny is continuing to support Russia to be in the front of the line, right? He could have gone to Tyrolia himself, but instead supports the Russian army from Vienna there. That's a smart play to get somebody else's units out of the way from behind you and push them up. Meanwhile, Zach just continues to advance on all fronts. It might get a little bit harder if Ben now is freed up to give him a little bit of trouble in the north, but Ben doesn't really have the units to do a whole lot. So the RT is in great shape here.
And again, if you're, it's hard for me just not to try to look at this game through the eyes of Johnny Gillam. If you're Johnny Gillam, you love to see that, right? Because if Zach gets stymied, then he's even probably more likely to be fine with you getting the board top.
Yeah, I don't like the joke order for Khan. I would be advancing that to Bulgaria here. I mean, you're Turkey. I understand it's sort of an alliance play, and it's a nice thing to do. But on the other hand, you need to get your units towards the line. It takes forever to advance that. So any tempo you potentially lose is really problematic later in the game. So I would have preferred him to just work it out with Zach and just say, hey, look, I'm not going to put it in a position that's threatening to you, but I got to move that army out, make it easier for me to convoy it later or do whatever I got to do with it.
All right, let's move into fall of 05. And Robert, we're over to you. I see lots of nice looking arrows on this one.
Turkey gets Venice, gets into Apulia, gets into Gulf of Lyon, convoys 2 things, Greece to Apulia, Con to Greece. So this is looking nice. Russia is taking Munich, is piffing Skagerrak. However, that means that they are moving out of Norway, which is because England is helping them now as well. As if RT was not strong enough already, they now have got somebody helping them from the other side. And that someone is Ben Kelman, it seems. He's taking Holland, diving in there. So, yep, FG are really getting crushed here. Germany is down to 1. France is taking 1 off of them as well. But France will be in big trouble soon. Italy and Turkey are knocking on the door from the south. And okay, for now, England is focusing on Germany. But England might very well attack, for example, Belgium soon as well. So, yep, this is not looking too great for Russ Dennis either.
All right, that takes us into winter of 05. And here are the adjustments we get. Another Northern Fleet from Zach Moore.
Wow.
Kind of got to wonder why he walked through Norway if this is what's going to happen. But
yeah,
it does get him an Army London rather than another fleet for what that's worth. Whereas Johnny Gillam puts down a fleet. We missed that Russ Dennis was getting a build. What did he? Oh, he picked up Belgium. All right, so maybe Russ, the reports of Russ's death were premature. Just hard to see how he can top this board with Johnny being so strong.
Yes, especially if England is. I mean, let's see. Probably with his fleet, this will change again, but who knows? England helping RT a little further into the east certainly didn't help Russ either.
Gotta love Andrew Goff. Just the northern unit, just wants to keep those fleets to keep plugging away at Mid-Atlantic. Something really bad must have happened down there. All right, looks like we had a little technical glitch here. Yeah, so talk to me more about Johnny Gillam. Oh, so we've got we've seen the 1912 results, haven't we?
Yes. That was the last one we saw on 1914.
Ooh, 14.
Mr. Jurgen, is he going for a solo? Is that why this game is going on?
Could be.
Well, with Russia at 6, depends on what those 6 centers are that Russia is on. That's really fascinating, right?
In 1913, Peter Jurgen is up to 14. And yeah, looks like he has managed to stab Russ Dennis, presuming those dots did come from Russ. Peter just needs 4 more, 18. All right, let's head on back to our board, which I have now gotten back up. Winter of 1905, we have looked at these, we have talked about them. It is time to move forward and see what happens next. We'll stick with the spring-fall that we've got going. Adam, tell me what you see.
Yeah, Johnny Gillam continuing to advance. He forces Rome from this position, continuing to push things along. I think that Greece to Tunis is a joke order because he moves Ionian to tap Naples. But Zach Moore sending all the armies south: Vienna, Budapest, Sevastopol, Tyrolia. That is a turn for Zachary Moore.
You know, we haven't talked about the possibility of Zach Moore soloing. The conversation up to this point has been entirely what can Zach Moore do to help Johnny win.
Zach is at 10, about to take Kiel, Denmark, Norway, Trieste.
And has 4 northern fleets. His only weakness is that he has no southern fleet. But because Turkey is so far advanced, he could get at least a fleet into the Black Sea very quickly. This is a major development. Johnny Gillam, he's been playing an alliance game, sort of the Saren Kwok alliance school. And I say Saren and Ed Sullivan alliance school. Maybe did it too much.
This is a great idea for Zach to go for it. He may end up having some trouble in the middle of the board. He doesn't have a ton of armies there now that he's pushing them all south, but he's going to put 4 units down, and 3 of those could be armies, and 1 could be the fleet Sev. So, wow, what a game changing opportunity there.
Yeah, and there are no other fleets. Are there armies around? Really, you've got the one German army.
About that Ben just convoyed to Holland. Ben and Russ could correct things very quickly here if they start to be worried that Zach is going for a solo. Right, they could use those armies very quickly against Zach.
All right, let's push ahead here. Fall of 1906. Robert, tell us what you see.
So Zach takes Trieste, which is sort of the only Turkish center he could have taken right here. Interestingly, he prefers Armenia over Romania here for his army move from Sev. I think there's an argument to be made for both of them. But yeah, obviously Armenia puts him next to 2 Turkish home centers, so that's powerful as well. It's just harder to connect it with anything else. It's a bit on its own there now. And then Turkey convoys back to Albania. Brave move makes, I mean, if Zach had decided to tap Venice, then Turkey would have gone down too. But as it stands, that's probably a good defensive moves. We say goodbye to Andrew Goff. Both of his centers fall. And yeah, it looks like EF are now back together. France retakes Mao. And yeah, it's EF on one side, and on the other side, it's RT fighting. So let's see if Zach Moore can pull this off. This is a fun thing, but it's tough. He has a lot of opponents now.
If you're Russ Dennis, how excited are you to finally get a fleet into Mid-Atlantic? I'm trying to do that for a very long time. Meanwhile, also, so I believe that Johnny's even getting a build here because he's picking up Tunis and Rome here.
Oh, wow.
But if you're Russ Dennis, so that that's also going to be a problem for Zach Moore and his solo bid. But Russ Dennis suddenly has life. Ruben Sanchez is eliminated here, and he is still playing on the other board. So this elimination means he cannot win the tournament without a solo on the other board. So between him and Peter, that's another dynamic that can keep that game going.
Wow.
And Russ Dennis is also still playing on that board. He was Russia to Ruben's England. So
and he got stabbed by Zach. By Peter, right? No, it was Peter
on the other board. We're presuming that based on
probably.
I'm looking at this and I'm wondering, did Zach actually need to stab Johnny right there? He was going to build 3 anyway. Was that the right time to do it? Could he have waited another turn?
We can talk about that afterward. Surprisingly, not a fleet in Sevastopol. That's a tough call, I have to say. In any case, we get an army from Johnny Gillam and yet another northern fleet from Zach Moore.
Wow.
It's all in on the fleets. All right, let's give Zach a minute here. Are those the right builds, Adam?
I think you probably want to have a fleet in Sev here. I don't know that you want to just give Johnny the Black Sea. I mean, he in the sense that, you want to be able to cover Romania and all of that. It's true, but you can move Moscow to Ukraine, Warsaw to Galicia. If he walks into Rum in the spring, you're going to be able to kick him out. So I don't know. I probably would have went with the fleet there. Fleet St. Pete is the other one. Do you need another fleet up there? Would you rather have an army? I can see the argument for it. I mean, you've got 4 fleets there, but tactically the position is, a little bit not great. So you could almost even argue for a fleet south coast to get down into Baltic to help you protect the stuff in Germany. But
Robert, moving over to Russ in the west, how can Russ top this board? What's the diplomatic alliance structure strategy?
I think, this is a good question. It might be just sitting still for a while, for a few turns, because Turkey and England might be needed to sort of keep Zach in check right now. It might be a game that often is played by Turkey, but now just from the French position saying, okay, you go, you stop the big board leader, and thus pushing the two away from you. And then when you make sure that Zach is cut down to size, you take a few centers from behind. I think that might actually be the smartest move in this position here.
All right, it's a long strategy, which means this game would have to go quite late.
Yep.
Let's actually, why don't we switch it up here? Robert, why don't you talk about spring, and then we'll go to Adam in the fall.
Yes, and it looks like that is sort of what Russ is doing. England is supporting him into Ruhr so he can help fight Zach. He's going into English Channel, but that is, as Ben is pointing out, with the North Sea with consent as well. So yeah, everything just to help prop up England and to fight Zach. And Zach is sort of guessing wrong in Ankara/Smyrna, just tapping Smyrna, which does nothing. Moves his armies into position a little bit in the south. He should be able. Maybe he'll lose Trieste already again, because we see Jason Mastbaum being supported into Venice, and potentially he'll end up in Trieste again and finally get a home center back. So it's not looking too good for Zach.
Kiel should also be lost, right?
Kiel should be lost as well. Yeah, so he might go down 2 here if they get that.
Yeah, there are some guesses here. Kiel
Serbia, and so on.
All right, let's move forward and see what happens in the fall. Here it is. Adam, tell us about it.
I mean, I'm a bit surprised by the tactics here from England and France, right? Because so the way you can force Kiel here by moving Helgoland to Kiel with supported by Holland and tapping Denmark from the North Sea, because you've got the English Channel, you can use that to support Norwegian down to the North Sea to beleaguer it. Instead, they offer a bunch of supports for the North Sea, it looks like, but they neglect to support Ruhr. I mean, actually, Zach's choice to attack Ruhr here is really interesting. Probably not what I would have done in this position, but it works out beautifully for him. He pops that unit and protects everything because they just didn't make any plays on the Russian dots. Meanwhile, in the east, Zach loses Trieste, takes Serbia. Okay, and he decides to move Armenia back to Sev as a protective move because he follows into Romania. Okay, so ultimately it's kind of a wash for everyone, but I don't know if Zach's position is any better or not. He's still weak in the middle of the board.
Yep, and he's got Sweden supporting Norway here as a sort of a wasted unit. All right, let's push ahead here. Winter 1907 sees just the rebuild from Russ Dennis, which of course has to be an army in Paris, because Zach has 2 on Burgundy. Moving ahead here, spring of 1908. Robert, talk us through what you see here. Lots and lots of movement in the east.
Well, we see Russia taking Trieste, and there's a bounce in Serbia. Turkey gets up to Armenia, which means that they should be able to take Armenia and fall. Austria pushes France forward into Tyrolia. Yeah, there's a bit of back and forth, but it's not looking too good for Zach Moore. He gets his fleets in a bit of a better position. Actually, he takes Kiel, fills it up with that fleet, and moves Sweden to Denmark. So he's fairly safe on that front for the time being, I think. There's once again play on Kiel. But especially the south is very precarious right now, Sevastopol and so on. So it looks shaky for his solo opportunities.
He does seem stymied. The question is, does anything break and create another dynamic? And the answer is no. The game ends right here. Wow. Is that a surprise for you guys as it is for me?
To an extent, yes. I mean, I can see. I mean, the big question is Russ, right? I mean, I don't think I don't think it's that much of a surprise from Zach's point of view. Yes, I get he could win the whole tournament with a solo, but I just think it's unlikely from this position. But Russ, he might have some play, but it's delicate. It's very difficult to find the sweet spot when you can actually jump forward and try to take something to potentially move you up in second or even first without soloing. So without having Zach solo. So I sort of get it. I don't hate it.
Yeah, I think that there's probably not a lot to happen. I mean, the only play for Russ is, what is he going to do? Walk into London and Liverpool? I mean, that pretty much will guarantee that Zach at least has a pretty decent shot at getting close to 18, depending on how much success Johnny has pushing him back tactically in the South. So I don't know that there's really a huge incentive. Johnny's got to look at this and say, the differential is too big for me to get a board top here. I've got a decent second. It's not going to win me the tournament, but I might be in the top 3 or 4. So.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think the only way it would have worked would have been waiting a little longer from Russ's perspective and just seeing if Johnny can actually make progress against Zach, and then maybe you feel at some point safe enough that Zach is so far away from 18 that even if it means that you are granting centers like Holland to Zach, that you can actually move forward and potentially grow.
For Johnny Gillum, the next question, we're going to take a look at the standings here in a second. The next question is for Johnny. Is that extra 1,000 that he's leaving on the table here significant? Either way, he's had a great tournament, right? This is a guy who has not won a tournament before, has made some noise at tournaments, but has also had some sort of spectacular misses. And like I said before, he's had kind of an emotional year. Kind of ups and downs. He's going to place, probably in the top 5, and possibly as high as third or second, depending on what happens in the other ones. I don't think he can win, but again, we'll check out the standings here in a second. So I guess I'm just saying, let's get ready to congratulate Johnny Gillum, and we can at least put a down payment on that here with a nice second place. It pains me to say that there is such a thing as a nice second place. In Carnage, there is second place that does score pretty well. All right, let's. Why don't we put a bow on this one then? We will obviously have cause to talk about these players again, and let's bring back to the stream Siobhan Nolan. Hey, Siobhan.
Hello again. All right, I love seeing Zach go for it. I kind of wish it had gotten taken all the way. The lack of build that Fleet Sev was a missed opportunity in my opinion, but. What do I know? I've never soloed at Carnage. So, Adam, Robert, you've seen a number of these games so far. We're getting close to the end. I know that we've got some updates coming soon, but what's your prediction for the last little bit of this tournament? Adam, what do you think?
Dan Lester gets his second place in a world. Peter Jürgen, our new champion.
Okay. And Robert?
So anyone on the broadcast?
We have no idea.
Damn you, Adam. I wanted to say Peter Jürgen as well. And when you said Dan Lester, I thought, yes, nice. We can be nice and contrary. No, I think I just want to believe that it's Peter Jürgen because the story would be that great with those two boards at the same time. I think it's a really close race between the two now, but I could see either actually Peter from the center development, we've seen solo that round 3 board, or actually he's been sort of on the up in his round 4 board as Italy. And I feel a little, yes, from what we've seen lately, Dan has a little bit of a lead still, but it's just a very dangerous position, as we pointed out, as Germany in a Western triple. And I've got this feeling this might come back to haunt Dan Lester, but it could really go either way. But my feeling is Peter Jürgen as well, sort of.
Okay. All right. So we've got some. We saw the 1913 updates. Yeah. Oh, there it is.
Oh, it's going to that direction.
Oh no.
Oh, I love that so much. It's it's so exciting.
I put my money on Peter. It didn't care which one. Come on. Oh. Oh.
Oh, we're getting multiples. Okay.
Oh, and he's
Yeah,
go back to 15. This is
15.
Peter.
rarely has an Excel
I-
spreadsheet been that exciting to watch.
Yeah, no, and I also want to really be in Andrew Goff's head here, who's been playing on 2 boards but has been stuck at 3 on that round 3 board for, I think that was 6 years there.
The round
So-
4 did not go a lot better for him.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. I mean, I have to imagine it's hard to know without seeing the board that Peter's going for a solo here, right?
That's got to be.
You would think it would have ended otherwise, right? I mean, he would have just taken the top.
And
If he didn't think it was there.
he's in Austria, right? So the question is, did he get fleets in the water, or is he just like flooding armies, everywhere he can get them? But he's definitely across the stalemate line, right? So
Someday someone needs to piece together what happened in the interim on that board because I want to see all the details of what was going on.
Yeah, bummer that we didn't get the full.
But somehow understandable that people playing 2 boards didn't want to enter some backstabber stuff.
Very understandable.
all right, so I have the current standings. Do we want to? Why don't we review really quickly where the 2 games remaining stand, as we viewed them so far? Let's put my tech back up here.
Yeah.
There we go. All right, so we've got two games still going. This is Scooby-Doo, which is Dan Lester's board. It's got 4 players tied. Doesn't it? What am I missing? Oh, no, this is Peter Jurgen's board. Sorry.
This is Jurgen's board, yeah.
So Peter Jurgen is he's in a tie for 3rd place here. No, 4th place. So he is at 3,500. So he has quite a lot of potential here in terms of points. Another 3,500 are available to him. Whereas, here we go, Mr. Lester is in a 4-way tie for 1st place, which gets him 5,500. So only 1,500. So there's 2,000 that separate them in round 4. And the current standings are this. Dan Lester is ahead by 2,000. So right now, what is separating them is their round 4 performance. And also, there's always the possibility of Peter Jurgen winning this with a solo in the game he is playing concurrently. That's where we're at.
Wow.
I love a tournament like this. I want to see it all come down to the wire. I'm really glad that I managed to avoid knowing what happened. And
I believe that no one else up here is in those games. So if Dan and Peter both collapse, Peter McNamara is the winner. I think we're down to these 3 players.
That'd be hard to happen though, right? Because Dan is already at 35, or one of them's at 35. So
Peter Jurgen's at 3,500.
okay. So if he went down, so if he was the second eliminated, he would be out.
Right. And if Dan Lester, he's in a 4-way tie for 1st,
right?
So he could very quickly drop a couple places. So,
right. Okay.
Shall we take it home?
Okay. Yeah, we're going to take it home. And before we do, we're going to say thank you and goodbye to Robert, where I believe it's closing on, 1 in the morning where you are?
Yeah, exactly.
So thank you for staying up late. You've done a ton of work for this broadcast with us, and it's always so much fun to have you on. So any final thoughts before we say goodbye?
This is just such a great story with these 2 boards, the round 3 board going on, and all 3 options would be great. Dan Lester taking finally the first, Peter Jurgen taking it home with 2 boards at once, or actually both of them collapsing, and all of a sudden the Cinderella story, Peter McNamara coming from behind and taking it. I would love each of these options, and I can't wait to find out which one is it. Yeah, thank you guys. Was a lot of fun tonight, and have a good night.
Robert, thanks for joining us. Before you go, though, who's your pick? Who's going to win this?
Peter Jurgen.
All right. With a solo or no?
With a solo.
All right.
I love it. All right. Well, thank you, Robert. Go get some sleep. I guess you get to find out in the morning what happened, and we'll see you on stream again soon.
Take care.
See you, Robert. By the way, I didn't mean to discount Robert Sanchez's chances if he solos. And remember, he's only playing on 1 board now, the board that started.
Oh, Ruben, you mean?
What did I say?
Robert.
Ruben Sanchez.
Do,
Yes.
do we know from a timing perspective that game was still going on after his round 4 ended?
Yes, because they're already yes.
I know from our timing it is, but I'm from the.
Oh
but
no, I'm getting information in the background from the producer that yes,
In real
yes, it
time.
indeed was.
Wow.
So Ruben can win with a solo, but he needs a solo. But again, he's only playing one game now. Peter Jurgen's playing 2. All right, shall we?
So
for Peter.
all right, we've got boards A and B to finish up, and we're gonna start with Scooby-Doo. So I'll bring that back up on stream. We'll divide it up spring and fall as we go through. Brandon, you're on top here. How about spring of 04? Tell me what
All
happened.
right, just a quick reset. This is Peter Jurgen's board. So
Correct.
Peter has managed to reconstitute an alliance with Austria, and an AIR is happening, and presumably an AIR that moved from Galicia to Bohemia isn't necessarily copacetic with that, but presumably an AIR. They are cooperating on Constantinople. And then there is an FG, which is fighting England while Timothy Crosby's fleets stay mysteriously silent in the north. Peter needs to move up. He needs to grow. I will draw everyone's attention to a bounce in Tyrolia, which keeps Peter Jurgen's units from his armies from moving forward. And that is significant. It definitely constricts his ability to do anything to do much of anything interesting in the fall here. Otherwise, Saren gets some position over Mike Hall, England in the north, and works with John Archibald in Germany to get a convoy into York, which is significant. Mike should be gone fairly shortly.
I'm going to point out one little thing that looks very innocent and innocuous here, in that Peter Jurgen goes to Tyrrhenian Sea. It's one little move. Does it mean something?
I don't know where else to move the fleet, but yeah, I mean, it could be a harbinger of something. Actually, what struck me on that side of the board is Gascony to Marseille. By Saren.
Yeah, I think England, I'm sorry, France and Italy are eyeing each other and recognizing.
Yeah, and Saren is now in this position in Spain and Mid-Atlantic and Marseille that the hammer could drop right away, if that's what she wants to do.
And Saren actually has Liverpool here. That's worth noting.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right, because Germany convoyed her up into Yorkshire.
Okay. Well, let's push forward into the fall. Adam, tell me about it.
Yeah, indeed. That move was indeed to go to Western Med and Piedmont, which clearly Peter was talked out of doing anything defensive. In fact, retreats Tyrrhenian Sea to Naples is a sign of good faith to Saren, and good faith indeed he has shown, because now it's going to be a lot harder for him to defend himself. What else do we have? Up in the north, Saren is rolling with the Germans, support up into the Norwegian Sea, really looking to push back Timothy up in the north, I think is what we're going to probably start to see next year if they're actually working together. Of course, it also could be there to be the beginnings of an attack on Germany, starting with Liverpool. The other interesting thing is that the English convoy directly into Belgium, so Saren is not getting her build from this. Peter gets up into Tyrolia this time. Everything works okay there, and the Austrians, it looks like they forced Smyrna, so they're looking at 2 builds, but they've only left 1 center open because they sat in Budapest. So, and Vienna.
Okay.
I
think if you're Peter here, you wanted to negotiate for one of those builds.
Absolutely, you needed to.
100%.
Yeah. Yeah, because this was pretty much a given that both of those Turkish dots were going to fall this turn. So.
Yeah. All right. Well, the way the board shakes out means that the only adjustment is 1 build from the Austrian in the only open center, which is Trieste. Okay.
There's a subpar set of moves from F and G, I believe. That was curious. In any case, this is a major moment for Peter to not get a build here.
I agree. All right, let's see what the spring
Yeah,
brings for him.
This is really rough for Peter. Wow.
Yeah.
Tell me about it, Brandon.
I mean, the heart's breaking here. It looks very much like Alex Miller in Austria is taking his shot to take Peter's dots. So gets support from Sarin in France, from Trieste to Venice. Follows that up with Budapest to Trieste, and also moves the other armies, Bulgaria and Khan, and his fleet in Smyrna, into position to take Greece. Meanwhile, negotiated with Timothy Crosby to move his units away as well and to not follow into Budapest. It'll be a question to see what Timothy does here in the fall, whether it takes advantage of Alex's move here or not. But Alex has decided he wants a result, and it's going to come at the expense of Peter Jürgen and Peter Jürgen's championship hopes. And honestly, I mean, it's all fair for Alex to want to get a result here, and it's actually impressive that he's taking this chance.
Does Timothy have a good reason not to take the two, I'll call them former Turkish dots this turn, though, right? And especially with Alex likely to grow, sitting with a build in pocket and likely to grow at least one, if not two, from the Italian, and then can use this as they can make the excuse of, hey, it's just a balancing play. You're getting some builds, you got one in pocket, I got to protect myself and do that. Does Timothy have a play there that's not a total, like, I'm breaking up the AR?
I don't see what reason Timothy has not to do that. Especially with whatever shenanigans are happening in the north, very unclear what, I believe that France and Germany are trying to eliminate England, just doing it slightly curiously.
England's trying to help them by walking out of Belgium.
Well, now he can. There's a guess over Brest and Paris. Anyway, as far as Peter goes, right? Like if Timothy does move here, and again we've sort of agreed why not. That's kind of his only chance, and then he's going to need some kind of miracle to rebound. It's not looking good for Peter in this game, which means solo or bust.
Okay. Well, let's see what the fall brings.
Yeah.
Adam.
Yeah, and I mean, this is exactly what Brandon and I were just talking about. And Timothy he actually went whole hog and went for Budapest as well, and got 2 out of the 3, which is, I think, probably a good outcome for Timothy. And again, I think this was right, because I don't think there's a huge risk in him fighting the Austrian here, especially with the Austrian already having some builds. It was probably going to happen in the long run. In the north, there's still not a whole lot happening. I mean, it's interesting that France now takes Edinburgh. I guess that's an agreed upon swap of Belgium for Edinburgh. The English decide there's no reason for going for a dot, so we'll just go to Burgundy, I guess. Okay. But yeah, Peter is losing Greece. He's losing Venice, down to Rome, Naples, and Tunis. And it's going to be hard for him to keep those probably in the long run.
Yeah. I want to point out one move here, Vienna to Galicia. This is a bit greedy on Alex's part, and it indicates that his intention was to move against Russia immediately. He could have covered Budapest. Instead, he wanted to get position in Galicia and leave more centers open for builds. And that, unfortunately, he's actually going to still get a build here because he had one in pocket, but otherwise he's 2-2.
I think this could have been a lot worse. I'm reading in the chat that Tim actually, you look at the order for Bohemia, went to Venice. That was actually a misorder. It was supposed to go to Bohemia. It was supposed to go to Vienna, which should have worked with the Austrians walking out. So it actually, it could have been a lot worse for Alex, as it turns out.
We have all been there, Timothy.
Yeah, indeed.
It's a painful moment nonetheless. All right, let's see what the positioning looks like after winter. So Timothy, despite the misorder, still up 2. Warsaw and Sev is where he decides to put those armies. Austria, for all the cleverness and trying to be a little greedy, only got 1 with an army in Vienna. We lose Peter Jürgen's army in Tyrolia, get an army in Marseille, and the fleet in the Channel goes away.
Army Marseille, interesting.
Yeah, Army Marseille. How are we feeling about these positionings?
I mean, Tim's in beautiful shape, I think.
Yeah, of anyone, I'd want to be Tim on here.
Yeah.
You know, has to watch out for Germany making noise in the north, which honestly Germany probably should. But other than that, yeah, Timothy should clean up in the south and should have a sizable board top in this game.
Yep. Okay. I believe we have. Where did we leave off with the round 3 game? We saw 1915, right?
Yep.
All right. 1916.
The same.
Consistency.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. All right. That is what I have been told to show, and so that is all I will do for now.
That's interesting. Once you start, you know, that when you're at those very large center count numbers, that could be we're starting to stall and really not able to break through. We're testing the other side to see if they can write the right orders, or it could be positioning, obviously, and we'll have to see another year, I guess.
Yep. Okay. So let's continue on with board A. Brandon, tell me what happens in the spring.
All right. Saren advances fleets in the north. Timothy's being a little bit passive here in the north. You know, it's the question for Timothy is going to come down to tactics in the south. You know, if he can consolidate his position in the south, pick up a couple more dots, and then at least keep, you know, if he loses Norway and Sweden but replaces it with 4 dots in the south, for example, that's a good trade for him, and that's the sort of thing that would secure him the board top. You know, but Saren's one to keep an eye on here, picking up London, also in good position, now in Tyrolia. So doing this thing where you advance units, get them across the line, and see what happens. As far as the tactical situation in the battle against Austria and Russia, I think you want, if you're Tim, to be advancing units south, and instead it looks like Romania is coming to the north.
Well, it's cutting off the retreat for Galicia.
Right. But you could have done that from Sevastopol.
Well, correct. That's right. You could have.
No, what you want to do is ensure that that unit is piffed. You could have done that by tapping Vienna and supporting. Yeah, this is not an optimal set of.
No, it's not the. Yeah, tactically you can do this better. And you also don't have to give up Bohemia, right? You can make the attack from Warsaw.
Right. Or Silesia. You know, you've got multiple options here. So that's a big deal, right? Because if Austria can get a defensible position here, then Timothy's advantage disappears, and then you start looking at Saren. And Peter Jürgen's going to pick up Venice here. Suddenly, Peter and Saren have some common cause. So let's move forward and see what happens next.
All right, Adam, show me the fall.
Well, I mean, Peter is splitting up his fleets, going to the Western Med. I guess he was probably thinking Saren was going to bounce him there, but she goes to North Africa instead. And then he goes to Eastern Med, probably trying to help out Alex, or seeing if Alex will put him into one of the Russian dots. Or up in the north, Germany is now trying to force Bohemia. So I guess it's sort of an everybody against Russia kind of situation here. They do take Norway now. Tim was a little bit short in units in the north, you know, but he does make the play into Prussia. I guess that's why he kept the unit in Warsaw, so he could go up into Prussia in the fall. So, but this is a pretty strong everybody against Russia type of situation. But, you know, once he's pushed back a little bit, then that could change. So I'm sure Tim is working all the phone lines.
Yeah, I don't see with Saren now kind of you know, moving into the director's chair. Yeah, this is and Peter, I think, got a little bit bamboozled here, splitting up his units. There's really not a whole lot of reason for Ionian to go to the Eastern Med here. Better to stay home and you know, consolidate. In any case, yeah, this is not good for Tim. Tim is crumbling, I think, and I see in the chat that he went to pieces on that misorder. This looks like a player on tilt.
Yeah,
and you know, now he's moving to the line and hoping that Austria will work with him, and that seems unlikely.
Yep, I know the feeling well, Tim. I've had many a misorder in my day, and So that puts Russia down 2, and we see disbands in Sweden and Smyrna, an army build from Peter Jürgen in Rome, and another Fleet Marseille from Saren, and C'est la vie and good game to Mikey Hall, it looks like. Anything to comment on there, or all pretty expected?
Well, it's looking good for Saren, I guess. It's interesting, I guess Peter felt like he needed to build the army there to protect Venice, but conversely, he kind of also needed a fleet there. So it was sort of 6 one way, half a dozen the other, I guess.
Okay. Well, we will continue on into spring of 1907. Brandon, give me the highlights.
All right. We see the FG advancing. Saren, I think, declared her intent pretty clearly with the fleet build, and also, not bouncing in Western Med like she was probably supposed to. And also moving the army into Piedmont. So, Saren is going for some green dots, and, that spells trouble for Peter Jürgen's championship hopes. That's kind of it. Meanwhile, Timothy Crosby is collapsing in the north without, compensating gains in the south. Alex is not attacking him in the middle, but is also not helping against Germany and France, and is convoying Greece into Constantinople. So some mixed messages here, but Timothy is going to lose the two Turkish centers that he has as well. So this is definitely not great for Tim.
No, nobody wants Smyrna.
Not yet.
No one wants Smyrna.
I think Alex Miller might want Smyrna. No?
Or not. Okay, Fall 07. It looks like a lot of holds and supports. Adam, does anything happen?
Seems like Alex recognizes that continuing to attack Russia or continuing to fight Russia is not going to be to his benefit, right? Because it's just going to push the FG further across the line. It is perplexing that Saren doesn't take St. Petersburg here, because there's no reason for her not to. So that's kind of interesting.
Okay. And winter shows a couple of adjustments. We lose the Russian fleet in Ankara, and Germany has nowhere to put his build. So a little bit of an...
Yeah, we're going to end it here. We're going to end it here, yep.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's start with you, Brandon. Is this the right result?
I think, yeah, for this stage of the tournament, I think Saren has more to gain here, but maybe doesn't have a reason to gain it. 500 points. She can get up to first place alone, and that would get her another 500 points, which isn't, given where she is in the tournament, probably doesn't make a big deal for her standings. So I could see Saren drawing here as a gift to John Archbold, and also to avoid any possible conflict with him, because they've done well together.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not concerned with your results, right? You're not in contention. This isn't a game you're going to solo in. Then why not just share the top? Round 4 of a tournament, why not share the top with your ally? I think it makes perfect sense, and there's not really anyone else on this board who has anything to gain by continuing to play.
Okay. Well, that is all she wrote for board A in round 4. I'm waiting for my producer to tell me if we got an update before we move to round.
It's really down to whether there's a solo in the round 3 board that's still going on, or Dan Lester. So if there's no solo here, then it's Dan Lester, unless Dan Lester loses some points. And I guess this means
it drew.
It drew. No solo. So Peter is not going to win the tournament.
Okay.
So Dan Lester or Peter McNamara.
Yeah.
It's okay. Let's see what we got. I will move back
to...
Is Peter Jürgen ahead of Peter McNamara?
Not anymore.
Oh, right. Because he lost more than... yes. Okay, good.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
All right. So then here... Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead, Brandon.
Do we have a score update before we go to this, or are we going to jump right in?
Yeah, we can do it. So let me update. But it's going to just be whether whether Dan Lester can hold on or not. That was Scooby Doo, right? That we were just looking at. Yeah.
That was Scooby Doo, correct?
Okay.
Yeah. So I'll
This
let you
is,
bring
I
that
guess
up,
there's
Brandon.
also the crazy scenario where somebody like Nicolas Sahuguet solos on this board, right? Which is unlikely, but it's not outside the realm of possibility, right?
Could be interesting. Let's take a look at those standings.
Coming right up. If I can do this. Oh, I think they are ready to go. Okay, here we go. All right, so these are the standings as of with the round 3 board final results in there. As we just said, Peter McNamara has pulled ahead as far as the clubhouse goes of Peter Jürgen. So Dan Lester. So once Dan Lester sees that Peter Jürgen has fallen behind in his second round board, or his fourth round board, then Dan knows that he just needs to not lose more than 2,000 points. Presumably, he has looked at Peter McNamara's results, and so that's where we stand with this game.
Correct. And actually, 2,000 points would be okay because Dan would have the tiebreaker. 2,500 or 3,000 points would be the difference, wouldn't
if he
it?
doesn't lose more than 4 centers, yeah.
Yeah, it's the more than, yeah. Okay. All right, let's go back to Dan's game and see if he can do it. We left off in the fall. We can see how this winter shapes up. Brandon, I believe you were commenting on this game earlier. Do you remember what the feel was when we left this board?
I believe that, yeah, Nicolas. So the analysis I gave was that Dan was making a bet that Nicolas would not move on him, that former world champ Nicolas Sahuguet would be okay helping Dan Lester win the world championship. And honestly, if it means that Nicolas can top this board, what does he really care?
Yeah. Okay, so we don't have much in the way of adjustments from when we left off. We lose an Italian fleet in the Ionian, and we gain a French fleet in Marseille from Craig, and an English army in Liverpool. Let's push right on ahead. Adam, you can have the spring turns this time.
Sounds good. There's a big English convoy out to St. Petersburg, which goes, because St. Petersburg makes it down into Livonia. In the south, the French make the it looks like a successful convoy into Tuscany, and the Turks advance their fleet into the Ionian. It is pretty much just Western Triple versus Eastern powers at this point, with also the effort of Russia and Turkey to finish off the Austrian, it seems.
All right, and Brandon, what's the action in the fall?
That Western Triple. This is, it's like this tournament's going to end on a Western Triple. It is really being very effective. Nicolas Sahuguet gets Moscow with, actually he does it on his own, but at least doesn't have Germany attacking him. Meanwhile, you might think that Norway going to north is a potential red flag for Dan Lester and Germany, but it is clearly arranged so that Dan Lester can move into Norway and pick up a build here. So this is just lovely cooperation between the two of them. Craig Mayer in France does not advance anything, so he's a little stymied. So, he should be a little worried about potential cooperation, except that he probably knows the state of the tournament. And this game, unless Nicolas, turns on Dan, we are witnessing a coronation, and Nicolas certainly looks like he's not going to turn on Dan.
Okay. The builds are as follows. We've got Fleet Anchor Army Khan from the Turk, nowhere for Katie Gray to put that Italian build, and an army in Munich, and we lose Army Ukraine from the Russian. Anything surprising to either of you?
I mean, this game could, in theory, end right here, right?
Yep.
Ian Rudnick in Turkey is the only one, I think, with any incentive to keep the game going. Maybe Ian wants a lone board top to have a nice result to take home with him. That could be negotiated. Unless Nicolas really wants a lone board top as well, that would be the conflict that would keep this game going. But it sure doesn't look like Craig Mayer wants to keep the game going, and he sure as hell Dan Lester doesn't want to keep this game going.
Dan would be happy if this game drew right here, right now.
But this game is in an earlier state than Peter Jurgen's round 4 game. So so Dan might care, because he actually at this point doesn't know that Peter isn't getting a solo, or Peter isn't in a good position on his final board. I think, right?
Yep.
Well, background knowledge is telling me that the round 3 game was indeed still going and looked very much like a solo threat. So Dan is going to push for everything he can.
It would be great to get a picture of the final board state for that round 3 board.
Yeah. Adam, I think you're up in spring.
Yeah, so Nicola destroys one of the German fleets. This is arranged because that fleet otherwise would have retreated. Clearly some lovey-dovey play here between Nicola and Dan is continuing. This could be somebody attempting to get a great result, or it could just be that this is how they want to handle this. In the south, Craig finally does make some headway. He gets Rome and looks like gets back into the Tyrrhenian Sea. So actually, this is some legit progress for Craig right here.
Yep. All right. And in the fall, Brandon?
So Dan and Nicola have arranged to destroy Dan's fleet, but he gets to rebuild it as something with an army, almost certainly an army. Elsewhere, Craig Mayer is getting some builds, picks up all 3 of the Italian home centers in one turn, and that will remove the possibility that EG could take out Craig Mayer. In another situation, this would raise the possibility that EF could take out Germany. We'll be surprised if that happens.
All right. And in the winter, we've got some adjustments. Craig opts to waive a build here. Could have built 3 if he wanted, but puts down Fleet Marseille, Army Brest. We do get that German rebuild as an army in Kiel. Katie Gray chooses to just cede the Italian boot to Craig Mayer, who has taken it over and gets rid of Apulia. And we get Fleet Smyrna from the Turk. Any thoughts on that, Adam?
No, other than, now Dan's in like 3rd place or something, so there's no way that this board is going to end with that center count. It's hard to know exactly what's going on. There's certainly very friendly play, but it also doesn't mean that Nicola is simply going to say, okay, Dan, you can top this board, that's fine, right? It may just be like, Dan, you want the centers, you got to take the centers.
Yep. Okay. And then take us into the spring, Adam.
Yeah, so Dan is making progress. In this case, the Italian, the remnants of Italy are supporting Dan into Budapest so that they can kill off the Russians. And England is now in Sev, holding all the units in the north. I guess the most interesting, I don't want to call it provocative, but interesting move is Kiel to Ruhr, I suppose. But I doubt it means much.
I mean, if you're Nicolas Sahuguet, do you start to think about 18?
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, certainly Germany can do nothing against you, right? If you stab them before they get a build, before they put another fleet down, they can do absolutely nothing.
Yeah, and you've already got 3 dots across the line. Warsaw, Moscow, Sev.
I mean, you're only at 8, but you're sitting on, if you can take out Scandinavia and some of the just even things you can just take with fleets, there's another 3, 6, 7 centers there. So
all right, I don't think he's going to do it, but
no, I don't either.
But
all right, let's see where the year takes us. Brandon.
All right, well, Germany is now picking up 2 builds here in the south. Trieste as a triple support total.
And how many is he building though, Brandon?
I don't. Well, he's losing Norway here.
Yeah,
doesn't lose Holland.
He doesn't lose. Oh, I'm sorry, that went to Belgium, not Holland. Okay.
Yeah, so he's going to put up 2, or he's going to build 1 here. He is pretty far out of position. England is going to build 2. Nothing else moves in the south. There is an avenue here for Nicolas if he wanted to go for it.
Yep. And he knows it too. Nicolas is a savvy player. He's never not counting to 18, even at the beginning of the game. So, all right. So we now have France and England tied in our Western triple with Germany only 1 behind. But Nicolas opts to wave one of the builds, only putting an army down in Edinburgh. We get that previously waved build from Craig Mayer going as an army in Marseille. Another army in Kiel for Dan Lester in Germany, and we lose a couple armies in the east, Romania and Armenia. Thank you very much for playing, Karthik Koneth, but c'est la vie. Any other comments, surprises?
Nah, it's really just down now to whether Nicolas makes a move.
Okay. Adam, tell me about it.
I mean, why make a move? I guess when you're getting fed the dots that you would need anyway, right? So, he's continuing to push Germany forward while taking dots from behind. So that's beautiful when you can do that. I mean, I don't know that means Nicolas ever going to go for it in this game, but it's certainly, rewarding patient play by not having to stab your ally and still getting their dots.
Yep. Can I just point out, I love how much everyone is just ignoring this little Italian unit in Vienna.
Yeah.
Just Katie hanging out.
So I will point out here, the other game drew in spring of 08. So they're not on a central clock, so they're not, going to be exactly aligned, but it's probably around this time that game draws. And I understand that the round 3 game drew around the same time as the other game. So it may be around this time that Dan finds out that what exactly he needs to win.
Mm-hmm. And as a player who's been very close a number of times, he's definitely doing the math and watching those other games.
Yeah.
And Peter McNamara is sitting in a corner sending vibes to Nicolas Auger.
Yeah.
All right, Brandon, what do you see in the fall here?
I see Nicolas not going for it. See lots of units moving forward. We have Germany is going to get a build here because they take Serbia and hold on to Romania. Nicolas is going to get one of the builds out of that. Let's see. Craig Mayer in France does not advance anywhere. I mean, this would be a strategy for Nicolas to let Turkey have to give up fleet power basically and have all of the German armies sort of sequestered down there. But at some point, Germany can't be too strong. Like if Germany gets enough units to protect their home centers, then you can't stab them. So it's a fine balance that Nicolas has to walk if he wants to. If, however, Nicolas doesn't care, then this game should end very soon.
All right, let's see it. So we do see the winter. Another waved build from Nicolas, just putting that army in Eddie, presumably to hang out on the island, maybe go up and over north again, who knows. Army in Berlin this time instead of Kiel from Dan Lester, and we lose an army from the Turk in Albania. Which brings us right to spring. Adam?
Not a whole lot happening here. The triple is still rolling. France is now in Albania. And they're leaving Katie alone in Vienna for fun, which maybe they're going to go 11-11, 11-1. I don't know.
That's all I can think. I mean, that Italian unit in Vienna is just my favorite thing in this game. So, all right. So in the fall, Brandon?
Yeah, it's just more of the same, which is this Western triple advancing and not falling apart. And it's really just Nicolas not stabbing. Belgium goes to Holland here, which is interesting. So there is a build coming from the east, but it's going to Nicolas, not to Dan Lester. Now Nicolas has one in the bank, so at some point, if you're Craig Mayer, you probably want to build here. But Nicolas is the one with the most potency in terms of a solo threat.
Correct. Okay. No orders for winter of 1909.
That means the game go back and forth.
Well, Nicola's the only build, so he waived both.
I think the game's over.
Nope.
There are moves for spring of 10.
So okay, so he waived it. That's
He
what
waived two
waived
builds.
both. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Adam.
Finally.
Well, that is interesting, isn't it?
Finally.
That is really interesting. So now Nicola makes a move. What does this move mean? I mean, it certainly looks it looks like you're setting up to take Denmark and Kiel and maybe more, but and France takes Greece. But that's because they're just following the Germans when the Germans take Bulgaria. I mean, if Nicola's making his play, this is it.
Yep.
So Nicola is at 11. There are 4 German home centers. That's 15, and so he would still need to find 3 centers from somewhere else, presumably French. Which, if France is going to be building here, that may get more and more difficult to do.
Or in the south.
Or in the south, yeah.
Vienna,
Into Romania, if Germany starts pulling down there, you're right.
Yeah, this is the nice thing about having waited this long, is that Turkey is now so weak and out of position that
it doesn't have armies. You're right.
Right.
Turkey only has fleets right now.
The only tactical mistake I feel here is Moscow and St. Petersburg holding. I think you want Moscow to go to Warsaw and St. Petersburg to come down here. You don't need an army in St. Petersburg. It doesn't.
You don't need the unit in St. Pete. It's not doing anything for you. Yep.
Okay. So is he going to go for it?
But those are the margins that solo pushes turn on. So.
Yep.
Oh, why not? Why not go for it?
Misordered.
What misorders, Nicola? What misorders?
But even so.
Come on, Nicola.
Okay. There's a lot of reaction here, a lot of emotion after a very long broadcast. We will get to the standings and the winner. Let's talk about all the emotions we just processed in the last 15 seconds. Brandon, you're up first.
Nicola is a fantastic player. He has won a world championship. He has threatened in major tournaments many times. This, even with failing to move Moscow and St. Petersburg, is still a viable solo threat. And there is little reason not to go for it. You're going to pick up probably 2 of those German home centers. It's not guaranteed. There's a guess here. But I take that back, actually. You can guarantee 2 of them.
You can get Kiel and Denmark.
Yeah.
Guaranteed.
Collegiate in Munich. So yes, you'd be putting down a bunch of units. You can keep France at bay because France is way out of position. You're going to get Kiel, Denmark, Berlin. Munich will probably fall quickly after that just because you've got armies. And then the question is, can you find 3 other dots? I think you've got a shot at it. Anyway, the only question here is whether you have a legitimate shot, whether your chances are, greater than 20%, say. And I think he's in like the 40%. I think he's around 40%.
Well, but I mean, it also comes down to this is for the championship, right? You draw here, you do not win the championship.
Yeah.
If you play on and don't solo, you don't win the champmpionship either. But you do solo, that's your chance.
Yeah. What do you have to lose, especially in Carnage scoring, where the eliminate
I don't know. I'd love to chat this out with you someday, Nicola, but I don't agree with your comment that France is too strong for you to have a real shot here.
France has 5 fleets in the Mediterranean, and none of them are even in Western Med. Like, you can't even get.
You don't need the French dots.
Yeah. It's Vienna, Budapest, and Romania or Trieste. Those are where you win.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
Okay. Now, all of that emotion we just had overshadowed the big news at this moment. We have another king crowned in England in the recent history, and Dan Lester, you finally did it. Up till now, always the bridesmaid, never the bride, but you made it to the top. Brandon, I don't know if you have those standings ready, But
I do. Let's
Yeah.
show him here. Let me do this, and then yeah, can you switch me over?
yeah, 1 second.
Oh, I'm not sharing. Let me do that. All right, the share is up there. If you could put that on screen. And here. There we go.
And there it is.
The final standings for World Diplomacy Championship at Carnage 2022. Congratulations to Dan Lester for his first World Championship.
And everyone who has not met Dan, that is him. He is as jolly in personality as he looks in that photo. And I believe that we have an actual interview from which that still was taken. So I'm going to put it on stream.
Hey, latest World dipcon champ, Dan Lester. How did you do it?
This is going to sound corny, David, but I did it one board at a time.
That is so incredibly cool.
It's a cliche, but it's true. You have to play the boards in front of you, and in a race tournament like this, there's a lot of incredibly good players. They're posting scores left and right. You can't let it get to you. You have to just play the game. You have to sit down at the board. You have to treat it like a great game of diplomacy it's going to be with some fantastic people. The way I play the game, I like to have fun. I want to have a good time, and I want to do justice to this game of diplomacy that we've come. I haven't come here to play a tournament, really. That's why I'm here. But when you sit down at the board, it's the game. Focus on the game, and if you get lucky, you've got to get lucky. It can happen.
Well, luck maybe had something to do with it, but the last time I remember you in World dipcon, when I was hosting it in 2014, you came in second. So you've been up there before. You just haven't been number one. What pushed you to number one in this time?
It's funny because I came in, I genuinely felt unsure if I was going to be competitive this time. A little bit out of practice, obviously the pandemic, and the UK hobby is coming back. It's resurgent, but not a lot of diplomacy games to play, but there's more now, which is great. I think honestly, I've got to pay tribute to Katie, who I met this weekend, Farron Jane. The early flyers came in, and we were sitting around in the bar on Thursday, and we were exchanging old war stories from back in the day. Some of them quite sad, and not just me, and the disappointment, things like that, which tournaments can give you. And she said, "Don't any of you actually enjoy playing diplomacy?" And we all laughed, and it was like a revelation to me, because I do enjoy playing diplomacy. I love playing diplomacy, and so did all the other people in the bar at that moment. And that helped me come into this tournament with a different mindset, which was, I love this game. And it was easy at this tournament to love this game, because it's one of the nicest group of people, and deadly lethal, a lethal roster, especially the new players who initially I underestimated, which was almost fatal. But it was easy to enjoy the tournament this time and just go in with a smile, and I think probably that was the difference.
Well, for others who may love this game but they haven't tried the face-to-face experience or haven't been to a World dipcon, why should they come?
Okay, I mean, I'm an old hand at face-to-face.
Yes, you are old.
Yes, I am. The grey hairs show. I think face-to-face is the way that it should be played, because I'm old-fashioned, and it's a really different experience. The pressure is on, the clock is ticking, and people are...
Hey, Rudy?
You can see the whites of their
I'll be
eyes
done in
next
like
to yours,
five.
and in the moment, anything can happen. And I'm going to play more online. Met some wonderful people here playing, virtual, the voice games, and I'm, really going to go for that. I've been inspired to do more of that, so I will have a new experience too. But I think, sitting at home with your drink and your biscuit and your opportunity to have a walk if a frustration thing happens, and just take a moment to recenter. The face-to-face is different. You're in the moment, you're surrounded by this buzz of people who are all enjoying the same thing that you do, and there's a real community feel. And you can feel pulses go through the room when big things happen, and it's live sport. Is what it is. It's live sport, and it's different from it's different from something that
That is not a live sport, because sometimes we think about board games not being sort of a live sport, but there's physical endurance as part of this game.
Yeah, that absolutely is, and something's going to sneak up on you that you're not expecting. You're on your feet all day. That on its own can be something. Wellness plays a part. You've got staying well for the tournament is important. Taking care of yourself. Get a sore throat. Feeling a little bit under the weather, or and the sleep situation. I mean, I got to talk about that very briefly. I don't think anybody sleeps at the Diplomacy tournament. Your mind races, especially not an intense one like this, but they're all intense. Your mind races all night. You toss and turn. You have your coping strategies and all the rest of it, but you're dealing with that by the end of the tournament. You're dealing with the fatigue and the sleep situation, and your mind is racing, and it's extraordinary. It's physical, and it's a sport, and there's nothing else like it. There's no other experience like this, and I would encourage anybody to come. What I said just now when I got the opportunity to say something, and I want to say it again on this if I can. The first World dipcon I went to in case my country, I came 83rd in 2004, but it felt amazing, and I kept at it, and I think I got better, and felt eventually came.
And here you are, Dan Lester. Congratulations. I know you got a lot of people in there wanting to congratulate you. You just won the championship belt. Way to go, man.
Just one last thing about this hobby, just a love letter to this hobby. I've met people that I would never meet in my life playing this game. David Hood, how would I ever meet you, right? A high-flying lawyer from the southern United States, but we've met so many times over the years, and I feel like I know you. Interesting people from all over the world, from all walks of life, all ages, and it's enriched my life enormously, and I've made lifelong friendships doing it, and I'd recommend this to anyone. If you're watching this, this is about me, it's about the hobby. Come, please come, you'll love it, you will.
Here, Dan Lester, and thanks again.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right. Always good to hear from Dan. Adam, I know you at least have played with him in person. Brandon, have you ever met Dan Lester in person? Oh, you are muted.
Dan is, aside from being just a genuinely incredibly pleasant and wonderful person to hang out with, he's a wonderful ambassador for the hobby. He's done so much. He ran World dipcon up in Oxford a few years ago. He comes internationally to tournaments, and he's just an incredible guy, and really one of the people who I have very fond memories from even my earliest days within this hobby, hanging out with Dan. So, really couldn't have gone to a better player or a better person.
Agreed. Brandon?
I have not met him before, but very impressed with his play. And I mean, he played this tournament well. And we'll give some final remarks on him after we've got some other formalities to take care of.
Yeah, we've got a few other people who deserve some recognition in this tournament. So we've spent some time on our champion, and we'll come back to him. But let's talk about those best country awards. So sometimes, you play for awards at tournaments a lot of times, and if you can't win the tournament, a best country is sometimes your next best thing to come home with. So we'll start off with best Austria, which is unsurprisingly Peter Jürgen, with a score of 7,015. Then we've got Liam Stokes taking home best England with 7,013 points. Jason Massbaum brings home the best France. Matt Krill brings home best Germany. Morgante Pell with best Italy. Zach Moore with best Russia, with that fantastic round 4 result on his part. And Adam Siegel with his best Turkey from round 1 or 2, I forget which. All of these were out and out board tops, which you almost require in Carnage scoring to get a best country to take home. And that's sometimes where those tiebreakers make all the difference, is sometimes a board top is not enough. You need those extra 2 dots if you want best country. Any surprises here for you guys? Brandon?
I mean, you look at, in terms of the best countries, actually, the big surprise here is that Dan Lester didn't win one. Usually at tournaments, the champion has won at least one best country award. And I think this may be a function of the scoring system as well, where getting a big board top is not such a big deal for winning the tournament, but it is for winning a best country award.
Correct. Adam, any thoughts on this lineup?
No, I mean it's great to see that they all hit double digits, which is awesome. And it's interesting that the biggest France was only 10 centers. France, which overall had the best score for the tournament, which isn't surprising. Had the weakest total center count for a best country, but these things are kind of stochastic anyway.
Yep. All right. Yeah. So congratulations to everyone for their best country awards. And then I believe next we're going to take a look at our top 7.
Kevin just posted some specialty awards in the.
Oh yeah, I can name those off while you get stuff. So every tournament, if you've never been to a face-to-face tournament, almost all of them have some fun awards. And they range in all flavors depending on what the TD feels like giving out that year. So this year, the TD that I've been told, the first was Tournament Director's Choice, which can mean whatever the tournament director wants it to be. I gave one of them out at Whipping years ago. It actually went to the partner of a player who brought me coffee throughout the entire tournament instead of a player themselves. But in this case, and I don't know what it was awarded for, TD Choice went to Morgante Pell. So well done, Morgante. And then there's an award which is very Dave Miletsky style, worst player, which I will not comment on why this was given or what, but that went this year to Brad Blitzstein. I did take a look at some back chatter in the Carnage channel now that I know the results, and I saw that Dave Miletsky did indeed give out his famous Barrel of Monkeys as well, which looks like, again, this year it was divided up amongst a whole board of players that included Zach Moore, which makes sense for Barrel of Monkeys. So always some fun time. And yeah,
that's
what I got for that.
Yeah, let's first of all thank Hal Schild for great video work, getting those videos together with some very good editing. Yeah, we should also give out some advertisement for upcoming events. We've got the Virtual Diplomacy League coming on November 12th. There'll be another round of Virtual Diplomacy League in December before the regular season ends, and we have the championship game in January. We also have the Virtual Diplomacy Championship, which is an open tournament that is happening in December. And to find out about any of those, go to diplobn.com and you'll find links to those Discord servers. If you are familiar with Discord, then you can find those servers. VWDC is one, and that is actually where most of the virtual stuff is happening. Oh, and you can use this QR code that is appearing in the upper right. Thank you very much. That is for the VWDC Discord server, I believe. If you are an in-person face-to-face player primarily, and you got some good action in at Worlds, and you want to see if you can qualify for the Diplomacy Broadcast Network's Invitational Tournament, you will need to play in some virtual games. You will need to get at least 2 boards in, and you can do that at any virtual event, VDL, League, or VDC, the Open Tournament. I'm looking at you, Peter Jürgen, because you almost certainly have qualified for the DBNI, or you'll be close to it. Yeah, I think I covered it all. Yeah.
I think that's it for the upcoming events. And before we move on to the top 7, all that, a huge and another big shout out to Dave Miletsky, and especially his hat, for all the organizing work that has been put into not just this year's event, but the fact that this has been something that has been several years in the making. Because as we mentioned at the top of the broadcast, Worlds was supposed to be at Carnage in 2020. And Dave put in so much effort into the prep work for that years in advance, and we all know why that didn't happen. And then finally he got to run it in 2022 this year, and it was a fantastic event. So many good players, just a wonderful effort all around. Anyone who's done any sort of organizing and diplomacy knows how hard it is to run a normal tournament. Running anything that is a dipcon, not to mention a world dipcon, is just multitudes of difficulty higher. So thank you, Dave. I'm so bummed that I couldn't make it, but another year. I promise I'll be back. All right. Let's take a look at our top 7. And let's see if I can get this correct. There we go. So starting off our top 7, from 7th to 1st, Nicolas Ahuguet for that monster effort in the last round to bring him up to 7th place. Following him is Andrei Grubikov. Well done, Andrei. 22,000 points is nothing to sneeze at in Carnage scoring. Then a name we are all familiar with at this point, former world champion Chris Brand in 5th. In 4th, we have Johnny Gillum, which just well done. That is such a solid result, especially among a pack of players like this. Next, in 3rd and 2nd, we have the 2 Peters, Jurgen and then McNamara, respectively. I tried to hedge my bets by picking a Peter, but then last but not least, and well-deserved, is all the way from London, England, Dan Lester, taking home the crown. So before we sign off for the day, we've been here a while, all of us. Adam, any final thoughts on the tournament?
What a great turnout. What a great bunch of games there. It was easy to look at the board and say, oh my God, that board is stacked and difficult, but that was virtually every board in this tournament. Just the level of skill across this has been incredible. It's been awesome to watch. Just congrats to everyone who went, and I hope everyone really enjoyed themselves. I wish I could have been there, and definitely enjoying having the opportunity to be an armchair diplomat. But for those of us like you and I, Siobhan and Brandon, who enjoy playing face-to-face tournaments, this is definitely a not fully suitable substitution. We hope to see you all in person at one of these in 2023.
Agreed. Brandon, any parting thoughts from you?
Yeah, I just want to congratulate all of the people who are in contention. Even the ones who came up short. Like, you put yourself in position to have a shot to win a world championship, and that's fantastic. I want to especially point out Johnny Gillum. Right, he's a player who has not been winning tournaments, but is right in the mix for a world championship. And congratulations to you, man. Well deserved. You played really well. Lots of really well played games. So I want to congratulate everyone, and especially Dan Lester. We like Chris Brand, you've played in a lot of tournaments before you finally got your breakthrough championship, and it's from all appearances very well deserved. Played a great tournament. Congratulate you. I salute you. Dave Miletsky, I salute you for putting on this tournament, and I look forward to seeing everyone in person at an event in the future.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything you both said. This has been so much fun to just watch happen. I love doing the DBN broadcasts for these tournaments. This one stung a little bit to miss this time, I'll admit. There were a lot of players that I really would have loved to have spent some time with, and just the fantastic caliber of play would have been fun, if a little stressful to be around. But if nobody has anything else before we go, I think we have been here for close to 7 hours. So I'm going to say thank you all. I hope you enjoyed the extra hour of rest that you got last night. It's not going to happen again for ever in California, I don't think. We're doing away with it. And on that note, thank you to everyone who has hung out in viewing us, in comments. We always love the interaction. But until next time, like the channel or subscribe to the channel, like the stream, share it with your friends, introduce everyone to diplomacy. And until I see you again, stay safe and stab well.